of its economic contribution to the local economy, tax revenues, and growth and viability as a major West Coast seaport. You want to wake up in 5 years and find that this decision you voted on contributed to the destruction of the port as a viable operation? 3, can you prove that the proposed project is compatible with a major 24/7 industrial seaport and the synergies between the two operations will benefit both? However, if you cannot prove that case, you should vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ty Hudson has the floor.
Good morning, council members. My name is Ty Hudson. I'm with Unite here, Local 2850. We represent over 600 food and beverage workers at the Oakland Coliseum. And I have a toddler with me, I apologize, hundreds of whom live in Oakland. The vast majority are people of color, and more than half are African American. Many folks have lived and worked at the Coliseum, lived in Oakland and worked in the Coliseum for decades. They depend on the income. Many depend on these jobs for their health insurance. Their families depend on these jobs. And unlike most food service jobs, these are good union jobs that pay a decent wage. In 2020, we saw what it was like for these jobs to disappear. And things are coming back now, but the Coliseum is near the end of its life. The A's need a new stadium. And if the A's leave town in a few years, it's going to be like 2020 all over again for hundreds and hundreds of Coliseum workers and their families, except it'll be permanent and there won't be a CARES Act or American Rescue Plan to keep people afloat. The A's have made a strong commitment to preserving Coliseum workers' good union jobs at the new Waterfront Ballpark. That's hundreds of workers that are members of my union and thousands when you include members of other unions. It's crucial to preserve these good union jobs. And if the A's leave town, it won't be just the A's. It'll also mean more displacement in Oakland. It'll mean Oakland residents having to leave town, and it'll be more poverty in Oakland. It's clear that the building a new stadium is going to require public investment in infrastructure. Given the size of the project and the public investment that'll be involved, there needs to be a robust community benefits agreement, including but not limited to local hire commitments, fair chance hiring, environmental justice, and affordable housing. We believe that that can be done. We're counting on the city administration, the city council, and A's to put together a project that will.
I'm so sorry, Ty, your 2 minutes has ended and we have to move to the next speaker, who is Esme Levy, or Levi, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that. Esme, it's your turn.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Esme Levy, and I'm a public advocates legal clerk. I support Oakland United, a coalition of community-based organizations and unions that has been fighting for over 5 years to ensure that any stadium benefit development in Oakland truly benefits the community it serves. Public lands must be for the public good. The Howard Terminal development has the potential to transform the Oakland waterfront and provide opportunity for Oakland by protecting union stadium jobs, creating new jobs, creating affordable housing and tenant resources, and a healthy environment. To do this, we need a strong community benefits agreement that guarantees affordable housing and strong environmental protections. The community also needs strong enforcement mechanisms that will ensure Sorry, can you hear me?
We can now. We lost you for a moment.
Apologies.
Pause your time and we'll come back up.
Thank you. The community demands, which include a minimum of 25% affordable housing on site at the deepest affordability levels, and living wage jobs, local and fair chance hiring, environmental mitigations, and community health benefits, are not radical. It is not asking too much to demand that there are plans to mitigate environmental air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, toxic remediation, and contribute to asthma protections. It is not asking too much to demand that an adequate number of the housing units be affordable. It is not asking too much to demand that the workers get paid enough to live. These demands are consistent with the recommendations that came out of the community benefits public engagement process that dozens of community members participated in for nearly a year and that the A's led. But more importantly, these demands are the bare minimum to achieving a healthy and thriving community, your community. We want the A's to stay in Oakland, but we want Oaklanders to stay too. We urge you to stand with the community, include these jobs, housing, environmental, and community health priorities in the term sheet that you approve on July 20th. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chutney Lee is next.
Morning, Chair Kalb and Council. My name is Chuck with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network in D2 Chinatown and a D3 resident. The Oakland Chinatown Coalition, of which we're a part of, opposes the current proposal unless there are clear amendments to ensure the project is compatible with Chinatown operations and activities, and the A's agreed to pay for specific community benefits beyond an IFP. We as community members, CBOs, workers, and people who want to help the A's stay in Oakland have done our due diligence by contributing literally hundreds of hours to the CBA and draft EIR. I was in the transportation topic cohort and we were in bi-weekly 2-hour Zoom calls during a pandemic for half a year. Meanwhile, the A's have indicated that the CBA process won't be in the spirit of what a real CBA stands for by using the IFB structure. It actually matters where the money comes from. We need to see them pay for community benefits from their own pockets since an IFD only covers capital improvements and disqualifies the majority of CBA recs. Next, we understand that every stadium development does a traffic study. So why hasn't the A's released theirs, let alone a semblance of traffic mitigation plans? As an EJ org, of course we want less vehicles on our road, but 2,000 parking spots for a 35,000 seat stadium 1 mile from BART is wishful. On top of that, Chinatown was actually excluded from the draft EIR. Redlining is alive and well, and cities like Oakland and Seattle, led by neoliberal mayors, are factually becoming increasingly segregated, more than they were last century. I wish people would talk less about Asian hate and more about this kind of racial hatred and hatred of working class people. Thank you, Council President Bass, for your fearless devotion and leadership, and Councilmember Tao and Vice Mayor Kaplan for your support in championing Chinatown in the term sheet and with the city staff. APEN and the Chinatown Coalition are also committed to working with all council members and will continue to reach out to your offices to see what we can do together. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Dolores. Dolores, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and I will start your time.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dolores Tejada, East Bay Housing Organization's lead organizer. I live in District 3 and EBHO is a member of Oakland United. There's an opportunity here for meaningful community-centered jobs and housing opportunities with the development of Howard's Terminal. And we really need council members to be our advocates for us, to stand up and say that it is our town and our terms. The community engaged in a city-led process for over a year and a half. Actually, it began in January 2020. Much of what we are asking for today and highlighting today is a reiteration and reflected in the recommendations that came out of the CBA process. One of the key points that came out of that process was the desire to have 35% affordable housing with affordability at least 60% AMI. In the A's term sheet that was released, the city is offering that the A's only financial obligation towards the affordable housing component is the value of the roughly $72 million in fees that they would have been expected to pay under the Affordable Housing Impact Fee Ordinance anyways, and that any cost beyond that amount is reimbursable through an IFD. This is an extremely generous offer to the A's, and it does not seem to be in the spirit of community benefits. That the community benefits that should be required of a publicly financed project. So considering this, it's another reason why we really need council to advocate for on behalf of community, since it seems like the city is not doing that in what they are offering. Additionally, I'm in solidarity with the issues being raised by the organizations that are part of the Chinatown Coalition. The Chinatown community should be included in these decisions, and neighborhood and specifically because that neighborhood is the specific impacts of that neighborhood should
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Igor Trega. Sorry if I said that wrong. Please unmute yourself and I will start your time when you begin.
Thank you so much, and you got it perfectly. Good afternoon, Chair Kalb and members of the CED committee. I'm Igor Tregut, Chair of the Sierra Club Northern Alameda County Group. In your deliberations regarding the Oakland A's Howard Terminal Ballpark proposal, we urge you to conduct sufficient environmental review to protect public health, the San Francisco Bay ecosystem, environmental justice, and the integrity of our system of public oversight. The A's have pursued several shortcuts, I'm sorry to say, including avoidance of the standard evaluation process for the project at the State Lands Commission and the Bay Conservation and Development Commission before the DEIR was even prepared. With all these concerns, we urge you to take another look at the Coliseum site as the preferred and environmentally superior alternative. Community leaders in East Oakland have been clear that they want the A's to stay and make good on the promises to provide economic development and affordable housing. East Oakland residents have been good neighbors to the A's for decades. It's time for the A's to be good neighbors in return and develop a project that will truly benefit all of Oakland. You have in your inbox our original DEIR comments dated April 27th, as well as a letter that we sent you at the outset of this process in June 2020. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Melody Davis. Melody, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and start your comments.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
We
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, we can. Go
Hi.
ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for this time, this precious time. My name is Melody Davis. I've been a member of Oakland for all my life. And I love Oakland. I used to work at the Coliseum. And I'm also an avid fan of the Oakland A's. And I don't want to leave Oakland. But we have a bigger problem than any of us could even imagine. Oh, wow. I don't even know where to begin, but I know this 2 minutes is not long enough. I think we need to do a day retreat to get everybody involved. Like Andrea said, she works over there and she's her business is in order. And there's a lot of other things like the why. We need to really, really sit back and look at this. And it needs to take a whole day like a retreat. But let me respond to some of the things. Traffic congestion. It's going to be traffic for real. Like you said, 39,000 people, whatever people that come that day, it's not enough parking spaces for them. So they're going to be parked in the neighborhood where we know that Oakland is number one or almost number two in crime. So we know we're going to have some police reports to make after that. Police cannot cover all of the area. And secondly, those jobs that Liz is talking about, most of those jobs are just temporarily. And after that, they're going to be gone. My thing is that infrastructure and everything is already at the Coliseum site. All of that money that Dave Cavell is straightening us about, you talk about the CBA. He walked in there 2 months ago at a meeting and told those people proudly that he's not giving up no money. If it don't come for the city of council, he's not giving up anything. That's a threat. My thing is that we need to have a whole day at this and look at this all together. Because, like I say, this problem is much bigger than us. And for us to just give one family all this property and all this money, and they still are not going to do what they've been asked to do.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Sharice. Sharice, you have been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you very much. This is Sharice Fong. I'm with East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation. We've been 45 years in Oakland and born out of similar displacement pressures in Oakland's Chinatown in the early 1970s. We are also a member of the Oakland Chinatown Coalition and a partner with the Oakland United Coalition. My comments today have to do with the impact and our concerns about the potential impacts on Oakland Chinatown of the Howard Terminal Ballpark as it's proposed today. So first of all, Oakland Chinatown was built in the 1870s. It's survived everything, earthquakes, recessions, gentrification, the pandemic. And now what we're faced with or concerned with is as Chinatown's mom and pop businesses in this 20 square block area are struggling to get back on their feet after the pandemic. And I want to sort of point out some research that has not been talked about before, which is that COVID's impact on California small businesses is showing that Asian-owned businesses have had a harder time recovering from the pandemic, even as compared to other BIPOC businesses. So it's a real concern for us as our businesses are trying to get back on their feet. And we're seeing, the potential for a stadium ballpark that does not adequately address pressures on businesses and residents and workers. In particular, the A's are proposing only 2,000 parking spaces for a 35,000 seat ballpark. We feel this is going to create extreme traffic and parking congestion. It's also going to make worse Chinatown's already extremely high air pollution issues. In addition, the neighborhood gentrification and the rising rents we feel are going to extremely threaten our
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Grayson Eval. Grayson, you can unmute yourself and begin your comments when you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Grayson Eval, and I am a public advocates legal clerk. I support Oakland United, a coalition of community-based organizations. The Howard Terminal project can create a successful home for the A's. The project can also create meaningful housing and job opportunities and a cleaner environment in the Oakland waterfront. To realize these benefits, we need a strong community benefits agreement that guarantees hiring from the community, affordable housing, and strong environmental protections. All of these benefits must be enforceable and guaranteed. Thousands of Oakland households are at risk of being displaced. The affordable housing demands for 35% affordable housing on site at 60% AMI and a fund spanning the lease length for anti-displacement tenant services are absolutely necessary to make sure that financially struggling communities have the opportunity to stay here and prosper. The proposed 15% affordable residential units on site, which the law already requires, is not enough. The city needs to demand more from the project. To be a real community benefit, we need 35% of affordable housing units on site. The A's have relied on their devoted Oakland fan base for decades, and neighboring Oakland communities should not be left out of the benefits that the A's will enjoy from this project. We want to keep the A's in Oakland, and we want the people who call this city home to be able to stay too. Oakland can protect its housing insecure population, and it can benefit from the Howard Terminal development. To make this happen, Oakland needs to follow strong leadership at City Council from council members like Council President Nikki Boss and Vice Mayor Rebecca Kaplan. The project term sheet is the council's chance to set the standard for a major development in Oakland. We urge you to stand with the community and include these jobs, housing, and community health priorities in the term sheet that you approve on July 20th. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jade Roth. Jade, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Good morning. My name is Jade Roth. My comment is focused on the community benefits related to affordable housing. This is a topic that is especially important to me given the ongoing extreme housing crisis we're experiencing in Oakland. For the A's proposal, I find it really problematic and frankly offensive that the A's are proposing to build out a large residential mixed-use neighborhood-scale development that doesn't include any affordable housing on site. A healthy neighborhood is one that is economically integrated. Your comments about building affordable housing off-site, perhaps even as far off-site as the Coliseum, really betrays your disdain for the working-class current residents of Oakland who would be shut out of the new development. This is just unacceptable. On the City of Oakland's proposal, I primarily am concerned the staff terms seem to let the A's off the hook for any community benefit beyond the value of their obligations under the Affordable Housing Impact Fee Ordinance. I agree with the city's proposal that below market units should be required to be located on site, and appreciate the city's idea to create a fund for additional off-site affordable housing related expenditures that will help preserve affordability in the most impacted surrounding neighborhoods. However, the A's are only being asked to fund the equivalent costs that they would be obligated to pay under the ordinance. Any additional costs, which there will be paid by the IFD, in other words, by the taxpayers. The IFD should be used to achieve additional units well beyond 15% and not to subsidize the units that the A's should be responsible to build as part of their commitment to providing community benefits in exchange for the opportunity to develop public lands and receive taxpayer support for the needed infrastructure. Thank you.
The next speaker is Patricia Lamborn. Patricia, you can begin your comments when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. My name is Pat Lamborn. I'm a member of the Sierra Club Northern Alameda County Group Executive Committee, and echoing our chairman Ivar's earlier comments that there hasn't been sufficient review. The draft environmental impact report, many organizations made comments. There's been no public hearing of those comments. There's been no final adoption of an environmental impact report. So I'll share, we sent you the Sierra Club's concerns and comments on that DEIR. I'll share one. The Sierra Club is concerned about Howard Terminal's contamination by toxics and the potential as a result of a large construction project for human exposure or pollution of the bay. Prior industrial uses of the Howard Terminal site contaminated it with toxics including polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, volatile organic compounds, petroleum hydrocarbons, heavy metals, and cyanide. The Department of Toxic Substances Control has a deed restriction on this site, limiting it to industrial and commercial uses. Residential uses are explicitly prohibited and require review and approval for any plan that would disturb the existing cap, as the project most certainly would. The proposed project, excavation, construction would disturb that contamination and potentially spread toxics into the water and the air. The air quality, noise, greenhouse gas emissions, and other impacts associated with remediation were not adequately studied in the draft EIR. As a previous speaker also pointed out, neither were the costs, the responsibilities for remediation of this kind of toxic contamination addressed either. How could you possibly approve this plan without understanding those potential horrific costs?
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Liana. Liana, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, good morning. This is Liana. I'm a District 7 resident and also the Oakland campaign director at eBase, which is the convener of the Oakland United Coalition. There's this false narrative being pushed at the current moment by the A's here in Oakland. For the past few weeks, we've seen Dave Cavell, who represents the billionaire owners, the Fisher family, making public statements in the media and buying billboards presenting a false choice. Either the A's stay here in Oakland at the new Waterfront Stadium at Howard Terminal, or they leave the city altogether. This threat is clearly meant to bully the city council to move Howard Terminal project forward on July 20th by approving a term sheet for the deal with no real commitment to deliver on jobs and housing for the community, lest risk losing Oakland's only sports team. But this is a completely false premise. There's a third choice. The city council can affirm the community's vision for the project by setting forth requirements for the development that includes affordable housing, resources for tenant protections, good paying jobs, community health benefits, and environmental mitigations, versus approving this project without those things. The council must demonstrate leadership and set a strong foundation for the final development agreement by laying out clear expectations in the term sheet that you'll consider on July 20th. The term sheet will establish the basis for negotiations for the complete set of approvals for this mega project on public land, including the community benefits tied to the project. If this is ultimately approved, it must include significant investment in affordable housing for low-income families that will help address our housing crisis. As previously mentioned, the CBA topic cohort recommendation and Oakland United are calling for 35% on-site affordable. We're also advocating for resources for tenant protections, local and fair chance hiring requirements that would require employers in the project to hire Black and Brown Oaklanders and formerly incarcerated people. Plus, we want the environmental protections and community health benefits.
Thank you, Liana, for your comments. Adrian Guerrero is next. Adrian, we see you've unmuted. We cannot hear you.
There we go. Thank you. Chairman Kalb and members of the council, this is Adrian Guerrero with Union Pacific Railroad. Following up on various conversations and meetings with the Oakland A's and city leadership over the past 3 years, Union Pacific has remained consistent in our position and expressed concerns with the proposed ballpark at Howard Terminal. Union Pacific has 3 rail yards adjacent to Howard Terminal at the Port of Oakland. We have a receiving yard, an intermodal yard, and a manifest yard. All 3 of those yards work cohesively to provide a massive benefit to the supply chain network for the city of Oakland, as well as the Northern California mega region. In addition to our freight service, we have a number of commuter and passenger railroads, Capital Corridor, ACE, the San Joaquins, and Amtrak long haul that go right through Jack London Square. Our freight traffic that moves here are through trains in addition to switching trains. Multiple times a day, we have trains that stop between 10 and 45 minutes in front of Howard Terminal as part of our switching activity. That is to build trains and to also decouple them at the yards to provide services to the port and local customers. Putting the ballpark there would be a significant material change. The DEIR was deficient in addressing those concerns of predominantly rail safety. Having a stop train there with the 2 access points at MLK and Market at grade would be tremendous safety hazards. People would be attempting to cut through the train, and we don't see that as a good option considering the significant passenger traffic that goes through there. We have expressed to the A's in the city that in order to address these concerns, you have to either look at grade separations or full grade closures at these locations. I could highlight a number of other issues, but rail safety is number 1 for UP and the passenger railroads here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Scott Taylor is up next.
Yes, good morning, City Council. My name is Scott Taylor, and I'm the founder, CEO, and chairman of the board of GSC Logistics. GSC will handle almost 16% of all the imports at the Port of Oakland this year. We employ over 300 people and work with over 200 drivers and pour almost $50 million a year into the Oakland economy. We've been telling you for the last 2 years or so that putting an amusement park and thousands of condos with retail, commercial space, and hotels in the middle of the port is a ridiculous idea. But I'm here to tell you something entirely different today. You have a chance to right the wrongs of the past. If you asked 1,000 people, they would all say the exact same thing, that offering the Raiders millions of dollars a few years ago was bad for Oakland, but a good deal for a millionaire, a multimillionaire. Well, you have a chance to tell a multi-billionaire enough is enough. Everyone in the United States is looking at Oakland because of crime and sideshows that are making headlines. And a billionaire wants to grab more land to build a monument to himself, no differently than what the Raiders did a few years ago? I don't think so. We all want the A's to stay in Oakland, but there's nothing wrong with building Coliseum City in East Oakland and revitalizing the entire city. Insanity is defined as doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same result. We're at a moment in history when you can do the right thing and say enough is enough. Please say no to a billionaire that only cares about himself and could care less about ruining the economic engine of Northern California, the Port of Oakland. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments. Appen, APEN is next. Please unmute and you can begin.
So, can you hear me okay?
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. If you could speak into your mic.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you much better. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Hi, my name is Alvina. I'm with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network. I'm also a steering committee member of the Oakland Chinatown Coalition, as well as being a steering committee member of the city-led CBA process for the past year and a half as the environmental topic cohort co-lead. And I just want to pose, how can we support a project that doesn't include us? The A's and really the multi-billionaire Fisher family, like other developers, want to take advantage of the hard work and long time struggle we've survived to make Oakland as great as it is today without contributing its fair share. Chinatown is one of the highest contributing neighborhoods in the business taxes, and our residents, small businesses, as well as thousands of people who come to our neighborhood for vital, critical, cultural, accessible services deserve to be regarded and taken care of, especially with such a large project coming into the area. You've heard other folks speak about the importance of Chinatown, and I know that I have a lot more to say, but I think what we really want to get across is Chinatown already experiences high rates of air pollution, some of the highest in the city because of traffic, freeway interchange, Alameda Webster Posey Tunnel, all the one-way streets, and being a main transportation hub for BART and the BRT and more. And so with this current project and having not been studied in the draft EIR, we feel it very critical that the traffic increases and congestion will choke out Chinatown, both our businesses and our residents. We do think that there's a way forward if there is possible to incorporate a compatibility with Chinatown operations clause. We have annual festivals, events, and again, daily operations for critical services that need to be regarded. And we really need the A's to pay directly into their fair share of the community benefits that we spent over a year deliberating on.
Thank you so much for your comments. Fernando is next. Please unmute and you can begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Just a little, yes, if you could speak more closely to the mic. Thank you.
Hello, honorable council members. My name is Fernando Chiverria with the East Bay Community Law Center, and I support Oakland United, a coalition of community orgs and unions that have been fighting for 5 years to ensure that any stadium development in Oakland benefit the community. I understand that there is a lot of pressure on council from many sides to act now. And I want to remind council that if done right, the Howard Terminal development has the potential to transform the Oakland waterfront and provide economic opportunity for Oakland by protecting union jobs, creating good new jobs, affordable housing, and tenant resources, green open space, and a healthy environment. As a proponent of development without displacement, it is important that we don't talk about this project in isolation. Community benefits are not bonus items or touch projects. They exist because cities and private developers must reckon with the ways in which development has contributed to the displacement and disempowerment of Black and Brown and working class communities. We need the Fishers to accept that being rooted in Oakland means that you also care for Oakland, if they hope for that slogan to ever be anything more than a corporate jingle. The A's need to commit to at least 35% of the project's housing to be affordable to AMIs of 60% or less, while also providing money for anti-displacement tenant services. They also need to invest in good jobs and environmental mitigation measures, all of which are possible because we don't have to look too far. For example, the Nashville Soccer MLS CBA provides living wages, affordable houses, business incubation, and a commitment to community enforcement. Additionally, given the direct impact on the Oakland Chinatown, it's imperative that the voices of organizations representing the Chinatown community are heard and included in the decision-making process. This term sheet is the council's chance to set a standard for major large-scale development in Oakland, particularly on public land. We want the A's to stay, but they need to commit to doing this the right way. We were promised that the A's would respect and work with the CDCBA process, but they skirted that process and offered the city an ultimatum: agree to our demands or we will leave. This is on top of requesting 2 IFDs to fund the cost of infrastructure and community benefits. We desperately need a fair deal, and I urge you to stand with the community and include these jobs, housing, environmental, and community health priorities in the term sheet you approve on July 20th.
Thank you. Salvan Hasser is next.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Savlan Hauser. I'm the Executive Director of the Jack London Improvement District, and I'm also a Community Benefit Agreement Steering Committee member on behalf of the Jack London neighborhood. The Jack London bid represents Oakland's historic commercial waterfront neighborhood with an estimated 3,800 residents, 5,000 workers, 1,300 property owners, and 500 businesses. We're a mix of industrial, residential, and entertainment uses that dynamically coexist. We're working to build an inclusive, resilient commercial community that values the diverse history, culture, and people of this place. We believe the A's Stadium at Howard Terminal can be a fantastic world-class development, supporting Oakland's equity and economic development goals and contribute to pride in our city. It will improve public access to open space at the waterfront and strengthen our existing commercial neighborhoods. We ask the council vote yes to move the project forward and deliver these positive outcomes. Our community has identified important benefits that can and should be created by the development, as well as chronic infrastructure and environmental issues that this project can and should help solve. We're committed to continuing to work closely with the city and A's to advocate and ensure the best outcome and realize these benefits in the city's vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Sonia Carabell is next.
Hi, my name is Sonia Carabell. I'm a researcher with eBase, and we're a member of the Oakland United Coalition, a community labor coalition that has been advocating for community benefits on development at the Coliseum and Howard Terminal in Oakland for years. I also participated in the Jobs and Economic Development topic cohort within the city-led community benefits process. As the city considers this huge development at Howard Terminal, they must prioritize the needs of the community and not allow themselves to be pushed around by the A's. This is a mega project that will not only create a new stadium, but also a new neighborhood. We believe this project has the potential to truly benefit Oaklanders and even be an engine for equity, but only if there's a strong, legally binding community benefits agreement. The A's have talked a big game about being rooted in Oakland and listening to community members, yet when it came time to propose a term sheet, they proposed making no direct contribution to community benefits, but only to use tax increment. If the A's really care about Oakland, they must commit to a wide range of community benefits, including items that can't be paid for through an IFD, and it's up to council to hold them to that standard. This project has the potential to widen economic and racial inequality described in the Oakland Equity Indicators report, creating gentrification, environmental damage, and low road jobs. But it also has the potential to help close these gaps. The Howard Terminal project must deliver concrete benefits related to jobs, housing, and the environment. Community identified ways for this project to benefit all of us. 35% of the housing should be affordable, and they should invest in tenant support services to make sure that long-term residents can stay in the area. All employers on the site should be held to strong job standards, similar to the Centerpoint Agreement. Jobs should pay above a living wage, and there should be targeted and fair chance hire to ensure that Black Oaklanders who've been shut out of the economy can get good, stable jobs. The A's must present a real plan for baseline greenhouse gas mitigation and toxic cleanup, as well as investing into air quality protections and asthma treatment.
Thank you so much for your comments. I'm so sorry your 2 minutes has ended. Matt Sharp, next.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Matt Sharp. I am the CEO of the Harbor Trucking Association. Our members are responsible for 2/3 of all cargo coming to and from the Port of Oakland. While we represent carriers who do business throughout the West Coast ports and beyond, this issue here in Oakland is close to our hearts. For myself, I've been an Oakland A's fan since before I knew what baseball was, and it's been greatly disheartening that current ownership has been so blatant about their lack of regard for the city and our working men and women at the Port of Oakland. This plan leaves much to be desired and lacks any details about real costs to the community or the city. It merely uses window dressing to distract from the lack of details regarding the costs for specific infrastructure investments required for the project, not to mention how it is going to be paid for. For our industry, at the forefront of the Howard Terminal project is a lack of an acceptable DEIR. And from several commenters here, there is a clear consensus that the project should not move one more step forward until the EIR is resolved and that the Coliseum site should be seriously reconsidered. What is also clear that the commenters here see Oakland as a working class community that supports blue collar jobs. In fact, more than 84,000 are supported directly by the Port of Oakland. Unfortunately, this project has given little recognition of its impacts to the port and the subsequent jobs that are supported by port activities, leaving the industry and the community all wondering how the complete incompatibility that Dr. Epstein spoke of will ultimately impact the operations of the Port of Oakland, a critical component in the global supply chain. The city and county should endeavor to appreciate the need for public investment in infrastructure, both at the port and in the surrounding communities, to support the thousands of jobs that are buoyed by the port, not for a residential land grab. Please reject this attempt by the current ownership group, and work to find a solution to keep the A's in Oakland and develop the Coliseum site and support community benefit investment with private capital at a site that is perfectly suited with proximity to multiple transportation hubs. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker in the queue will be Andy Katz, followed by Evie Huang, Carla Collins, William F. Dow, Miss Olabala, Susan Ransom, AJ Hudson, Hal Gordon, Mike Jacob, Rob Stroker, Catalina Carriga, Mike Davey, Melvin McKay, and we will pause there. Andy Katz, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself and you can begin.
Good morning, City Council members. I'm Andy Katz, member of the Northern Alameda County Executive Committee of the Sierra Club. Following on the comments of Igor Tragub and Pat Lamborn, the draft EIR is inadequate, leaving unacceptable uncertainty for the enforceability and clarity of air quality mitigations for the West Oakland community and the feasibility and cost of toxic remediation on the site. The draft EIR has no meaningful detail about what methods and what quality toxic remediation will occur, whether this is even feasible for this particular site and this design of a very large project that will require continued maintenance and access, and what the risks of remediation failure are, Dave, and commitments in the event of remediation failure or ongoing maintenance. This is important for the City Council's process because you're being asked to enter into negotiation agreements, advance conversations about infrastructure financing, important and valid community benefits from ultimately limited financial resources. Protecting San Francisco Bay from toxics is essential to the city's legal obligations and community values. How can the city begin to negotiate mitigation funds and community benefits before fully understanding the environmental impacts of the project? How can the city meaningfully discuss on-site affordable housing with stakeholders until it's determined that residential quality remediation for health and safety is technically and financially feasible? Failure to put the horse in front of the cart will leave the community and environment holding the bag for any shortfall. The draft EIR in these respects is only a plan to make a plan. I urge the council to review the comment letters from Sierra Club, Baykeeper, and Save the Bay, and complete the environmental review process before making substantial decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Evie Huang is next.
Hi, thank you for this meeting. I am a customs broker. I'm user of the Maritime businesses and port. And the A's proposal has really put maritime growth on hold in the last couple of years. Howard Terminal is needed and more adjacent land, port land is needed for port business future. And I really want to say that the environmental studies and cost analysis need further study, not less. And as the recent tragic news of the Surfside, Florida example, building on Waterfront requires additional scrutiny, and Oakland City will be on the hook for a land use for luxury condos and mixed use, never mind a stadium that will be built on hazardous and flood zone. And this is a private family sweetheart deal. It will forever tie Oakland to the Fisher family through reimbursable taxes, bonds, and infrastructure costs that will take funds away from other Oakland priorities and give a development deal to 1%ers and with no thought to environmental justice if Oakland is not careful. And worse, in desperation to keep the A's in the city, is the city willing to give up affordable housing, in which I've heard in recent meetings that they are not going to do the actual affordable housing at the waterfront, but to give over funds to do this. And I don't think this is going to bode well for Oakland. Please choose the existing Coliseum.
Thank you so much for your comments. Carly, you're next.
Hi, thank you. Hello, council members. My name is Carla Collins, and I'm an East Bay resident with Signet Testing Labs, a construction services business in Alameda County, and affiliated with the Town Business Council, and I'm the current president of CMA Northern California. We have over 1,200 members and more than 100 that live in Oakland and more that work in the city. I support the A's Ballpark project at Howard Terminal. The Coliseum site no longer works. Sure, the plan isn't perfect, but all stakeholders need to work together in a timely manner to make this a win-win and make moves now so that they don't leave to another city. And if that happens, which major sports team would want to set roots in Oakland ever again? More than likely none. They won't want to do business, bring jobs, and build community there. About 10 years ago, I was part of Think Big Sacramento, a similar community business council which fought to support keeping their NBA Kings in Sac, built a new entertainment sports center in order to do that. There's a lot of similarities in this scenario that relate to the A's saga, as was the King saga. The city got through all their hoops to build a new arena in a controversial location in downtown with no new parking. It sparked new investment and development, making it one of the most vibrant locations in an underutilized area. And just a couple weeks ago, 10 years later, they announced a site to redevelop what was the old sleep train. Similarly, there can be a new vision for the Oakland Waterfront of what could be a beautifully transformed open area and where more community members can now use or could use. I've been recently communicating with the City of Sacramento Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Angelique Ashby, and business association CEOs that played a part in ultimately keeping the Kings in Sac and building a new home for them in an urban center. They had a vision, and is Oakland Sacramento? No. But has Oakland gone through a deal like this before? Not that I'm aware of. I'll be sending you a video of support from just a few of these community leaders, and I'd be happy to connect you further so they can share their experiences on making it happen. Oakland will be making big decisions for not only the city of Oakland, but all of Northern California. There are a lot of A's fans in surrounding communities, Sacramento, that come in to bring revenue into Oakland. In May, I watched my daughter, who graduated college at San Diego State, walk the stage at Petco Park in their urban ballpark. This is way bigger than baseball. It's about a sense of community and civic pride for Northern California. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. William Dow is next. Caller by the name William Dow. Please unmute yourself and you can begin. Okay, we will move on to the next speaker, who is Ms. Olabala. Good morning. Please unmute yourself and you can begin.
Good morning, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Let me start with this. A lot of information is being given to you in very valid concerns. My concern is the capacity of the council to be fair, unbiased, and impartial. I have witnessed you look at evidence of situations and you don't base your decisions on what should be credible evidence. You base it on the politics of who you are beholden to. Best example is the Derby Street property. Gallo, you consistently supported that based on there was a conditional use permit for that property to be used for residential purposes. Parking was not available. Across the street was a residential site, care facility, could not be accommodated with another chartered school. The board ignored that. You did the same thing. You're going to be doing the same thing, Kalb, with the Piedmont Child Development Center. We need child development centers. You are beholden to the whites in the Piedmont community to build a public library and take away from children and parents the capacity to have that needed child development center. It's already a child development center, but you're going to come to the council to present using it for a public library for the whites, the rich whites from city of Piedmont and in your community. You are going to not deal with the issue of the fact that we have very few African-American construction workers, and to make the demand, it's not black and brown. Brown people are employed on those construction sites. You're not going to make the demand for that. You ignored it yesterday in terms of what was best, and you're going to do it in the future.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Olabali. Your 2 minutes has ended, and we are rounding out the queue with the last few speakers. Susan Ransom, will be next. AJ Hudson, Hal Gordon, Mike Jacob, Rob Stoker, Catalina Cariaga, Mike Davey, Melvin McKay, Shamar McLean, Xenophan Abraham, David Peters, Melanie Davis, Talia Mathis, Kai, Terry McWilliams, and S.J. Garcia will be the last speaker at the end of the queue. Susan Ranson, it is your turn. Please unmute and you can begin.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Susan Ransom, SSA Terminal in Oakland. First, I appreciate the time that council members have taken coming to a working terminal to see the dynamics of a working port and the importance of maintaining the integrity to move the imports and exports. I sent an email and a PowerPoint presentation to all council members yesterday and hope you've had an opportunity to review it with the hopes of generating direct questions to Dave Covell. If not, I would ask that you take a look at it. What is the plan for the small craft sitting in the turning basin, such as what is currently happening at McCovey Cove? We turn 20 ships a week at that turning basin. Do the A's have a written 45-year commitment to stay in Oakland? We have a long-term contract with the port, have invested millions of dollars into cranes, infrastructure, and environmental equipment updates, operate 5 berths at 1.2 miles, employ upwards of 400 longshoremen daily, with overall port jobs at about 84,000. We are currently at about 70% of the flow of goods through Oakland. Some of the speakers have addressed concerns about losing their jobs due to the Coliseum closing. That is 100% on Fisher and Cobble. I look forward to seeing Dave's presentation and would bet you won't see one ship or bullet point about how the port and commercial will coexist. That question is constantly dodged by Mr. Cobble. In addition to working in Oakland, I'm also a longtime resident and long-term A's fan. This is all about Fisher and Cobble and a lot of misinformation that is being put out to the public that is just not true. Something seems very fishy with this whole deal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. AJ Hudson, you're up next. Please unmute.
My name is AJ Hudson and I'm a public advocate's legal clerk. I'm here to express my support for Oakland United. If the Howard Terminal project is going to be a success for anyone other than the A's, then it must also create meaningful job opportunities, plentiful affordable housing, and a cleaner and safer environment for the people of Oakland. We will not realize these community successes without a serious agreement that guarantees benefits for Oakland. The community demands environmental mitigations and commitments to community health. We need plans to mitigate the air quality problems that will arise from this project. We need a plan to address the greenhouse gas emissions connected to this project. We need to know that sea level rise will be addressed. We need to know that the public and open green space will be reserved. And we need to know that remediation of the port's toxic past will be complete and will not have adverse consequences for this community or any other. We also demand financial contributions for protection and treatment for health problems that arise in children and the elderly as a consequence of development and the related new vehicle pollution, like asthma, as well as any illnesses resulting from the industrial contamination that may seep into the bay and its surrounding communities. These demands are consistent with recommendations from the public engagement process and from the disastrous lessons we have learned when other sports teams in other cities have made promises about new stadiums and instead left Black and brown communities they depend on wounded and worse off. We want the A's to stay in Oakland, but that should not come at the cost of Oaklanders being displaced and poisoned by unearthed toxins. Oakland should be guaranteed that the provisions of community benefits commitments will be enforced. We need the owners of the A's, the Fisher family, to invest in the people of Oakland, not just the real estate. Stand with our community, stand with Oakland United. Thank you.
Thank you. Hal Gordon is next.
Hi, my name's Hal Gordon. I'm a hot dog vendor at the Coliseum. I'm also a PhD student at Berkeley in economics. I'd like to talk briefly about housing. Economists have actually found that new housing, even market rate housing, reduces both displacement and rents in the surrounding area. I know that sounds probably really surprising to a lot of people who see a big increase in demand for housing lead to both increases in supply and increases in displacement. But economic theory and also our data have really shown that building new supply to meet the demand for housing actually reduces displacement. So I think the 3,000 new units themselves are a great community development, even if some of them are, most of them are market rate. Most stadiums, economists have found that public support for stadiums has been a terrible deal in most cases. This is the rare case where I actually think that that's not the case. The city itself, in their own term sheet, has done a really great job showing that every dollar will be but for. I'm actually an environmental economist. If you really care about emissions, the Port of Oakland is almost certainly the single largest polluter in the Bay Area, probably accounting for 40% of ozone released. It is basically an asthma machine. So, supporting the port and also looking for environmental benefits is a little contradictory. Building new housing really close to the BART rather than building it in the exurbs will be a great win for greenhouse gas emissions. I absolutely think the city and the council should negotiate hard for as much community benefits as possible. Keep doing that, but let's not sort of cut our nose off to spite our face. The other option is basically nothing, I think. So keep negotiating hard, but let's get the deal done. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Jacobs is next.
Hi, good morning, Chairman Kalb and council members. Mike Jacob with the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association. Thank you for hosting this working session. It's obviously important to get information out to the public and obviously to get the great comments we've gotten from Oakland community members this morning. I think it's fair to say that obviously we oppose the project and thank ILWU for their comments this morning about how much work we're doing right now and the demand. It's important to note how overwhelming the demand for this type of activity is right now. We shouldn't be giving up any acreage. But if the A's really do want a large regional transformational, multi-generational project, and the intent of the city is to not rush through the environmental and planning and entitlement processes, then I think it's fair for everyone to take a step back and ask what we're really doing here. It's to get information. The staff report really does not do a good and adequate job of capturing the fact that there are significant issues which remain outstanding, and they don't go into any detail with respect to the funding and financing with respect to what is actually being paid, what infrastructure is being paid for. Does it include seaport compatibility measures? We don't know that. The council doesn't know that. You need to ask, because you need to know before you cast a vote anytime, whether that's July 20th on a non-binding term sheet that's purely symbolic, or whether it's after the final EIR is allowed to be voted on, which would be probably sometime in early 2022. You need to ask those questions, and we need to know now. And if seaport compatibility measures aren't included in the funding and financing plan, we need to know why not. And you need to ask those questions too. So again, thank you for having the working session. It's really, really important that we're able to get these questions out, and really look forward to your discussion and asking some hard questions of the A's, not letting them off the hook. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob Stoker is next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. Rob Stoker with Sheep Workers 104, and I'm speaking today as president of the Building Construction Trades Council of Alameda County. We represent more than 40,000 Alameda County women and men working in the construction industry, including nearly 4,000 apprentices. We stand in support of this project with the Labor Council, the Ballpark project, the opportunities for the city, the community, and working people that will come with it are all a benefit. We are in desperate need of leadership for this project. Major League Baseball has made it clear that the existing Coliseum site is not a viable option for the future vision of baseball. I heard an earlier speaker refer to insanity as making the same mistakes time and time again. The Coliseum site is a failed site. It's failed the Oakland Raiders twice, and we have also lost the Warriors. The A's continue to demonstrate that they are committed to providing union jobs for Oaklanders with a community benefit agreement, including affordable housing. In addition to maintaining the existing operational jobs at the ballpark, the Howard Terminal Ballpark project would also include hundreds of life-changing direct entry opportunities into a building trades apprenticeship programs for Oakland residents, including veterans and the formerly incarcerated individuals. We have a partner with the A's who is committed to investing $12 billion in private finance and $450 million in community benefits. And that number is not taking into account the enormous community benefit created by providing thousands of union construction jobs and the equity movement they provide. This is truly a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create a legacy project that will benefit the region, the city.
Catalina Carriaga is next. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that. Please unmute and you can begin.
Yeah, I'm an Oakland resident for 40 years, a homeowner, 35 years, love the Oakland A's, but I am concerned about the transportation to the stadium, that it's safe. And I just want to say we need a strong community benefit agreement that addresses affordable housing and also the environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mike Davey is next.
Sorry. Hi, unmute. Hi, I'm Mike Davey. I'm a blue-collar worker of Oakland. I have worked at the Coliseum as a member of IATSE 107. I have been a Teamster as a ticket seller there. This project needs to be supported. We need to have a vision for what our city is going to be going forward. We cannot just say no to everything and let ourselves become a more expensive suburb of San Francisco, with San Francisco having the stadiums, San Francisco having the Warriors, and our town being overflooded with Giants fans. And I get annoyed that I walk down the street as an Oakland resident and it's turning into San Francisco. If we say no to this, we just at risk losing our entire identity. I don't like Fisher. I'm annoyed with Cavill right now, but you know, we need to hold them to the fire with the community benefits as well. And I think it's a very fair argument. But this is Jack London. We've had events there. We have Eat Wheel there. There is thousands of people for Fan Fest that have come down to the Jack London area. It can handle the traffic. With the infrastructure improvements, it can handle everything culturally. And I think this is a really good fit for Oakland and should be supported going forward. Thank you.
Melvin McKay is next. Please unmute yourself and you can begin.
Hello, thank you. My name is Melvin McKay, longshoreman, Vice President of ILW Local 10. And I do oppose this project. 2 reasons. Number one, Dave Carvel would like to leave 170 acres to come to 50 acres. Why? It's a land grab. That's all it is. Once you build those condominiums, the people that buy those condominiums are going to cry bloody murder because the longshoremen make too much noise. One of the things we do, we work 365 days a year, 3 shifts. You talk about affordable housing. It will be affordable for the people that can afford it. It won't be for the mediocre people, right? There is no low-cost housing in Oakland at all, period, right? Number 2, you talk about swapping jobs. Will the longshoremen lose their jobs once the noise ordinance goes into effect? And number 2, since there's going to be 6,000 jobs from the Oakland A's, when will the apprenticeship start for the people that's supposed to start working on this project? I understand about losing jobs. We don't want to lose ours either. The people that are over at Howard Terminal right now, there are truckers that move cargo in and out of the Howard Terminal as we speak today. You've never seen those trucks in any of the remnants that Oakland A's have produced. You've never seen any one of those. The longshoreman has been here for 87 years. And what happens to the jobs that we may lose for the Oakland A's to have their concession stands and whatever? But I don't believe that that should be a trade-off either. I don't believe there should be a trade-off for the people that work at the Coliseum today for the West Oakland residents. There has to be a win-win for all, and this is not a win. If the Oakland A's are threatening the city council that they're going to leave if they don't get the Howard Terminal, I'm sorry. They're going to leave anyway. That's why they went to Las Vegas. That's why they went to Portland, Oregon. They went there just to see another site, not to stay rooted in Oakland as they stated. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Jamar McClain is next.
Yes, Jamar McClain here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to talk about, I feel that we need to address that construction jobs don't hire a lot of Black workers. I believe it's like 9% of the work is city-funded construction projects, according to statistics that we've got from city records. Another thing, if you don't know anything about the ILW Maritime Working Association, study it, learn the history, learn the people who fought I mean, learn how many African Americans, all races, that join together, join hands, fight for our freedom to be employed there with good paying jobs. Fisher could take his official wagon, fill it up with some unofficial papers, and take it somewhere else. I'm an Oakland resident, 41 years. I say we stand. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker in the queue is Xenophan Abraham.
Zinni Abraham, thank you. I'm Zinni Abraham, Chairman and CEO of Zinni 62 Media, Adams Point resident. I want to talk about tax increment financing because your consultants haven't given you a 45-year time series of what taxing and financing revenues will be. If you assume a $2 billion assessed value base year and a 4% rate of growth, which is actually less than the average for that area at Howard Terminal over time, over a 45-year period, just using the increment, you will come to $1.6 billion in revenue that's bondable. Now, based on that, let's say that we went back and went all the taxing agencies, including school district, city, county, and said, hey, can we use your upfront money? Well, that $800,000 that starts and then scales up starts at $20 million, and you can bond off that much faster. So this gets to my question regarding staff. SB 293 Skinner, the enabling financial legislation that was created by Nancy Skinner, was passed October 11th, 2019. It includes tax increment financing. Why didn't the city staff right then, if they knew what tax increment financing is, go to the county and all the tax agencies start negotiations a year ago? We've wasted a year. And also, why does the city hire an entire consulting base that's all white? In my 33 years of experience in history with the city of Oakland, my first job out of grad school as Kalb was with the Oakland Redevelopment Agency. We always had MBE, WBE requirements, and that meant hiring Black people to be part of the consulting team for our development projects. This staff, I have sorry to say, is incompetent and does not understand what they're doing. Sorry. Thank you.
The next speaker in the queue is David Peters.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to address this body. My name is David Peters. I'm a multi-generational resident of D3, a member of the Howard Terminal CBA Steering Committee, co-chairing the Culture and History topic cohort, and vigorously involved in the discussions of the housing cohort, and a member of the West Oakland Benefits for Equity working group, which is just a grassroots group of West Oakland residents who are, I think we represent the most democratic form of input on this. I support the staff recommendation. I think a lot of folks have been talking about the A's term sheet. I don't support that. I support the staff recommendation. I've spent a lot of time going through that, and I have great confidence in the staff that they're working on this. They've got great experience, and I've been a great help to this process for the CBA committee. I think if we look at some of the things that are on the table, 66 years of deposits to a community benefits fund, totaling $411 million, and staff has found ways to fund items that are not eligible to be funded by the IFD. 450 affordable housing units, and for me, very important, $50 million toward ownership opportunities, which we fought very hard in the housing subcommittee cohort for. $1 million in annual funding for cultural commission through transit occupancy tax. $1.5 million annually to the Department of Violence Prevention through parking fees, and $13 million annually to OUSD. The city of Oakland destroyed 50 square blocks in West Oakland through urban renewal. The city has an obligation to make this right, to invest in infrastructure in West Oakland. Let's not make this about East Oakland versus West Oakland. Let's make this a victory for East Oakland and West Oakland. See both of these sites developed and see money flowing into our community, into our city, and into our schools. Let's all win.
Thank you. Kai is next. Please unmute and you can begin.
Hi there. Yeah, my name is Kai Chang. It just felt like for a while we were hearing just nonstop interest groups, and I'm just a regular resident. I don't represent anybody. I rarely speak up here on these things, but I just wanted to say, register my support for this project. I feel I've followed the topic for a while, and it feels like a lot of the arguments against it are a little spurious. Like, yeah, like having a really huge polluter like a port, like, you know, cry foul about environmental issues. Like the Sierra reports about the release of contaminants, when we know there's a lot of experts have pointed out that sea level rise will release those contaminants if we don't clear them up, and this project cleans up that. And I'm also thinking about like what's the alternative? Like we've myself and, like, you know, I think a lot of people in Oakland have wanted to see Jack London Square revitalized and to have a big attraction put there. And if the A's don't do it, it's going to be some faceless developer. They won't have any commitments to do a CBA to benefit the community. They'll just put in expensive condos and go. So like with the A's, you have a high profile local institution that, you know, people will pay attention to if they don't follow up on their promises. And, you know, they're just making, it seems to me like a good thing for both Oakland and like the A's and jobs and everything. So just as a resident, as a voter, I'm very supportive of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry McWilliams will be next, then Aaron Craw, and that is the end of public comment.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry McWilliams. I was born and raised in Oakland. I'm a D6 resident and a member of Faith in Action East Bay and Imani Community Church, and I oppose the Howard Terminal position. They claim to be rooted in Oakland. However, we know that they have been threatening to leave for 15 years and have been having relocation conversations of the city since at least 2019. They've turned their backs on East Oakland community and refused to seriously consider investing in a new ballpark village at the Coliseum by running a PR campaign to avoid providing honest answers to the tough questions, flaunting their trips to Vegas and refusing seriously consider rebuilding at the Coliseum. Despite the fact that aides claim the Coliseum site is not viable for professional sports, we now see multiple groups vying to develop the property and keep sports in East Oakland. I plan to be a season ticket holder if and when we can get our WNBA team to the Oracle Arena. It is imperative that the City Council embrace a community term sheet, not John Fisher's term sheet, as the only possible path forward. The city cannot afford to subsidize another billionaire sports venture at the expense of the Oakland community. I urge and ask you, please, and call upon the aides to embrace this vision and the council to support all efforts to make development of the Coliseum the top priority. Let's reinvest in Oakland. Let's reinvest in East Oakland. Let's reinvest in Black contractors. Let's reinvest in Black community that is economically devastated by what's been happening. Let's keep Oakland and Oakland residents first. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Kalia Mathis. I think you had your hand raised and fell off. Please unmute and you can begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Kalia Mathis. I am with Urban Peace Movement, and I work with youth throughout Oakland. I also live in District 7. UPM is a member of Oakland United Coalition and fully support the fight to ensure that any stadium development should benefit the community. We need to ensure that the A's, the Fisher family, we need to ensure that the A's and the Fisher family prove that they are responsible developers. We need to ensure that they contribute to community benefits for this project. We don't want to lose sports team.
Kalia, I'm so sorry to cut you off here. You are having some static. I think you might be rubbing your mic or far away. We want to be able to hear your comments. So if you could clear your mic and speak into it, we'll pause your time. And Kalia Mathis.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you much better now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, this is a
Okay,
lot.
go ahead, dear.
Okay, so we need to ensure that the A's and the Fisher family prove that they're responsible developers, and we need to ensure that they contribute to the community benefits for this project. We don't want to lose a sports team, but not at the expense of Oakland residents, especially the residents whose families have lived in this town for decades. We need to guarantee and prioritize affordable housing and living wage jobs and local targeted fair chance hiring policies, affordable housing and resources for tenants, and prioritize community health benefits. We need the voices of the community at the table. And we also need to stand in solidarity with the Oakland Chinatown Coalition. Organizations representing the Chinatown community should be included in these decisions and in these decisions. If the Fisher family can't commit to the health and the livelihood of Oakland residents, then they don't deserve Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Kalb, you did have a hand be raised just moments ago. Would you wish to accept the speaker?
No, I think we gave plenty of time for people to raise their hands. We will have open forum, as you know, at the end of the meeting. So I think we've had a robust range of speakers. I'm sure we'll have even more speakers on July 20th. But I think it's now time to get into our presentations. Actually, Madam Clerk, do we have other agenda items that we need to do very quickly, like minutes or something? Is that correct?
No, because this is a work study session committee meeting. We're not approving any minutes or making any motions for pending lists.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, so colleagues and members of the public who are listening, here's the rest of the how we're going to run the rest of the meeting. We're going to invite Dave Covell from the A's or whoever he appoints. I think it's going to be Dave himself to make his approximately 10-minute presentation or so. He may want to screen share. He could let us know if he needs to do that. And then right after that, we're going to go directly into our staff presentation. Some of that information may be in the staff report, but the staff has put together an important presentation, and it's important to get both those perspectives together before we start asking our questions and comments. So we'll go to the A's presentation, staff presentation, and then we'll take questions from members of the committee, followed immediately by questions from the remaining council members who are also here with us all today. Also I want to note for council's awareness, there is a representative from the Port of Oakland, Matt Davis, who is here on the line in the panelist box. He is available as needed to answer questions if any questions need to be posed directly to the port staff, although city staff may be able to answer some of those questions as well. Okay, Dave, you're here, I believe. Could you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you guys great. Through the chair, you want me to read the item in the record?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate your, yes, please read the item and then we'll move on to the presentations. Thank you.
Okay, and we have the separated for the study session as well as the informational report. I'm to read the whole title.
Yes, please.
Okay, so today's topic is based on the item listed on the agenda. It reads to conduct a study session and receive an informational report as follows. A, the proposed non-binding terms of a development agreement with Athletic Investment Group, LLC, DBA, the Oakland Athletics, a California limited liability company, including terms for but not limited to potential infrastructure financing district, affordable housing, and non-relocation related to the proposed project, and B, a proposed Oakland Waterfront Ballpark District project to be developed on the property known as the Howard Terminal at the Port of Oakland, including but not limited to the following. 1, Port of Oakland and city's project decision responsibilities, including the city port regulatory framework. 2, project approvals and timelines. 3, community benefits. 4, analysis of environmental toxic contaminants at project site and anticipated remediation process. And 5, potential impacts to nearby maritime industry and port related and non-port related job titles.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate that very much. A reminder to all those in the public listening, there is a staff report with multiple attachments in the agenda packet available to the public at any time, and that will be available even after this meeting as well. Okay, I'm sorry, I see Councilmember Gaio, you have a quick procedural question?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, just for the record, I just want to let you know that I may have to leave the meeting at 2 p.m. today. Actually, I have a meeting with over at the Coliseum. We have some international entertainment groups that want to come to the Coliseum and utilize that facility, as well as some other sports activities. So thank you. And just to let you know, I may have to leave at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Right. Great. Thank you. Okay, Dave, you're up. And do you need to screen share?
No, I don't need to screen share. Yeah, I know that the city staff has a detailed presentation that includes our proposal. So I was just going to give kind of an overview of our proposal, its benefits. And obviously I'm here for the extent of the meeting to answer any questions that the council members may have about really our intentions, our vision, and what we're looking for on the 20th, Dan.
Okay, go ahead. This is your 10 minutes. Start anytime you're ready.
Awesome. Well, I want to really thank everyone for their time today. It's really great to have such a robust and really a positive dialogue around what we're trying to do here in Oakland. As folks know, we have a $12 billion visionary project at the Waterfront, a privately financed ballpark, 1.5 million square feet of commercial real estate, 3,000 housing units, including affordable housing, 250,000 square feet of retail, a performing arts center, and 18 acres of public open space. You know, right now it's just, fenced off. No one even can get on Howard Terminal. This is going to provide the ability for it to be open to the public, which is a really exciting thing. So that is the vision that we have at the Waterfront. As folks know, we've spent the last 5 years really working as hard as we can to make Oakland work, to ensure the A's can stay here for many generations to come. We've held hundreds of community meetings. We've gotten input. We've gotten an understanding of what people want. We had a first effort at Laney College to build in the downtown urban core, and that failed. And about 3.5 years ago, we shifted to the mayor's preferred site at Howard Terminal, and we've spent over $200 million trying to get approval of this $12 billion project at the Waterfront. As folks know, and we've expressed many times, the Bay Area Council has done many reports indicating over $7 billion in economic impact, 3,000 construction jobs, 7,000 permanent jobs just from the ballpark, even more from the surrounding areas that will come with the benefits of all these 2.5, almost 3 million people coming to the Waterfront. So there's just a lot of incredibly exciting parts of this vision. It's a different vision for the Waterfront. We realize that it's not the old maritime industrial use, but it's one that we think can coexist with that existing use in an effective way. Some of the key aspects to our financial framework that we spent a year working with city staff and the council on that I wanted to highlight. First of all, that there will be a separation. The on-site infrastructure, all of it, the hundreds of millions of dollars, is something that A's will invest in, and that'll be something we will take all the risk on that. And there will be an on-site IFD that potentially will use the project revenues to reimburse that investment if it happens. On the off-sites, the deferred maintenance that has not existed in Jack London Square, we see as a responsibility of the city, but the city can use the incremental tax benefits of our project to make that investment, which is a great thing. Basically using the economic activity that our ballpark and development creates to actually make the improvements that are necessary in Jack London Square, whether that's transportation, sea level rise, all the critical things that are needed to make that area thrive, railroad safety, things of that nature. So we still believe strongly that the two infrastructure financing districts are needed. They will generate $450 million in community benefits that can be used for affordable housing and other things that the community feels is necessary. That's an enormous number that will be generated by this project. We have $1 billion that would go to the general fund of Oakland that can fund city services, which is just a tremendous positive. Obviously, the privately financed stadium, $15 million in public art. And like I said, that 18 acres of public open space is just a tremendous benefit of this project. It's important to remember 134 unions have endorsed this project. That's more than any project in the history of the Bay Area, because they know that these are going to be good union jobs. We have agreements with unions to ensure that the jobs are positive, that we have workforce development as a key plank of our project. I want to specifically address 2 or 3 of the main criticisms that you heard from the public comment that we've heard when we've been around town talking to groups. And the first one is this notion that our project is going to somehow undermine the future of the Oakland port. This is completely a false narrative. It's important to remember that the Port Commission voted unanimously 2 years ago in favor of the project, that we spent a year with the Port Commission, their staff, in a really productive fashion, identifying ways to ensure that our project could coexist. We made significant concessions, things like having 10 acres of the site that could be used for a turning basin, having a buffer zone where housing would not be built close to the port use, and ensuring that our transportation plan had seaport compatibility measures that ensured that the freight transport and then the people and bikes and pedestrians were separated in an effective way. And that's what a lot of the infrastructure is going to go to doing. So that's going to really activate the Oakland waterfront in a positive way. So we're really happy about that agreement. And we think it's really critically important to remember that without our project, none of those things would happen. So what we really feel is that there's been a lot of fear mongering around, the maritime interests. They're concerned on the project. The two can coexist in a harmonious way, and that we can have a thriving port with all the great jobs. And we can also have an incredible privately financed ballpark and entertainment and commercial district at Jack London Square. And that is our vision. The second issue that's been addressed a lot that I want to really take on head on is this notion that this is another Raiders deal. This is nothing like the Raiders deal. The Raiders deal, when they came back from Los Angeles, included the city and county paying for the ballpark. We are paying for the entire cost of the stadium. The A's are taking the risk, all the on-site risk. And that is something that is very important to understand. And the piece that's considered public financing is tax increment. It's but for tax money that only comes if the project is built out and the project happens. So it's not like these dollars could be used for something else. I heard a lot of people saying, oh, why don't we just use those dollars on education or other community benefits? Well, they only exist if the project happens. So using some of those dollars to ensure the project actually occurs is critically important in a really common way for projects of this scale to be done. Finally, this is our last option in Oakland. We had another downtown site that failed at Laney. We looked at all the additional options. We met with Major League Baseball. They've been very clear that the Coliseum site is not in the future for baseball in the 21st century. We need a downtown urban location, and that is Howard Terminal. That's why we are in a position now where it really is Howard Terminal or bust. Our existing lease of the Coliseum only goes through 2024. We have a situation where the facility is 10 years past its useful life, and we really have an obligation and a responsibility to get some type of resolution on this. This has been a 20-year saga. We really want to do what we can to stay in Oakland. We've invested. We're spending $2 million a month. We're committed to making that happen, but we need to see if the city council shares our vision for the waterfront ballpark and development or not. And that's why we are respectfully asking for a vote on our proposal, the one that we originally submitted to the city in January, that we made public in April, on July 20th. And we welcome any questions or observations or you just input that this workshop and obviously the weeks between now and then can occur to hopefully get to a yes vote. So that really is the extent of kind of our opening remarks. And I will kick it over to the city staff, I think, who are going to do a more detailed analysis of our proposal and some of their points. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. You kept it under 10 minutes. Very much appreciate that as well. Next, we're going to hear from Betsy Lake, our Assistant City Administrator, and other staff who have been working on this project or this proposal and the term sheet and the information that's in the staff report. And then after that presentation, we'll have questions and some comments from the council members. So Betsy, are you ready to go?
All right, I am indeed. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Kalb and CED committee members and the public. We are pleased to have this study session with you today, and we're looking forward to presenting staff's recommendation related to the proposed Waterfront Ballpark District at Howard Terminal. We will be presenting staff's analysis regarding various aspects of this major investment in the city of Oakland, including the potential infrastructure financing district, non-relocation agreement, community benefits, and other terms of a development agreement. And we're looking forward to hearing feedback from members of this committee, other council members, and the public as we continue to negotiate with the A's. At the outset, I want to note that notwithstanding some media reports that the city and A's have been negotiating for 5 years, as Dave indicated, the A's only proposed this project in late 2018 when they filed their application for environmental review. And although we began negotiating the development agreement in April of 2020, the A's proposed financial terms were verbally conveyed to us for the first time in February of this year, 2021, followed by the first written one-page financial plan delivered 75 days ago on April 23rd, 2021, when the A's released this version of their proposal to the public. So staff has been hard at work. We've been analyzing the proposal and continuing negotiation with the A's since then. And it's staff's opinion that with the A's commitment to what would be the largest public investment in any Major League Baseball park, that if properly implemented, the proposed Waterfront Ballpark District at Howard Terminal has the potential to really accomplish a number of very worthy objectives. One is to keep the A's rooted in Oakland. Another is to be a catalyst for building out long-needed infrastructure around the site. And a third is to be a mechanism to achieve equitable jobs, housing, and other benefits for the community. And we heard a lot about that from the public today. So while staff doesn't recommend that the city accept the A's April 23rd financial proposal as is, staff believes that there is a reasonable and responsible financial plan that can accomplish both the city's objectives previously stated and the A's objectives. In terms of fiscal responsibility, our North Star in these negotiations has been the following guiding principle. So while we recognize that public investment is needed, it must be in the form of a public financing plan that doesn't leave the city general fund at risk or our taxpayers on the hook for years to come. We, as Dave noted, have learned these lessons the hard way at the Coliseum, and we're not going to go there again. At the Coliseum, the city and county agreed to construct and operate the stadium for the Raiders. This included backstopping ongoing losses and issuing debt backed by our general funds without a non-relocation agreement. So we address each of these issues in our staff report and our frequently asked questions that are on our website for the project. There are many areas of agreement between city staff and the A's. We are in agreement that the A's alone will construct, manage, and operate the ballpark. We're also in agreement that an on-site infrastructure financing district is a reasonable approach to fund the public investment in critically needed public infrastructure and affordable housing. We're in agreement that a non-relocation agreement will be required as a condition of any public investment. Finally, we're in agreement that a significant financial commitment to community benefits is needed to address affordable housing, equitable access to good union jobs, and other community benefits over the 66-year lease of this valuable public land. But we don't yet have consensus with the A's on some of those important details. We've set out in staff's informational report our additional recommendations in each of these categories. And I'm going to turn it over to Molly to now go into some more detail on those items.
Thanks, Betsy.
Yeah, if you want to pull up the presentation, that'd be great.
I'm getting a message that okay, let's see. Let's try again. And let me get to the right slide. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
I have the right screen that I'm sharing. Let's see. Do you see just the presentation? I'm gonna take that as a yes. It's always hard to tell if you're sharing the right screen.
We see, Molly, we see your whole screen.
Okay, that's what I was afraid of.
Through the chair to Molly, you may want, when you share, hit the window. You don't want to share your entire screen. If you hit the window, it'll go, you'll have a choice to pick PowerPoint, and then it'll show your actual PowerPoint.
Let's try this again. There we go.
There we go.
Now you don't see yourselves twice. Thank you very much, Betsy. My name is Molly Mabrin. I am the city's project manager for the Howard Terminal project. And I want to thank Chair Kalb, the committee members, and the council members for inviting staff today to make this informational presentation about the proposed waterfront ballpark district at Howard Terminal. Just to kind of set the stage, I'm going to walk you through high level the project that has been proposed by the A's. For those that may not be familiar with it, I'll talk to you about the purpose of today's meeting. I'm going to provide you with some more general information about the alphabet soup of IFD and CFD, and then more specific information about how an IFD or infrastructure financing district would work in the context of this project. We'll also talk about the ongoing negotiations related to the non-relocation agreement and community benefits, as well as next steps in the process as the city considers this project. I also want to note, as Chair Kalb did, that there is a staff report that's available via the link in the agenda, which also addresses some other information topics that were requested by the chair, including environmental remediation and the roles of the city and the port in the approval process, amongst others. I did not prepare slides on those today, but I'm happy to take questions on them. So with that, I will go into our first topic, which is the development agreement term sheet. Just to set the stage for today, I want to remind everyone that today's presentation is informational only. There's not going to be a vote today, binding or otherwise, on a term sheet or any other element of the proposed project. Today is a day for staff to reiterate really the recommendations that are available in that staff report and to take feedback on terms of a potential development agreement between the city and A's for the project. And per the request from the CED committee chair, we're going to focus today specifically on terms related to the infrastructure financing district, non-relocation and community benefits. And note that the fuller term sheet, including all of the terms that are not covered today, is intended to be presented to the City Council at the next meeting on July 20th of 2021. For those who may not be familiar with the site or the project, hopefully not too many people on the call probably fall into that category, but the Howard Terminal site is about 55 acres. About 50 of them are owned and controlled by the Port of Oakland. The site is sandwiched between the port's commercial properties at Jack London Square, which are located directly to the east here. For those who may be familiar with it, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner here, the San Francisco Oakland Ferry Terminal. And on the other side, on the west side, the neighbor is Schnitzer Steel. The Port of Oakland, the seaport, is actually slightly off this map. It's physically disconnected from the Howard Terminal site by Schnitzer, which is a private property owner, and located further to the west here, just off the left-hand side. And then to the north, we have Embarcadero West and the train tracks. The proposal from the A's includes a 35,000 fan capacity Major League Ballpark, 3,000 residential units, 1.5 million square feet of commercial office space, 270,000 square feet of ground floor retail, a 3,500 seat performing arts center, and 18.3 acres of new public parks. Just to reiterate briefly the timeline that Betsy shared with you in February of 2020, just before shelter in place, we received an application from the Oakland A's for a development agreement related to the proposed project. We had a little bit of a delay in March of 2020 as both the city and MLB shut down operations, but we did negotiate term sheet. We did commence term sheet negotiations in April of 2020, and then in April of 2021 received the A's proposed financial plan and their request for consideration of that proposal in July, which takes us to today. And then just some level setting about what a development agreement is, what a term sheet is. A term sheet, keep in mind, is a non-binding document that memorializes a general agreement between parties. It's used in a lot of different types of complex business negotiations as a framework or outline to guide the negotiation of subsequent binding contract documents. A term sheet itself is not a binding project approval. It's not an entitlement. It's not a contract. We received many questions about the sort of order of operations between the city and the port. So I will note here that the Board of Port Commissioners unanimously approved a term sheet, their own term sheet with the A's for the proposed project back in May of 2019. So I will launch into one of the meatier topics of the day, the infrastructure financing district or potential infrastructure financing district. So many of you may be familiar with redevelopment, which was a long time tool which utilized tax increment financing to develop large public-private projects throughout the state of California. In 2011, redevelopment during the Great Recession as part of an overall patch for what was then a pretty gaping hole in the state budget. What a difference 10 years makes. The repeal of redevelopment in 2011 really left municipalities like Oakland lacking tools to really bring about projects like this that require substantial public investment and have great potential for to bring about transformational change. Following that repeal of redevelopment in 2011, the California State Legislature in 2014 created a new tool, which is one of a suite of tools often referred to as Redevelopment 2.0, called an Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. And in 2017, the first Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District in the state was formed, followed by the first joint city-county Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District in 2019. So this is a relatively new tool that has evolved over the last 10 years. Some of the key elements of an EIFD or IFD are that it's itself a governmental entity that's formed by a city and or county. There's a plan required. There's a defined area, and it has the ability to construct, improve, or rehabilitate infrastructure and affordable housing. And I'm going to talk to you more about all of those elements. So first of all, the entity. The entity that implements an EIFD or IFD is known as a public financing authority. This is a legislative body that governs the EIFD. In the event that this is a city-only EIFD, the governing body would be the city council. In the event that the county opts in, the PFA board would consist of membership from the county board of supervisors, the city council, as well as 2 public members. The PFA, one of the really primary responsibilities of the PFA is to direct preparation of the infrastructure financing plan, and I'm going to talk to you about what that is. The PFA also holds public hearings, authorizes the issuance of bonds, and conducts annual reviews and oversees independent audits of the IFD. The infrastructure financing plan is really the guiding document of an IFD. In the event that the county opts in, the IFP, infrastructure financing plan, would need to be independently adopted or approved by both city and county, as well as the PFA. The infrastructure financing plan would describe in great detail the public capital facilities or other projects of community-wide significance that are intended to be financed by the EIFD. So this is where you would find a detailed list of all the improvements and affordable housing that would qualify for funding under the EIFD. It would also project maximum annual tax increment and limit the total dollars to be collected. So we would see both how the money would be used and what money we would anticipate, what tax increment money we would anticipate flowing into the district. It would specify an expiration date. The maximum life under the state statute of an EIFD is 45 years. And it would include a fiscal impact analysis for any and all taxing entities like the city and county that are participating in the district. Some of the public benefits that could be funded by an IFD include those 18 acres of new publicly accessible parks on the Oakland waterfront, transit first connections to BART, bike and pedestrian facilities and the Bay Trail extension, improved freight access to the Port of Oakland, protections against sea level rise, toxic contaminant cleanup, and new and preserved affordable housing both on and off site.
Called me and said, "Hey, Zinni, we know you've done this for years. We need some help because you have some history with this kind of finance."
Now, I know the infrastructure financing district is itself a complicated animal, but just to give a little bit more complexity, we are also looking at what's called a community facilities district for the proposed project. A community facilities district, a lot of people are more familiar with it as a Mello-Roos district. They are one and the same thing. In a community facilities district, property owners within a district agree to impose what's called a special tax on their own property over and above regular property taxes. And these special taxes can be used to help pay for construction or maintenance of public facilities. The special tax is considered a secure revenue, and it allows developers and property owners to secure relatively inexpensive upfront financing for infrastructure. In this proposal, these special taxes, I want to be clear, would apply only to the Howard Terminal project site, and no property owner outside the project site would be subject to them. So no Oakland property owner outside the 55-acre boundary of Howard Terminal would be subject to these special taxes. The CFD and IFD work together. This is a tried and true approach. There have not been many EIFDs or IFDs formed statewide to date, but they have all of those that have issued debt have used this very same approach. So imagine, if you will, the EIFD and CFD are formed with coterminous boundaries. What does that mean in plain language? They're in the same spot. The boundary is the same as the 55 acres of Howard Terminal, nothing more and nothing less. The EIFD is used to capture those incremental property tax revenues that flow in as the property is built out. The CFD is used to issue bonds backed by the special tax and the land value, and the incremental revenues that are captured by the EIFD are intended to be adequate to cover debt service on those CFD bonds. Why do we do this? First of all, CFD bonds are well accepted in the debt market. IFDs have never issued debt, but CFD debt is very well known to muni bond buyers, as it's been issued dozens, if not hundreds of times over decades in California. From the city's perspective, quite importantly, and the county as well, if they opt in, CFD bonds are non-recourse to the issuing entity. The issuing entity in this case would be the city of Oakland. So Betsy talked to you a little bit about the lessons learned from our experiences at the Coliseum. I think there have been many, but one of them has been related to this particular point, and the need to really create a wall between our financing structure and our general fund. And that relates to the third point as well, which is that revenue shortfalls, although rare, are backstopped by the developer, not the city or county's general fund. So under this combined CFD and EIFD structure, if the tax increment doesn't build as quickly as we'd like, and isn't sufficient to provide all of the money that's needed to service those CFD bonds, the recourse is to that special tax, not to the city or county's general fund. And then again, just to reiterate, this is the structure that has been used by every California EIFD that has been formed to date. So this is the reason that the staff is recommending this particular legal structure for an IFD at Howard Terminal. Now I'm going to talk, so that's sort of some general framework of what is an EIFD and what is a CFD. And now I'm going to talk to you specifically about how they might apply to the Howard Terminal site. So this is a view of Howard Terminal today, an aerial view looking towards the Oakland estuary and Alameda in the distance. As you can see, the site is 100% paved, and the only improvements on the site outside of the existing peaker power plant are that paving and some cranes, which are no longer in use. As a result, the city receives about $73,000 in property tax revenue a year from the Howard Terminal site. So that comes out to about $6,000 a month that we receive to our general fund from this property today. As proposed, the Waterfront Ballpark District at full build out, well, let me clarify. If the Waterfront Ballpark District were fully built out today, we would expect our general fund to be to the good, to the tune of about $25.6 million per year. So let's break down how that comes about and where that extra $25.5 million a year comes from. Today, the assessed value of the Howard Terminal site is about $29.5 million. At full build out, we talked about that program, the ballpark, the 3,000 residential units, the 1.5 million square feet of new commercial space, all of the amenities. We would expect the assessed value of the site to reach $7.6 billion in 2037. So again, 29.5 million compared to 7.6 billion with a B creates a lot of what we call tax increments. So let me walk you through what I mean when I say tax increment or when we use the term but for taxes. In a tax increment financing district like an IFD, there is an existing base year level of property tax revenues to each taxing entity that's fixed. So this is our $73,000 a year that we get from Howard Terminal today. Under the IFD, we would continue to receive that $73,000 a year. As the assessed value grows from $29.5 million to $7.6 billion, you're going to see a corresponding exponential increase in property tax revenues associated with that new assessed value. This is what we call incremental taxes, or in some cases, but for taxes. I think that Dave used that expression a little bit. When we talk about but for taxes, what we really mean is tax revenue that would not exist but for this project. And so this growth in assessed value and the corresponding growth in property taxes would not occur but for this project. And a tax increment financing district like an IFD captures those incremental or but for taxes to support public investment in infrastructure and affordable housing. When the district expires, usually after 45 years, all of that property tax revenue resumes flowing into all the taxing entities, in this case, city, county, state, and other taxing entities. And other taxes like sales and transfer taxes flow to the city and county coffers throughout the project's life cycle. I'm going to just show, I know this is a really complicated and often confusing concept. So I'm going to show it to you one other way, graphically, if you're a visual learner like I am. So here's our fixed tax base. We've got 0 to 45 years. That's the life of the district. The maximum life of the district is 45 years. We've got our fixed tax base of $73,000 a year. The county's fixed tax base is about $50,000 a year. And as that assessed value is going up, so are property taxes. Now, these are property taxes generated on the Howard Terminal site itself. As we start with that $29.5 million assessment and we build to $7.6 billion. This gray triangle here is what is captured by an IFD. It's incremental property taxes and what are called property taxes in lieu of vehicle license fees, or VLF, which is really another flavor of property taxes that are eligible to be captured. There are no other taxes that are eligible to be captured in an EIFD. All of the other taxes, which are, different for different taxing entities. For the state, for example, they get income taxes. City, county, state all get pieces of sales taxes. City and county get transfer taxes. City also receives transient occupancy taxes, gross receipts taxes, which we also call business license fees, utility consumption, parking taxes. These all continue flowing to the taxing entities that would normally collect them: the city, the county, the state, and then to a lesser degree, OUSD, Peralta Community College, East Bay Regional Parks. So it's only this sliver that's captured by the IFD. At the end of the 45 years, everything goes back to as if this EIFD never existed. So property taxes, both fixed tax base, the incremental property taxes, and then all those other categories of taxes that I just talked to you about will go and flow to each taxing entity just as if this EIFD had never existed. And what does this mean for Oakland and in particular for our general fund? So we provided as an attachment to the staff report a July 2nd report from Century Urban, our consultants, on the direct fiscal benefits of the project to Oakland. That, as you probably noted, was organized into two categories. One was annual recurring fiscal impacts, and one was one-time impacts, which really are related to the construction period. So we would expect to see, Oakland should expect to see about $60 million in new tax revenue resulting from construction of the project. This is one-time revenue. All of these categories up here are annual revenue. So we would continue to receive our $73,000 a year in current property tax base. Pursuant to Measure C, we would see almost $1 million a year in new funding for cultural affairs. Measure Z, public safety, comes out to about $1.6 million a year. And then our general fund, about $25.6 million per year, of which 10.4 could be contributed to the IFD. So this 25.6 includes categories of taxes that I talked to you about, like parking taxes, sales taxes, transfer taxes, et cetera, most of which are not eligible to be captured or contributed or invested through an IFD. Only about 10.41 million, specifically property taxes, would flow into, remember this, triangle right here. The difference between the 10.41 and the 25.6 is that fixed tax base and all those other sources of taxes that flow to the city. Now, I do want to make a couple of notes here. Again, the Century Urban full report, which has a lot more detail, is an attachment to the staff report. And it's important also to note that this is looking only at direct fiscal benefit to Oakland and really focused on our general fund. So this does not capture any what we call indirect impacts or induced impacts beyond the boundaries of Howard Terminal. And it also does not include earmarked parcel taxes pursuant to measures D and Q or WW. And I am actually going to work on getting an update to the report just so that we can quantify those for you. Those are all parcel taxes for specific purposes, parks, libraries, and paramedic services that are not captured here. So we'll capture that in the next iteration of the report. And then last, just to be clear, when we talk about annual direct fiscal benefit to Oakland here, I want to note that all of these estimates are in 2020 dollars, as if the project were fully built and stabilized today. So this, when we look at this analysis, this is sort of an imagine, if you will, Howard Terminal exists today. How would our city budget be different? How much more money would we have to spend on city services? So that's the context for the direct fiscal benefit to Oakland. Last, Dave touched on the A's proposal for an offsite IFD in addition to the onsite IFD. So this is the graphic that was in the A's April 23rd proposal. You can see here the Howard Terminal site in gray. And staff is recommending an IFD over the Howard Terminal site itself. The A's, in addition, have asked for what they call the offsite or Jack London Square IFD, which is all of this area in red. So it stretches from, I know it's small and probably hard to see, but this is the West Oakland BART station over here. The northerly boundary is 8th Street, and over here on the east is Oak Street. So this captures basically would capture basically all of the Jack London district, and then the Acorn Industrial District and the area of West Oakland around the West Oakland BART station. So there are a number of reasons in staff's analysis that we would not recommend the approach advocated by the A's for an offsite IFD. First of all, it's not clear that an offsite IFD captures, again, what we would call but-for taxes. We did some backward-looking analysis of how assessed values have grown in Oakland over the last 20 years with our Department of Finance. And we have folks, Aaron and Margaret, with us today if there are specific questions for them about any of the financial analysis. They've been key parts of our team. But the analysis that we did work on with the Department of Finance indicated that we've seen assessed value growth historically in Oakland over the last 20 years of 6.4% a year on average. We don't know what the future will look like. We don't have a crystal ball, but we do know what's happened in Oakland over the last 20 years. And that is what I said, 6.4% a year appreciation in average assessed values. When we looked at and analyzed the A's proposal for an offsite IFD, what we saw was that they were expecting or projecting 6.8% growth in assessed values and property taxes annually in this red area over the next 45 years. So it's, I think, fair to say that IFD over the Jack London district in West Oakland would capture a significant amount of growth. In fact, the overwhelming majority of the growth in assessed values and taxes that are generated in that area would likely have occurred even absent the project. And absent the project would flow into the city's general fund and be available for critical city services and investments, not just in this neighborhood, but throughout the city. In addition, kind of exacerbating that effect, this line I added to the graphic So in closing, really want to go back to what Betsy talked about, which is, our North Star as staff in evaluating the A's proposal and looking at recommending a potential on-site IFD. We have been focused from day one on avoiding the use of public funds to build or operate the ballpark, unlike the Coliseum. Again, unlike the Coliseum, no general obligation funds or general fund risk, and no increases to city or county property taxes to underwrite this deal. The city staff's proposed plan and development of the project would result in increased funds for cultural affairs, schools, libraries, parks, public safety, and violence prevention, as well as a permanently expanded city and county property tax base. At full build-out, Howard Terminal would increase value of all property in the city of Oakland by about 6%. So would constitute about 6% of the total assessed value within the city of Oakland. So it would significantly increase our tax base forever, as well as that of the county. And all of those things really lead us into our staff recommendation related to the infrastructure financing district. And that's that the city's but-for property taxes be invested in critically needed public infrastructure, open space, and affordable housing by establishing a single EIFD over the Howard Terminal project site, only the site that you see outlined here in yellow. That we do so in such a way that we can attract similar investment from Alameda County, who will also reap substantial benefits from the project, and that we leverage those local investments with state and federal funding to the maximum extent possible so that we can stretch our local dollars to provide more community benefits and more infrastructure enhancements and amenities that are so needed. Do you want me to pause and take questions on the IFD, Chair Kalb, or do you want me to proceed through the other topics?
No, please finish the presentation, then we'll get to our questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next topic we were asked to talk about is what's called the non-relocation agreement. These are sometimes also referred to as commitment agreements. And first, what is a non-relocation agreement? It's an agreement between a local jurisdiction and a professional sports team, which at its most basic level would bind the team to keep its headquarters in the city and to play most or all of its home games in the new facility. A non-relocation agreement is put in place to protect substantial investment by a city, county, or other public entity. And in recognition of the fact that the loss of tax revenues, indirect economic benefits, and reputation that would result if the team were to leave. This is a bit academic, what I'm reading to you right now and presenting to you, but I think all of us who have lived through the departure of the Raiders and the Warriors know exactly what I'm talking about in terms of the fallout of the departure of a team. And a non-relocation agreement is designed to prevent that. Monetary remedies, meaning money, payments of money alone, are generally not considered to be sufficient to make the host city, in this case Oakland, whole in the event of a team's early departure. And as a result, these have become nearly universal elements of ballpark projects that involve any level of public investment. You probably read in the staff report that this has changed quite a bit over the last 2 decades. These non-relocation agreements did not become common. So Oakland was not alone in the mistakes that we have endured at the Coliseum, but I think that many cities, Oakland included, have really been to the school of hard knocks, and when it comes to understanding what's needed to protect those investments. And so non-relocation agreements really have become the norm when there's any level of public money involved in the build out of a professional sports facility in the United States. We have many areas of agreement between the A's and staff in terms of what the non-relocation agreement should include. And those high level are that all home games, subject to limited exceptions like those preseason games played in Japan or Canada, for example, all other home games would be played in the new ballpark. The A's would need to maintain their franchise as a MLB team in good standing, with headquarters in Oakland and using Oakland as the team's primary geographic identifier. What does that mean? It means the Oakland A's will be the Oakland A's and not the Bay Area A's or whatever the case may be. Any new owner of the A's team would be subject to the non-relocation agreement as well. That's not meaning to imply that we think the team is for sale, but again, just standard clause in these agreements that the agreement goes with the team. So if the team is sold, the agreement remains in place. And last, equitable and injunctive relief in the event of a team default. I'm going to attempt to say what that means, and I will ask Bijal to Patel from the city attorney's office to jump in if I say it incorrectly, but I think the layperson's explanation would be that we would enforce the agreement. We would cause them to stay by going to court and asking a judge not to let them leave if they attempted to do so in default of a non-relocation agreement that had been signed. There are 3 areas of ongoing negotiation related to the non-relocation agreement where we have not reached consensus with the A's. One is a prohibition against engaging in discussions with any parties about relocating the team outside of Oakland, except during the final years of the term of the non-relocation agreement. So this is a common feature of most non-relocation agreements for professional sports. That there will not be, during the term of the agreement, the team will not be exploring leaving. There's usually a carve out towards the end of the term. So for example, where the A's are today, where they have 3 years, I believe, left on their license agreement at the Coliseum, there would be an opportunity for them to explore their options at that point. But during the bulk of the term of the agreement, they really would need to be committed to staying in Oakland and not looking at other options. Liquidated damages, which is simply the payment of money in the event of a default, is also a feature of many of these agreements, which the A's have not yet agreed to. And then last, and maybe most significant, the term of the agreement. Staff recommends that the commitment agreement or non-relocation agreement express a commitment from the A's to Oakland at a minimum on par with Oakland's commitment to the A's. Their current offer is a 20-year non-relocation agreement contingent on no increases in city taxes that would affect their operations during that time. As we talked about previously, the IFD term would be up to 45 years and the port's ground lease is 66 years. And last, community benefits. The A's proposal on community benefits, as you heard Dave speak to, is that there would be a 20% set aside from the 2 IFDs proposed by the A's, the on-site and off-site IFDs, which would result in the A's estimate in $450 million allocated to community benefits over the course of 45 years. That is expressed in nominal dollars, not today's dollars. The Community benefits in the A's proposal would be funded entirely by property tax increment captured by those two IFDs, the on-site and proposed off-site IFDs. The A's would commit to use unionized labor in the construction and operation of the ballpark. And the A's have made no other commitments to specific community benefits, and note that the community and city of Oakland would direct how those funds are spent. Some of the challenges of the A's proposal were noted by the public speakers, but I will reiterate them. And IFD proceeds are very limited in their use. They can be spent only on public capital facilities, and they are specifically prohibited from funding the costs of ongoing operation or providing services of any kind. This is letter of the law. So using an IFD as the sole source of funds for community benefits by definition limits the scope of those benefits to things that can be paid for by an IFD, and excludes many of the benefits that were identified by the community as being of, utmost value to them. An IFD is also limited to a term of 45 years. So unlike the 66-year community benefits agreement sought by the community, this proposal from the A's would limit the community benefits to 45 years. And then last, but certainly not least, the nature of an IFD is that funds accumulate slowly at first and grow over time as new development is completed and placed on the tax roll. So without another source of upfront or early funding, most of the benefits would not be realized for at least a decade. Staff, taking into consideration all of these factors, has suggested an alternative approach to community benefits, one that focuses really on three categories. One is affordable housing opportunities on and off site. The second is jobs, and the third is a community fund that can provide a long-term source of funding and community governance to address community needs over the 66-year life of the port lease. So I'm going to talk to you about each of those. Specifically with regard to affordable housing, the staff recommendation is to target 30% affordability using both on and off-site strategies. On-site, in lieu of payment of fees, we would ask that the developer provide affordable housing units equal to at least, 15% of all new on-site units, which would be 450, assuming a full build out of 3,000 residential units. And off-site, we're recommending the establishment through set aside from the IFD of a $50 million fund to implement displacement prevention strategies, which could include new construction, preservation, renovation, down payment assistance, and other forms of capital expenditures related to implementing affordable housing strategies off-site. With regard to jobs, the staff recommendation includes subjecting all project-related construction to the port's Maritime Aviation Project Labor Agreement, also known as the MAPLA. The MAPLA has many elements, but one of them is a required monthly contribution from all participating contractors of 30 cents per craft hour to the port's Social Justice Trust Fund. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more on the next slide. And taking the port's approach to operations jobs, generally as set forth in that center point jobs policy that was referenced by some of the public speakers to form the basis for a port operations jobs policy for the proposed project. We would expect, based on the Centerpoint deal, that would address at a minimum living wages and benefits for workers, priority consideration for disadvantaged workers, and fair chance hiring policies, again, consistent with Centerpoint. And last, the staff recommendation includes formation of a community fund with multiple sources of funds for benefits over the course of the 66-year port lease And, there's a few, I think, advantages to having multiple sources rather than just the set aside from the IFD. There's sort of the smoothing effect that if one source falls a little short, another may make up the difference. And there's earlier deposits into the fund under this scenario, as well as more flexible uses when we're not limiting the deposits only to IFD sources, which again have limited uses under the legal structure. So we're looking at 4 different sources for this fund. One is that Port Social Justice Trust Fund, which we would expect to accumulate about $10 million over the 10 to 15 year build out of the project. That would be dedicated to workforce development. The city and county would set aside from the IFD $50 million over the first 15 to 20 years for those offsite affordable housing strategies. We would look to the developer and subsequent owners of the site to provide a 0.75% transfer fee on all title transfers to the residential condominiums. That's one of the largest sources at $340 million over 66 years. And finally, we would ask that the developer, in lieu of paying transportation impact fees for the project, make deposits of about $11 million over the first 10 years of the project into this fund. And you can find in the staff report breakdown of sort of by decade what our current projections are of deposits into the fund. They total a little over $410 million over 66 years. Last, the potential framework for this fund implementation. You've heard some about the process that the city, A's, and Port have gone through to date to identify the community priorities related to community benefits. And so I just wanted to provide a little insight into how we might move forward and how we would use that information that we have developed to date. So first, this term sheet obviously would need to be fleshed out in much greater detail in a development agreement that would detail the governance structure for the fund and all of these funding sources and the required deposits into the fund. We would look to create a community advisory committee to guide implementation of the fund. And an outside fund manager to help with implementation. We would look, like many endowments, really operate at probably community priorities in chunks of 5 or 10 years, because we would expect those to change over the course of 66 years. So that community benefits report that was the work of our steering committee and topic cohorts over the last 18 months would really be used to guide that first 5-year strategic plan. And we would have a grant making process involving the community advisory committee. This is an idea about how this would work. This needs to be vetted if we get direction from the council to do so by the steering committee members, community stakeholders, our city attorney's office, and others, to come up with a framework that really would work for Oakland. But I think the overarching idea is that there would be a level of community direction of funds, as well as a role for the recommendations that have been made in steering that first 5-year strategic plan. And we are almost to the end of my presentation. So what about the port? This is a question that we frequently get from different angles. I've been asked, why is the port not being asked to participate in the IFD? There's a very simple reason for that. The port is not a taxing entity. They do not get tax increment, and thus they don't have any tax increment to contribute to an IFD. We also get a number of questions about why is Howard Terminal not being used as a cargo terminal today? It was last used for container cargo operations in 2013. And we have been advised by port staff that Howard Terminal, both because of the relatively shallow depth of the estuary at this far end, as well as the relatively limited size of Howard Terminal itself at 50 acres, which again is physically separated from the remainder of the seaport by Schnitzer Steel, which is a private property owner. That limited size of 50 acres, it just is not viable for the modern port operation, container operations, which are focused on larger and larger ships. We've also been advised that the port has underutilized capacity for cargo and freight operations at the deeper water outer harbor, as well as the 160 acres of converted Army base land, which were added to the port in the early 2000s. You heard a little bit about the turning basin, which is where those ultra large ships are turned around so that they can, once they load and unload, can turn around, make a U-turn essentially, and head back out into the bay and eventually the Pacific Ocean. That turning basin is located here at the southwest corner of the site. The port's term sheet with the A's reserves essentially this portion of the site that you see in red and purple for a period of up to 10 years, while the port and the Army Corps of Engineers study the potential need for an enlarged turning basin. And then to some of the questions related to potential conflicts between residential and adjacent industrial uses, I do want to call out that those residential uses would be concentrated on the easterly portion of the site closest to Jack London Square and furthest from Schnitzer Steel and the port. They would in fact be prohibited west of Myrtle Street. And then finally, you heard a little bit, I think, about the seaport compatibility measures that would be imposed by the port board on its agreements and the improvements to Adeline, Embarcadero West, and other critical port infrastructure that are contained in the city's EIR, which are really designed to maintain separation of truck and rail traffic that serves the port from Ballpark and ancillary development traffic that will serve this new development. And as noted by Chair Kalb, I know we have Matt Davis and I believe also Pam Kershaw from the port on the call today. So if there are specific questions for port staff, they can address all of this in much greater detail and more eloquently than I. We do work very closely with our fellow staff at the port and rely heavily on their advice and expertise in terms of understanding how the proposed project might impact seaport operations. In terms of project approvals, as I noted previously, the port has already completed its own non-binding term sheet with the A's. That was completed in May of 2019. We're here in July of 2021 to talk about a potential non-binding term sheet between the city and A's. And those of you who listened in on the marathon meeting with Alameda County back on June 15th probably heard that they're intending to take up a decision about whether or not opt into the IFD this fall, specifically in September. All of these top three are all non-binding decisions. These are all, none of these constitute a deal or an approval of this project in any way. The City of Oakland, as lead agency under the California Environmental Quality Act, has to take the first binding action of this entire project, which is certifying the EIR and then approving a general plan amendment, rezoning, planned unit development a tract map, and a development agreement, including community benefits. These are all city actions. Not a single one of those can happen until the EIR is certified. We received over 400 comments to the draft EIR, and our staff and consultants are working now to respond to those. But nothing goes forward until that EIR is certified and these decisions are made by the city. So again, going back to the beginning of where we started today, we're not asking for a vote. We're expecting a vote today, but even if the city proceeds to a vote on a term sheet on July 20th, that will be non-binding, and all of these decisions will still be out there for the council to make in the future. At the same time, we would need to approve a resolution of intention to form an EIFD and CFD and appoint members to that public financing authority and approve that detailed infrastructure financing plan for those districts. The port has numerous approvals outstanding as well. They would need to approve those transactional documents, including an option agreement, master lease, and incorporating seaport compatibility measures. And the County of Alameda, if it elects to do so, would need to formally opt in to the IFD, appoint their members to the Public Financing Authority, and independently approve that infrastructure financing plan. So I'm finally at the end and happy to take questions and looking for council member feedback on the proposed development agreement terms that we talked about today, specifically the IFDs 1 versus 2, the potential terms of a non-relocation agreement, and the approach to community benefits. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Betsy and Molly. Appreciate all the work you've been doing on this for years now. Appreciate that very much, and for this presentation today. Will the PowerPoint presentation you just presented be on the city's website somewhere, or can you post that on somewhere in the city's website after today? Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to first call on the council members who are on the CED committee. First, Noel Gallo, then Lauren Taylor, then Carol Fife, then myself, and then I will call on all the remaining council members who I believe are here today to ask questions, make comments, give feedback to Betsy and Molly, to the city administration, and to each other. So we'll start with Councilmember Gallo.
Before we start, Councilmember Kalb.
Yes, go ahead.
I just have to say, I believe that order is backwards to end with the council member whose district this project is based in, but go on.
Well, I know Noel has to go soon. That's why I was going to have him first.
No, it's fine. Let me hear Carol, then I'll go on.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, Councilmember Fife then. Please ask your questions and comments.
I'll ask one very important question that many constituents have asked and many participants in the community benefits agreement process have asked, and that is if Mr. Caval is still, yeah, he's still here. It looks like he's still here.
And I'm here. I'm happy to answer anything.
Thank you. So I'm just going to start, and I know Noel has to leave, so I'll follow up with my additional questions a little later. Are the A's owners going to contribute any private dollars to the community benefits agreement?
Well, Councilmember, our proposal from January earmarks the 20% of both the on-site and the off-site IFD, and that's for one aspect of the community benefits. Keep in mind, there are many other aspects. We're building a privately financed ballpark. That's a community benefit. We're using union and labor for construction and operation. We have all the environmental justice planks that come from AB 734. So there's a variety of aspects that were discussed, obviously, in the meetings of the steering committee that we're addressing with our proposal. So I think it's beyond just the tax increment as it was kind of articulated by the city staff. And it's important that folks remember that all those are aspects holistically of what the project brings to Oakland.
So is that a yes or a no?
It's a yes.
Because I'm familiar with the 4 pillars approach, three of which you just listed, which is a privately funded ballpark, union labor,
yep,
which is not union labor for the entire city that doesn't necessarily benefit the entire city, particularly West Oakland residents. And environmental justice, there are several environmental justice organizations on today that are pushing for additional asks. So what I'm asking is, what's being suggested is that the city is not calling for, or is actually countering the idea of having an on-site and an off-site IFD, right? So I'm trying to just really get clear if the aides are going to invest not taxpayer money from the tax increment financing district, but private money from the A's ownership who've had increased revenues over the pandemic, whose income has risen dramatically over the pandemic, if any of those private dollars will be invested. And your answer is yes?
Well, my answer is that we have 4 pillars to the community benefits associated with the project.
I mentioned those.
And it's all private capital. So the dollars we're investing in the ballpark, in the union, in the increased labor rates for the union labor, which we think is very important for this project, for the regulations and requirements around environmental justice, greenhouse gas neutrality, local offsets, and then obviously the tax increment that gets actually pushed back into a fund that can be actually administered by the steering committee. All of those are things that will bring widespread community benefits to the community, and they're all because of the private capital that's being deployed, Councilmember. So yes.
With all due respect, I will take my comments. I'll have my comments later. I will understand that Mr. Gallo has to leave, so that Mr. Cabal is not sufficient, but I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Fies. I tend to agree with you that he didn't fully answer the question, but he will have another opportunity as we go back and forth. So, and Councilmember Fies will have additional questions and comments, I'm sure, but let's go to Councilmember Gallo, who I know has some comments and questions and might have to leave soon.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson Kalb. What I'll do is I'll leave my questions, I'll read them off, and I do have a meeting actually with Mr. Henry Gardner and some of his staff regarding, there's a great deal of interest from entertainment circles now that want to come to the city of Oakland to use the arena, as well as other sports activities from soccer to other minor leagues that want to use the stadium. So that's a positive sign. People are interested in the Coliseum. But here are my questions to the A's as well as to our city staff. One is, what I'd like to have is, what is the timeline that we're under? I know that July 20th, we're only going to consider the non-binding term sheet that's being presented by staff. But beyond that, when will you be able to, or what is the deadline for an overall recommendation to the council that we have to vote yes or no to do the project? Because these can drag on, and we can take a great deal of time, while at the same time we really need to develop the Coliseum site, since we had that discussion at the council yesterday. So my question would be, do the A's need the Coliseum site for the ballpark project to work? We need to be really upfront. Do they need the ball? I mean, in the beginning, that's what they were trying to acquire, the Coliseum site from the county, as well as an interest in acquiring the Coliseum site on the Oakland side ownership. And then the other one is to have a real clear understanding, what is the role of the Port of Oakland? My understanding is that the Port of Oakland controls the real estate, but the Oakland City Council has a jurisdiction over the use of the property. Then again, if we can explain in terms of the impact the ballpark will have on the port, and I'm really grateful for the tours I received within some of our businesses at the Port of Oakland, and I see the growth, the expansion, the new cranes, the activity, all the cargo ships lined up in the bay waiting to come in for service. And not only do they serve the U.S., but they serve Asia and around the world. And that activity is going to continue to grow. So what is the ballpark impact on the port, considering the fact that we have letters from BART, from railroad, from the railroad Union Pacific, in terms of clearly saying that it's unsafe, that the property, that the ballpark location is unsafe. And we have letters saying that BART is not going to participate, including Pacific Railroad, that's basically saying no to the ballpark. So if we can clearly define the impact the ballpark will have on the port. And the other one is, what is the county's participation will be in the near future, or is greatly needed for us to be successful with this activity? And lastly, are my taxes going to increase? Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Fife, for allowing me to present those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gallo. Can we start with city staff for those? And then if Dave from the A's has a comment on some of those questions as well, or the port, that'd be great. But let's hear from city staff first on those.
Thank you, Chair Kalb. So I think I got them all down, but Councilmember Gallo, let me know if I missed any or misstated any. The first I noted was what's the timeline we're operating under, and when, after July 20th, what happens next and when. So the A's have not yet submitted all of their applications for the proposed project. We're expecting, based on communications from their staff, to get those final applications. I think it's next week, actually. And so, we will process those just as we do for any other development project. It does take some time for our engineering and planning staff to review those, propose revisions and make comments to the applicant's consulting team. Usually we go through 2 or 3 plan checks on those. In parallel, our EIR team, led by Pete Volman, who's on the call as well, my colleague in planning, is working to respond to those over 400 comments we received to the EIR. It's fairly impossible for me to precisely project at this time when we will be through and out the other side of this process, given that we have not received all of the applications from the applicant yet. But we are endeavoring to have a response to comments on the EIR side done by the end of October, which means that the project could potentially proceed to its first public hearings in November. That would be starting at Planning Commission before it comes to you at Council. That's timeline. I'll let Dave also speak to what deadlines he may be facing, either internally at the A's or from MLB, because I'm not privy to all of those. But I'll kind of finish and then I'll let Dave join in. And I'm going to let Dave speak to whether or not the A's need the Coliseum site for the ballpark to work. I think that's really a question for them. The role of the Port of Oakland, you're correct, Councilmember Gallo, that they do control all of the real estate transactional documents, so the option agreement, the leases. They also have under the charter the ability and intend to process what's called a port building permit. It's a little confusing because it's not what we would think of a building permit at the city of Oakland. It doesn't have anything to do with plumbing codes or electrical. It's really a planning document for the port. And I will let Matt jump in, or Pam, in just a minute on adding some color to that, as well as answering the question about potential impacts on the port. County participation is unknown at this point. We have made a request through the city administration as well as a presentation on June 15th requesting that the county opt in. I would say I'm cautiously optimistic that they seemed inclined to do so, but we won't know more until they go through their due diligence process, just as we have at the city, to understand what that would really mean. And they've told us that they're expecting to take it up again in the fall. And last, my favorite question, are my taxes going to increase? Do you live on Howard Terminal? No. Okay, good, because I didn't think anyone did. So the answer to that is no, your taxes are not going to increase as a result of this project. That's a very straightforward one.
So Carol Fife will have to increase her taxes.
So I think there were some questions in there really for the A's.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer on the Coliseum site.
So,
yes, thank you, Molly. Appreciate that. Let's go to Dave.
Yeah, so on the Coliseum site, Councilmember Gallo, thanks for asking about that. There's never been an intention to have the projects linked in any way. Our efforts in East Oakland and buying the county's portion is completely separate from what we're doing at the waterfront. Our focus is on getting the approval of the Howard Terminal economic deal with the city council on the 20th to get an understanding that, you know, both sides share the vision for a waterfront ballpark and development, that can coexist with the port, and that the financial framework is something that makes sense for both parties. So I think that's our perspective, and we're very hopeful that we get an affirmative vote at that time. And we really appreciate the opportunity today to really dig in and get into the details of that.
Thank you. I want to again note Matt and Pam from the port. I'm sorry, Pam, for not realizing you were here earlier and not mentioning that. Matt Davis and Pam Kershaw are here from the Port of Oakland. Are there any of the questions or any part of the presentation that you'd like to comment on at this point? I'm going to open it up to Matt or Pam.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to participate. As you mentioned, I'm joined by my colleague, Pamela Kershaw, our Director of Commercial Real Estate. I'm the Port's Director of Governmental Affairs. The only issue I would take with Molly's presentation as it concerns the port is that she was actually quite comprehensive and very accurate in all of the elements, and I think she described it perfectly. Before we get into sort of the question related to port impacts, I guess I would probably want to turn it to Pamela first, just to sort of address any additional details about the role of the port as a as a landlord, or how we're sort of processing our agreement with the Oakland Athletics.
Sure, great. Thank you, Matt. And thank you, Chair Kalb, for hosting this meeting today, as well as the committee members and members of the council joining. Greatly appreciate you giving so much of your time today to this topic. The Port of Oakland approved, as Molly mentioned, and by the way, your staff is amazing. I think they did a fantastic job in covering a lot in a very concise and articulate way. And I'm slightly, maybe more than slightly jealous about that. Nonetheless, to the question of the port has been, we approved an exclusive negotiating term sheet agreement with the A's back in 2019 in May. It's been posted on our website, as well as some other information along with it since that time. Our process as a responsible agency under CEQA, we do not have lead agency role. We cannot amend the general plan pursuant to the city charter. That is a power reserved solely to the city council. And so this project would require a general plan amendment, and thus the environmental document to accompany that, as Molly explained, that EIR. The port anticipates acting on our real estate transaction documents, which are growing more voluminous by the hour as we negotiate the details of this transaction, but include an option agreement, as well as several lease formats, as well as some purchase and sale agreements, and a bunch of other documents that trail from those. Very complicated agreement, as seems to be the case these days. We also, because of our roles as Tidelands trustee with the state of California, this property does have trust encumbrances on it. We will need to authorize and approve an exchange agreement with the State Lands Commission. And we will also need to undoubtedly approve a BCDC major permit which requires that we encumber our property with recordation of those permits, and so hence requiring board approval as well as any changes to the current DTSC toxic substance control covenant on the property, which will have to be done in order to allow residential uses to be built on the site. There will need to be revisions to that covenant, which also needs to get recorded on the title of the property. Hence, the port must approve that as well. And as Molly mentioned, we have a creature called a building permit at the port as well. It is not the building permit that I'm familiar with at the city as a City of Oakland resident, but it is more like a port development permit, and we basically are anticipating that development permit will be a very close companion to whatever the city land use permits are. And if there's any need for any port specific requirements in that, we will include those. We have our own ordinances and policies that are slightly different in some ways that we would have to layer on top of that. That's a possibility as well. Those will trail behind the city's action. So we are closely watching the schedule as well and queuing up our documents to be ready to do that. And I think that was the gist of the question being asked of the board on process. And I know, Matt, you wanted to speak a little bit about the port impacts. And I do just want to reiterate, back in 2019, the board did unanimously approve this exclusive negotiating term sheet agreement. The terminal operations at the site have ceased to exist since 2013, when the prior tenant was asked to be released from their lease at that time early. And so basically this site has not had container terminal operations on it since late 2013, early 2014. So I guess we're about, almost 8 years into that now. So I do think we've had some time where that property hasn't been used for those operations. That was known to our board at that time when they approved it. And that ENSA itself, as we call it, trailed a 1-year exclusive negotiating agreement we also had with Age prior to that, beginning in 2018. So we have been at this for a while. In fact, it's my second time doing an ENA for baseball on the same site. We did one back in 2014. Some of you, Councilmember Gallo, I believe you remember that back in the day. So it has been around for a while, but we are engaging very seriously with the A's on the project transaction that we envisioned in 2019. And I'll stop talking and let Matt answer the question about the seaport. As I said, I noticed you wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, no, I think that you covered it really well. Obviously, the success and the viability and the future growth of the seaport is a paramount concern, and our board recognized that when they did approve the ENS in 2019. As was noted, it was a unanimous vote, and I think that that's not a predetermination of the project, but it's certainly a layer of confidence that when done right and sort of all of the elements, including a final EIR with all the mitigation measures, and certainly with the added component of seaport compatibility measures, which are an ongoing discussion that we've been engaged in with our maritime stakeholders for the better part of the last 2 years. And we will have a little bit more finer points to share with you before your meeting of July 20th to kind of talk about those in greater detail. But in general terms, they involve operational mitigations and sort of items regarding boating safety, ensuring that a traffic management plan can sort of adapt itself so that as the project comes to life, it's sort of adaptable to accommodate things that we can't foresee right now. Certainly the issue of rail corridor and rail safety, which could include a lot of at-grade improvements and potentially grade-separated improvements. And then obviously for the growth of the port, we're heavily engaged in the second year of our feasibility study with the Army Corps of Engineers. So land has been reserved, more land that we may even need to accommodate the widening of the turning basin to accommodate larger vessels and the next generation of container ships. And the Howard Terminal, as Pamela mentioned, at 50 acres approximately, it's not conducive to sort of current marine terminal efficiencies of scale. So, it has not been used for ship-to-shore container movements for the better part of the last 8 years. So it's not necessarily envisioned as being part of the port's larger scale operations for cargo and container growth. That said, we absolutely respect the concerns that have been raised by our maritime stakeholders. We're actively working with them, and the city is going to be a part of that solution as well, and making sure that the issues that have been raised are jointly brought together and solved. And so this is an ongoing discussion, and obviously our board continues to affirm that these can be compatible uses.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm sure there'll be some other questions that the port staff will want to help answer later today. I know I'll have at least one question for that. Let's see. I'll go back to Councilmember Fife. Did you have more questions now, or should we go to Councilmember Taylor? What's your preference?
Yes, Councilmember Kalb, I'm just going to say that for everyone listening, for people who are living in District 3, particularly in West Oakland, for businesses that are going to be impacted, many of whom don't feel like they've had a voice at the table, my office will conduct a town hall specifically for the people who live in the district. So I wanted to say that, and the dates and information can be found on my social media page so that we can have ample time to go through your concerns about this particular development. And of course, Chair Kalb, I have a million questions, but I'm gonna go ahead and let Lauren go so he can get some of his questions answered as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and jump in. Thank you for allowing that. First of all, I have to acknowledge being a lifelong Oaklander, lifelong A's fan. I am very interested and committed to figuring out a way that we can keep them here. That being said, I think like many of the speakers who also voiced the fact that, hey, we're not willing to make deals that don't work for our city and our residents. And that's why we're doing this due diligence. Appreciate having this chance to really dig into the details and make sure we're getting it right. I did want to thank everyone who's been working really hard on really sort of vetting and uplifting the things that we hold sacred and those elements that we need to get right. So thanks to the city staff, our many community members who put in countless hours on the community benefits, on other community engagement, elevating a variety of voices into the process, our labor partners, and so many other stakeholders who have been fully engaged for a long time, long before we even had the term sheet that we've been looking at or the initial proposal. So a couple questions that I wanted to dig in specifically. So we talk about this infrastructure financing district, and specifically one infrastructure financing district on site versus two, including one that's off site. So I want to understand that a little bit better. So the first IFD, it makes sense to me that it's supporting what's happening on that site, limited to the project site. The second one I struggle with for many of the reasons that staff laid out, because it's hard to separate what we already have going on from the downtown specific plan in terms of the improvements that are already set to happen, the fact that we've got a standard growth and development trajectory in terms of property values that has been consistent over time. I think what the difference in terms of growth was 6.8% growth versus 6.4% growth that kind of staff kind of anticipated. So a minimal amount of, I will say, dollars that would be produced over the time. And so I guess my understanding is that the second IFD produces less than $50 million, whether it's 39 or 48 or whatever, less than $50 million in bonding capacity by the time the ballpark opens. So that's less than the $300 million that we actually need to cover offsite infrastructure. So I guess the question for the A's and to Dave is, what's the proposal for where we get the additional funds to fill that gap? Is there an expectation that the city's going to borrow against its general fund? Are the A's going to be bridging that gap and fronting those dollars? Sort of what's the plan there? And if there isn't a plan, then it seems like using that second IFD might not actually produce the value that of why it's actually being proposed. So I wanted to lift that one up. On the non-relocation agreement, to me, I just want to state out, it seems completely reasonable that we would fall in line with other relocation agreements across the country when new public sort of stadiums are established that have some sort of public investment in order to make them work. And so understanding that, I think the A's have agreed to 20 years right now, but we have, I guess, how do we wrap our arms around and get comfortable with the fact that 20 years is significantly sort of less than the 45 years of public investment and the 66 years of the lease. It seems to me that we would want to tie a non-relocation agreement to those sort of terms that we have. On the community benefits agreement, I know that there's some, I guess I'll just say up front, I share the same question that Councilmember Fife lifted up, that the only source of community benefits in that fourth sort of pillar relative to this whole community benefits agreement process that everyone's put in time is proposed to come from future tax revenues and not actually a contribution from the developer and the team that's there. When we even talking about affordable housing, which I'm sure others will dig into as well, it sounds as though there's a request from the A's to have a waiver of any affordable housing commitments, the same that we would expect of any other developer who develops, whether it's, you know, a few units or 1,000 units. And so I'm wanting to understand and have a response to that and sort of get better understanding. And then also, even looking at the IFD versus what was proposed by staff, it seems as though there is there are some limits in terms of how the IFD dollars can be spent. And some of those things in the community benefits agreement that have been lifted up by the task force and the committee would not be eligible. So wanted to acknowledge that as well. One question for, I have a few other questions, but I do want to just lift up one other aspect of this paying for community benefits. A member of the community lifted up to me a concept of a TIF, or a tax infrastructure, or sorry, tax increment financing, and whether or not there are other mechanisms that might be alternatives that allow for other uses that aren't eligible for an IFD. And so I guess that's maybe to city staff, just to get that answered on the record. Are there other ways of tapping into the future tax increment that allow more flexibility with funds? Those are the questions for now. I'll stop. I do have a few others, but we'll let the conversation proceed before raising my hand again.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Let's start with Dave from the A's for some of those questions that you'd like to respond to briefly, and then we'll ask staff to respond as appropriate.
Yes, Councilmember Kalb and Taylor, one question you had on the non-relocation. I think it's important to remember that most of the other cases where there's a non-relocation agreement, the actual city or county or whoever the municipal agency, they're paying for the ballpark or the stadium. And so this situation is slightly different because we're paying for the entire ballpark, and the only public aspect are the but-for tax revenues. So it's a slightly different arrangement than the other cases. And that's why we're all for having a non-relocation agreement. I think its form should be slightly different than the ones you see in these other municipalities. Does that, so that, I think that's a key point to remember. And then you had a question on the IFD as well, in terms of, you know, from our perspective, we think the offsite is required as well. And in terms of the gap on the offsite infrastructure, you know, the draft EIR only states that $22 million of the offsite infrastructure is required for the ballpark. And so I think it's important to remember that some of these things could be phased. And so the offsite IFD could be used to fund these things over time as they're needed and as the tax revenue comes to fruition. So I don't think it would be something that would make the Oakland General Fund at risk in any way. And that's really our proposal that we made in January, was to have a phased approach to deploying infrastructure offsite, and that would be something that would be the responsibility of the city.
Thank you. And to city staff, did you have some comments on Councilmember Taylor's questions?
Sure. So I'll take them in the order that Dave did. The non-relocation term. I might ask some of my colleagues who are on the phone who have done more on the non-relocation, including Bijal Patel, to opine on this. But I think that we have found that, as stated in the presentation, that these are nearly universal, despite the fact that there are very wide range of levels of public investment in these various facilities or infrastructure, for example, supporting the facilities over the last 20 years. I think what we saw was a stronger relationship between the size and the nature of the public investment and the liquidated damages that were called out in those non-relocation agreements versus the term, meaning the length of the commitment. That was, I think, overarching, probably the stronger relationship. Would you say that's accurate, Bijal? Bijal there.
Yeah.
So funny. Talking into the Zoom ephemera.
Bijal Patel from the City Attorney's Office. I see you on the queue. Could you unmute if you're
She may have stepped away for a moment.
Okay, we'll go back to that.
On the second question, the adequacy of the offsite IFD, I actually really have no idea what Dave's referring to when he says the EIR requires $22 million of infrastructure for the ballpark. There are a number, the EIR doesn't quantify the cost of anything that's not part of the scope of an EIR. But there are numerous mitigation measures that are called out in the EIR as being necessary to be in place opening day, as well as a number of other non-CEQA measures related to the city's transportation impact review guidelines, which are also called out for implementation on opening day. In fact, almost all of the infrastructure investment that's contemplated in the EIR is tied to opening day of the ballpark. There are a few improvements, including I think some of the signalization on MLK, which are called out for later implementation with the ancillary development, but the vast majority, I think that totaled about $8 million of the total, approximately $300 million budget. The rest of it was anticipated to be in place for opening day.
Okay, thank you. We'll have more time to go back and forth and make sure all the questions get answered. I'm going to ask if you.
I was going to just, I
Betsy?
think there was one specifically that Councilmember Taylor asked the staff to weigh in on, and that is whether the concept of a TIF and whether there are other tax increment financing, whether there are other mechanisms that allow for more broad uses that would not be eligible for an IFD. And, I think tax increment financing is the concept of the IFD. It arose out of redevelopment, as Molly presented in her staff presentation. Unfortunately, redevelopment no longer exists, and our current form of tax increment financing is these infrastructure financing districts.
Thank you.
I don't know, Molly, if you wanted to add anything else on that, or whether we wanted one of our consultants to address that.
I think it's a good question. It's probably a longer discussion than we're doing right now, but maybe if there could be some offline discussion with Councilmember Taylor and other council members prior to the 20th, that might be helpful.
That'd be great. Thank you, Chair Kalb.
So I'm going to ask a few questions myself. I first want to just say that, the term non-binding has been mentioned for this term sheet that will be of one sort or another that will come to us for discussion and possible vote on the 20th of this month. I just wanted to say, and if anybody at city staff disagrees with this, let me know. Yes, it's called a non-binding term sheet, but with voting on a term sheet comes with my understanding, or my impression is there's an implicit good faith expectation that what's in the term sheet will closely guide the details of a development agreement with maybe a few tweaks here and there. So I want to make sure we all realize that the word non-binding should not make us think that, this decision on the 20th is no big deal because it's non-binding. I hope nobody is thinking that. I'm not thinking that. Non-binding or otherwise, it is going to be the blueprint for a development agreement, and it's going to answer a lot of questions. And while there will be some tweaks and negotiations to happen in the interim, it's going to be, more or less the elements that are mentioned in the term sheet are going to be what's in the development agreement with a little bit here and there. So that's my impression. Is anybody in city staff thinking different than that?
I think that's generally accurate. I think what non-binding really means to me is you can change your mind, right? You can change your mind later. But for us as city staff, we're really looking for direction from the council to say, go off and negotiate a development agreement and community benefits that look like this, and then bring it back to us. That's the purpose of a term sheet from our perspective.
Okay, appreciate that. I just wanted to say that for the record. I want to ask a question, and this question is really to the A's, to Mr. Kalb, relating to affordable housing. So the draft term sheet that you presented back in April did not identify any commitment to on-site inclusionary affordable housing or any developer contribution, the A's contribution directly to affordable housing through impact fees. Now we know the project overall includes a ballpark, but it also includes 5 million square feet or something like that of residential and commercial development. And based on our current law, the law that we have in Oakland, a developer would normally have to pay for that level of number of units and square footage and what have you in combination. It could be upwards of $75 million in affordable housing impact fees that the city would then be able to use to create affordable housing, or some minimum amount of inclusionary units on site affordable, whatever percentage that might be in the hundreds of units, or some combination to get to the same result of the combination of those two. So the question to Dave, are the A's willing to commit to essentially abiding by our current law in providing what would essentially be the same kind of affordable housing, whether on-site or fees or combination, to this project, like any other developer would have to do? That's my question. Because I'm not seeing that yet, but I'd like to know what the answer is, if you know the answer.
No. I appreciate you asking that and getting some clarity on it. I think because this project is so different, it's so large in scale, has so much infrastructure, we approached it from a different angle, which was like, how do we set aside a certain pool of dollars, the $450 million, for the steering committee and the city to use however they want to for affordable housing and other community benefits? What percent that ends up being, how we figure out the on-site versus the off-site. In some ways, it's really at the discretion of the city to determine that. And we are, as a private developer, providing that source of capital to make those investments in Oakland. And so that was the way we approached it. It's different than your traditional deals where there's a developer or there's a fee per unit. We said that wasn't the approach we were interested in taking. I certainly understand it different, but I still think it can bring a lot of positive benefits. And there's plenty of dollars we're talking about to make the necessary impact that we think is beneficial to the community. And hopefully you guys will see that in the same way.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying is the A's, as the developer, project applicant, is asking for the city to not enforce its current law when it comes to impact fees or on-site as an alternative, that you want future tax revenue to pay to essentially take the place of that. And
9:30.
I guess I don't support that, but I understand what you're asking for. I think we should be very upfront about it. And I think it sets a bad precedent. It's a bad idea. And to me, that's a shocking element of this that I have difficulty swallowing. I have other questions, but Councilmember Taylor, did you want to follow up on that particular issue?
Yeah, just on that issue, fully agree with you, Chair Kalb, to ask for a waiver of what we expect of any other developer in our city is that I'm surprised that's even an ask.
And Councilmember Fife, do you have a comment on that particular issue as well?
Yes, I also concur that this particular development could be a major boon for affordable housing in the ways that housing organizations are asking for. So to ask for that to be waived, and then to assert that the city can use its own tax revenue that is ours to decide on how we will utilize our own money, is, to me, is the epitome of, I don't even, it's absurd.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to belabor any one area because they're all very important, and I want to have all of us, including the other council members, to get to their questions. I know Councilmember Fife has more questions as well. I do want to get back to a few more questions I have. I'll try not to take up too much time. One on this is to both the A's and to city staff. Whoever could best answer this or comment on it. There was at least one commenter talked about the importance of grade separation. And really, to me, or to most of us in the city, the issue is pedestrian safety. I mean, we all want pedestrians, or anybody else for that matter, who are going to be crossing existing rail lines going to the ballpark or from the ballpark, to do so in a safe manner as possible. And there's a lot of train traffic in the area, as we know, and that's not going to be reduced anytime soon. So what's the plan for having optimum pedestrian safety, including grade separation, where in the place where Union Pacific was asking about, nearest the ballpark, and if there isn't grade separation, which would be scary, is there some kind of liability that somebody would take on in terms of the additional risk to pedestrians? So I'll let Dave answer that as well. But first, let me ask city staff to answer that, if you have an answer.
Sure. So the draft EIR that was published in February of this year contemplated 2 grade separations. One was a grade separation exclusively for pedestrians and cyclists, so it wouldn't accommodate cars. And that was roughly in around Clay or Jefferson Street, and would actually take, so there's in the plan that's set forth in the transportation chapter of the EIR, you'll see there's a transit facility where shuttles taking folks and AC transit buses bringing people to the ball game and to the site would unload on 2nd Street. And then there would be a ped bike overcrossing or grade separated crossing leading directly from there into the project site. So someone would be able, for example, to arrive at City Center, BART, get off, either walk to the site or hop on a shuttle bus to the site, arrive at 2nd and Jefferson and walk directly onto a grade separated crossing to get across or over the tracks and onto the site. That's called out as a mitigation measure in the EIR, which means it would be a requirement of the project, and it's required to be in place, or the suggested timing in the draft EIR is prior to opening day. There's a second grade separation that's also contemplated in the EIR. That's a vehicular grade separation, meaning cars, not people, or only people if they're in cars.
Yeah.
And that's basically in the alignment of Market and Brush Street, which is the primary vehicular entrance to the site. Would carry the vast majority of the traffic, particularly on game days. And that is an alternative in the EIR, which means that it would be up to the council to decide whether that is the preferred alternative and becomes a requirement of the project. So those are the two separations, one for people walking and on bicycles and one for people in cars that are contemplated in the EIR.
Okay, thank you. If Dave has a comment, that's fine. But before he does, on the one for pedestrians and cyclists, given the games are concentrated, a number of people a lot of people show up at a very narrow time frame. It would have to be pretty wide, a pretty large bridge going over. It's not one of those narrow 2-person kind of things, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, you would want to accommodate similar pedestrian flows to what, we're looking at a number of sidewalk widening projects, specifically for that reason. If people have to queue up for it too much, they just won't use it.
Won't use it.
Yeah.
Okay. Dave, did you have a comment on the grade separation and pedestrian safety?
Well, just that pedestrian safety is a critical component of this project's success. That's why there are identified improvements to railroad safety in the Jack London Square corridor that, obviously my office is right there. I deal with it every day and seeing that the current status quo is untenable. So having that improvement and that financial commitment in that area is going to be really important, and it's part of the project. And obviously, like as Molly said, the pedestrian overcrossing is something that is wide and can accommodate lots of people, and is something that's more than kind of how you originally envisioned it. So that could actually be distributed to the council and things of that nature, because that has been planned out.
Okay, thank you. I do know, just for everybody's awareness, safety of pedestrians and cyclists and everybody is going to be a high priority. And so any questions that might come up or any elements of a term sheet or EIR for that matter, that the council, I can't speak for my colleagues in the council, but for me, and I'm guessing everybody else, that's going to be a fundamental element in making sure that safety and transportation safety is a definite element of this final project. So I have a couple more questions. One is on seaport compatibility measures. I know Matt and Pamela are still here. What's the status of and timing of the identification or writing of these seaport compatibility measures? Who is going to pay for any money that's needed to put those into place? And well, let me just ask that as such. So is the city staff or port staff, are you able to answer that question?
Sure, I can give it a shot, and I'll invite Pamela, obviously, to add or correct any errors that I make. But this is a constantly evolving discussion. It has continued to be informed by ongoing input, and will ultimately also be informed by what is included as a mitigation or sort of mitigatable measure within the EIR. Some of the seaport compatibility measures and the concepts that we are discussing aren't necessarily purely environmentally focused. They have to do with operations and, again, refining how we can continue to perfect, what we believe to be the project impacts, but obviously until you get to the point in time in which you have a potential mixed-use development, you're not going to be able to delineate every single measure or every single factor. So we will have a little bit more detail for you in terms of the broader concepts with some additional finer points before your meeting on the 20th. This is an ongoing discussion, and we'll have a little bit more to share about some of the project specifics. And obviously, ultimately, they all are subject to, again, negotiations for implementation with the A's. That's our contract partner. But ultimately, as we are nestled within the city, we're going to be working with the city and, helping to better elaborate and explain where the city comes in terms of both implementing them. Because obviously, if you look at a grade separation or even rail corridor improvements, in some cases that's even outside of the port's jurisdiction. So we wouldn't, in some cases, even be starting a grade separation on 4th or 5th Street that's not in the port's boundary. So again, that really involves coordination. It's a great question. I do appreciate it. I'm sorry they don't have as much that we can share specifically, but I think for the purposes of this meeting, I think that kind of gives you some overall contours.
So thank you for that, Matt. Let me just ask a follow-up to that in terms of timing. And I think you pointed out helpfully that there's maybe a dichotomy of the seaport compatibility measures, those that are eligible to be part of the EIR mitigation and those that aren't. And so the question then is, any seaport compatibility elements that could be part of final EIR mitigation presumably would be in the final EIR, and we'll see that before we are asked to adopt a final EIR. So I guess that's a question, both a question of city staff. And then second part of that is any seaport compatibility element or measure that is not really related to the EIR, as you correctly pointed out, Matt, would come at some point. But I would suggest that we on the council would want to see the entirety of those measures and what the obligations will be by the A's and the port and everybody prior to any vote on a final development agreement. We don't want, we wouldn't want to see, we'll do those down the road. No, we want it all in front of us before we're going to vote any kind of final vote.
Completely understood. We're not. Our intent is not to surprise or derail. We absolutely understand where you're coming from, and we'll be able to ensure that obviously the actual adoption of a seaport compatibility measure, sort of fully encompassed list, would come with the port's approval at that appropriate point in time. But it's not our intent to be surprising anybody with any obligations, real or otherwise, that would be imposed by those.
And I would just like to add to that. I do think the reason we're a little bit hesitant to produce a list at this moment is because our executive director and maritime director are actually continuing dialogue with our seaport stakeholders, so that as people think and refine their thoughts as they move through time, a lot of them came in as EIR comments, and of course there'll be response back to that and back and forth. Some we anticipated right out the gate and put in our transaction documents, the reservation area for the turning basin expansion, what we call the buffering zone of those 2 full vertical widths of the site for no residential development. We kind of predicted those, but other things are coming in more fine grained, and we want to allow people to continue that thought process as they get more data in front of them from both the EIR sources and other things that are coming forward. So, but there haven't been surprises as of yet, I'll say that. It's more perfection of people's ideas, and a lot of them are great ones. And our staff's been working with city staff to kind of enhance a lot of these mitigations in ways that I think are going to be huge benefits and betterments to both the project and the seaport.
Thank you. I'm going to call on my colleagues in just one second on this topic. We're assuming, since you mentioned stakeholders, that the engagement of not just the businesses, the port operators, but also the workers who are represented are also the stakeholders who are being engaged in that process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Councilmember Fife, then Councilmember Taylor on this topic, the port.
Yes, my questions were for the port. Maybe I missed the entity that's paying for the seaport compatibility analysis.
The seaport compatibility analysis, we've been We've been engaged in that. The port has been hosting a number of meetings and convenings, and obviously then a lot of the implementation of some of the early, what we would call sort of seaport compatibility measures have already been incorporated in the draft DIR that was released and continue to be perfected. But the port is sort of convening those meetings with some assistance from moderators and helping to lead the discussions.
Okay, and so Chair Kalb, I just wanted to point out, I think anytime that we're in conversation with the community, it can get confused. So just as a point of process, I think it's important to explain who we're talking about or detail who we're talking about when we say the city staff, the city administration, because I heard you say, Mr. Davis, that the city is working with Maritime to ensure that all of the maritime businesses and other entities are, a part of this process and making sure that they're all secure in how we move forward. But there have been no conversations with my office on any maritime organizations and there haven't been a lot of conversations with my office in general. I think I had one conversation with Dave Cabal and Taj Tashambe, one conversation during the last 6 months. And I've had a few, maybe 2 or 3 briefings with city staff. And when I say city staff, I'm speaking of our city staff like Betsy Lake and Mr. Gallegos. So I don't think the public knows the difference. So when you say the city, people think you may be talking about the city council, but this is the first time the city council has ever had any conversation publicly or in general just about this particular project. So I think it's incumbent upon us to say who we're speaking with, because people think the council has been sitting on their hands around this project, and that's just not the case. So when you're talking about who you're talking to at the city, I think it's important that you say the mayor or the city administrator or people in our finance department. And I think that goes for all of us. I just wanted to say that for the record.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fife. Councilmember Taylor, and then on the port related issues specifically, I see Council President Fortunato Bass and Vice Mayor Kaplan also have their hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, really quickly focused on the seaport compatibility measures. One of the things that had come up is how there's anticipation that residential, commercial, other uses might begin to, I will say, crowd out vocally and then put pressure on port operations to be shut down because of noise or other complaints or elements there. The question is, are there things that can be done relative to land entitlements or restrictions, something that ensures that in the future, this future state, that there cannot be political pressure or any other forcing of the port operations to shut down because of noise or other elements, a right of use type of a legal term? Is that something that's been considered? Is it something that could help to assuage the concerns of those who fear that the port could be forced to shut down operations because residents who move in might all of a sudden get upset and put political pressure on to shut down operations?
No, that's a good question. I think on this, I would actually want to defer to our Director of Commercial Real Estate that has a little bit more familiarity with some of the entitlement disclosures. And obviously, as an organization, we do have quite a bit of history with the airport, in which we do have overflights of residential communities that have come up after the airport, long after the airport was constructed. So at least that's a framing sort of area that we do have familiarity and expertise. But Pamela, if you wouldn't mind offering some thoughts about how those have evolved.
Yeah, sure. So another one of these predicted seaport compatibility measures that we drafted into our own term sheet back in 2019 was a requirement that there be a recordation on the properties and all the resident properties moving in, that people acknowledge the fact they're in a seaport environment and that they waive their rights to raising claims against those seaport operation issues that you would anticipate, the noise, et cetera. So it's something we've learned from running, as Matt said, running the airport, is that if you're going to buy a house under the runway, you're probably going to have noise. And so we want you to affirmatively acknowledge that with a written covenant on your property that says, I'm buying it in full knowledge of this. And so we did anticipate and put that in our own real estate transaction documents as well.
Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Kaplan. Right now, we're just talking about the port-related questions. Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Yes, thank you very much, colleagues and staff and all the public speakers. Thank you so much for bringing us this item. And I really want to thank Chairperson Kalb for suggesting this structure of an information session that would precede the date of our actual vote. I think this is incredibly helpful. So thank you for that. So in terms of the matters specifically related to the port and to seaport compatibility, I do think that this is an essential crux of whether this project will be successful or not. And I think that applies in both directions. If the transportation measures and mitigations and seaport compatibility items are done properly and successfully, then it could be possible to have both a successful ballpark and a successful port. And if they are done poorly or not done, it is possible that you could really undermine the port, and for that matter could have a failed ballpark if there isn't good and effective transportation access to the ballpark. So I do think it's important in terms of, some have said that the project will definitely undermine the function of the port, and some have said that the project definitely will not undermine the function of the port. But I think we have to be honest and say that until we see how the transportation flow is supposed to work and how the seaport mitigation measures are to be done and where, that you can't actually judge what that impact will be without that. And, some have said, oh, well, losing parking of trucks at Howard Terminal isn't a big deal. And I think it's important to recognize that the potential conflicts are not primarily about that, but rather traffic conflicts in terms of car traffic backing up truck traffic, pedestrians trying to cross freight rail tracks. And so, the question is really ultimately, I think, dependent on how the transportation flows will work. And so I did want to suggest something that I think, Chair Kalb, you were implying, which is we should make sure that before the item comes back to council for final action with the DDA, et cetera, that we will have by that point had those matters more fully addressed, including with the input from the port. I did hear the port leadership say they will get us a letter in time for our agenda packet for the July 20th meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that that is the case and that we'll get it in time, not only for us to read it before the meeting, but in time to actually submit it to the public packet so that any interested party could read the port's comments as well, because I do think the question of how those matters are handled is really, really important. And then I did want to add, as someone who has worked for over 20 years on transportation matters, that there are specific ways that we can make the transportation more effective. And that includes strategies to increase the pedestrian safety and the pedestrian usage. That includes improving the lighting and safety and attractiveness of the freeway crossings under the 880 to make it safer and more appealing to walk from downtown and from the BART down to Jack London Square. That includes providing secure, easy access bicycle parking to increase the bicycle share. That includes coordinating with planned projects from the city of Alameda, which has submitted this year as a priority project to the county that the city of Alameda would like to see a bicycle and pedestrian crossing over the estuary that would allow people to come from Alameda without having to drive. And that is a project they are requesting regardless of the ballpark. It can include coordinating with other projects that we have begun to work on independent of the ballpark, including a Broadway bus-only lane that would make it plausible to have frequent, reliable shuttle bus service down Broadway. That is a project that we have already started toward, but that would be helpful to the ballpark. And it should include looking at the matters that were raised by the railroads and the shipping interests in terms of avoiding dangerous interconnectedness between cars, pedestrians, with the trucks and the trains, including that it could be an option to put a parking garage on the interior of the train tracks with then an above grade pedestrian crossing, so that neither the cars nor the pedestrians would have to intersect with the trains and the trucks. I also want to uplift something that the Chinatown Coalition has asked for and reinforce their request for continued interaction. They have asked that we would pursue making parking under the 880 available as part of how we solve this puzzle. And I wanted to support that effort as something that could really help. I would note that we own a very large parcel at 7th and Broadway that would be a great place to have housing with ground floor activation. That activating that parcel would dramatically improve the pedestrian experience and pedestrian attractiveness, and that parcel also currently utilizes the under 880 parking, which therefore could be used. So I think those should be included. And then in terms of the question of phasing, I do think it is important that we have the ballpark access transportation in place for day one. If there is to be consideration of phasing, I would note that it appears from what we've heard of the project description that the housing is planned for a future phase, that's not part of the first phase, that the first phase would be the ballpark with the immediately adjacent hotel and ancillary retail and commercial. And so it might be plausible to phase out the stuff that goes for the housing separately, since that is both more complicated, more difficult in terms of truck conflicts, but also is not intended to be open day one. So that might be a place where we could look to do some phasing or some further consideration of those matters. And I think I did already mention the bicycle parking, that there needs to be secure, safe bicycle parking so that people can have ease of access there. And I believe there was some initial discussion about some coordinated parking management. I think that's something that will be really important, that if people who are driving should pay for their parking as they pay for their ticket and have assigned parking spots so that they're not driving around the neighborhood circling, causing more congestion. That's also an issue that has been raised by multiple neighborhood groups, including West Oakland and Chinatown. And so I do think that that could be looked at. And I lastly would want to recognize that many aspects of this project will need approvals well beyond Oakland. So not only do we have the City of Oakland and the Port, and I agree that we should hear from the Port's compatibility plans before we do our final action, but there are also state and regional agencies that will have to approve a variety of aspects of the project. And so I suppose, Mr. Chair, I should probably leave it there, as I know other people want to speak on this topic. And so I'll hold my comments on the other topic. And thank you all for the time and consideration.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to call on Councilmember Reed in just 1 second. Back to the port-related questions. One of the questions that I received from a stakeholder or two was, maybe this is part of the seaport compatibility measure discussion, or maybe it's separate from that. Will it be some kind of identified buffer between the port and its port operations and the Howard Terminal development area, especially the residential area? Is that part of the discussion at the port? Matt?
I'm sorry, the question was regarding a buffer zone between the residential area and Howard Terminal, or other parties adjacent to Howard Terminal?
No, a buffer between the port businesses and the port operations itself on one hand, and Howard Terminal including Howard Terminal project area, including residential on the other hand, between those?
Yeah, that was part of the original, and Pamela, if you want to talk about specific sort of milepost markers, certainly we'll leave it to you to do that.
Yeah, so our current ENSA agreement, the online version, the map on it, which shows, and there's text that follows that map, which it shows everything west of Myrtle. West of Myrtle is not allowed to be residential. So that's oh gosh, I don't know, I'm gonna guesstimate 1,000+ feet distance, rough, from the western boundary, which is shared with Schnitzer Steel. So I think that's your question, and hopefully that answers it.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I'm sure there'll be, sure at some point we'll want to see, maps. I guess there probably already are maps, but I appreciate that. Councilmember Reed, you had some port-related questions to start with?
Yes, thank you. Actually, you just asked one of the questions, and so I just want to further clarify regarding the buffer zone requirements. Were those requirements or your review also something that required Kalb's review? I'm not sure if that was an area related to buffer zone requirements that I've seen lingering where Kalb was going to provide some input. I'm not sure if that input through the chair to the port was related to AB 617 compliance or other factors. And so it would be great to know if Kalb has weighed in, and if they've made a formal statement that we could review. And then I've got a few other questions.
Well, I think Kalb has weighed in on the EIR, if I recall correctly. I can't remember if it was Kalb or the Air District. I'm sure city staff could answer that in a half second. But we actually we self-imposed it at the port, to be really honest with you. We knew from our seaport stakeholder groups that that issue was sensitive. The proximity of residential uses next to that Schnitzer Steel side, the western side. And so we self-imposed it in our negotiations between the A's and the port back in 2019.
Okay. Can you, and perhaps through the chair, this is to the port also, and clarify if it is not, but can you also speak to providing any clarity on the status of any legislative lawsuits that still may be pending related to some of the activities? I know that there have been some outstanding lawsuit discussions related to AB 734. Are those still outstanding or have those been resolved?
I believe that question may be better directed to city staff, if that's appropriate, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I think that had to do with the governor's certification, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one, Councilmember Reed. This is Molly. So there was a lawsuit which was resolved in favor of the city and the state back in early mid-February of this year. The lawsuit was related to the governor's certification under AB 734. And I think that the kind of Kalb relationship that you're recalling is that Kalb also has a role in approving the project pursuant to AB 734. Specifically, Kalb had to look at the greenhouse gas mitigation plan and make sure that it was achieving the standard that was in AB 734, which was that the project produce no net additional greenhouse gas emissions. So that Kalb approval was attained in August of 2020. And the lawsuit, which was brought, was resolved in favor of the city and state in February of this year. And then the governor certified also in February of this year. So there is an appeal outstanding, which is, wending its way at a glacial pace through the courts, but the initial ruling was in favor of the city and state.
Thank you, through the chair. And Molly, thank you for a great presentation also. Is that the only outstanding or the only lawsuit that might be of concern? Is there something else that we should be anticipating, or is this appeal the last resolve of lawsuits that we're aware of?
Unless I'm forgetting anything, it's the last one that we're currently facing. I think certainly a number of folks who have submitted comments on the EIR have indicated that they intend to challenge the EIR, but until such time as that EIR is certified and the city takes action on some of the project approvals that the A's are seeking, we would expect those lawsuits to come at that point. And you may recall that AB 734 actually it specifically sort of sets out the ground rules for how judicial review of lawsuits related to the EIR would be handled, and provides a number of requirements that the city has complied with regard to kind of enhanced what I would call public information processes related to the release of the EIR, including the workshop that we held on March 6th. That are not part of the normal CEQA process, and also requirements of the applicant, like that no net additional greenhouse gas emissions, and in exchange, they receive the benefit under AB 734 of a faster process of any litigation that may follow. So long answer, we may see more litigation, but that's the only one at present.
Thank you. And through the chair, I have one, maybe kind of one and a half. They may be tied together. I wanted to also, thank you, Molly, for that response. I wanted to also echo the comments that have gone forth regarding the concern for certainly financial impact, safety, job impacts to community, to port businesses, and just the current workforce and just the industrial land use conflicts of use that have been shared. And one of the District 7 residents actually asked for a specific report that I'm not familiar with, and I wanted to see if this is the same report that we've been speaking about. Ms. Bocanegra asked for a port user impact report, wanting to understand through the chair if that is something that will be made available to the public. And I wanted to clarify, is that report the same? One, does that report exist? And if so, is it the same as the Seaport Compatibility Measures report that we are hoping to get more information on by the 20th? That's the first part of that question. And then the second half is that it looks like the last meeting that you had with the Seaport Compatibility Measures Conference was December 2019, and there was a feedback summary provided with a lot of different insight that came out of that meeting. I wanted to see if those summary discussed items would also be included in your report back to us, or is that something that you're including in the broader report that you're working on? And when is your next meeting? That may have been like 1 to 3 questions, Matt.
No,
but
I think
thank you, and thank you and Pam for being here.
I think I captured it. To go in order, so I did sit through, I did participate obviously and listen to all of the public comments that started the meeting. I'm not aware of the particular terminology of the report that was referenced. At least it's not something that certainly the port is leading. I'll defer to my colleagues if they're aware of something else separate from that. Obviously our last major sort of in-person convening, did predate the pandemic, and we have had a number of sort of facilitated sort of virtual conversations with the Seaport Compatibility Measure, both, as a whole at times, and certainly within the subgroups, by sector within sort of the port's wheelhouse. So the next convening, I really couldn't give you a date on that. We haven't really even returned to a full in-work posture ourselves at the port, even though we have been operating, at full intensity during the whole course of the pandemic. So, and then with regard to what we'll be presenting to you, certainly that the larger Seaport Compatibility Measure sort of list or sort of report out included a whole bunch of ideas. Not all of them were fully curated, so to speak. So what we intend to bring to you is not, I would say, a formal report, but it's certainly an idea, communicated, via the port about where we intend to focus more of our energies on the seaport compatibility measures. So I wouldn't expect a report. It's more of a letter that communicates both the larger goals and then some of the more specifics surrounding them.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Kalb, for allowing this discussion with remarks and questions to the port from non-CED committee council members. I will have additional comments as allowed and questions when you open it up for the broader discussion with the city and the A's.
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. And I will certainly make sure that all the council members who are here will be able to ask all the questions they are looking to ask today, whether it's to the port or to the city or to the A's representative. I want to just, there are a couple more questions on my list that I haven't asked yet related to toxics remediation. So I don't know if this is a question for the A's or the city staff or even the port, but here are the questions. Will the term sheet or the final proposed development agreement include with some specificity what the A's obligation and plan is regarding toxics remediation? And will the development agreement identify what standard they're going to use for that remediation when it comes to the Howard Terminal site? Clearly, we know that there needs to be some remediation. And I want to make sure that the council is aware and the port as well, aware of what the plan is before we're asked to vote on some final package of documents. This is also a question, maybe a legal question, who, in addition to the state agency that has oversight, who else would have oversight locally when it comes to making sure the A's are implementing whatever plan they have to put forward when it comes to toxics remediation? Is it the Port of Oakland, the City of Oakland, or just the state? So that's a set of questions about toxics remediation. If someone could answer those questions, I'd appreciate it.
I could take the first crack at that, and Pete Volman from planning is on as well, and Pamela talked a little bit about the port's role in this, but as you alluded to, the lead agency for purposes of reviewing the cleanup required is the State Department of Toxic Substances Control. There's lots of overlapping jurisdictions in this project, not just the city and port. We also have DTSC, state lands, BCDC, and CPUC, which will deal with the grade and at grade rail issues. So this particular issue is one that I would say DTSC pretty much owns. The city of Oakland does not have expertise in the remediation of toxic contaminants of the nature of what are currently known to exist at Howard Terminal. So we never take on issues of that complexity when it comes to toxic cleanup. Those would always go to either Alameda County, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, or DTSC, because those are the agencies that have expertise in dealing with setting cleanup standards. And their approvals would follow the city's. So again, just circling back to the earlier conversation, we're lead agency under CEQA. We have to certify the EIR before any of the responsible agencies, including all of the ones that I just mentioned, can make any decisions. So the city will have to go first, and we will know some about what DTSC intends to impose, but not everything at the time that we go forward. And that's normal.
Okay, thank you. Matt or Pamela, do you have anything else to add to that?
Molly did a great job. I think our experience with DTSC is they require submittal of certain reports on a very timely basis to their offices as part of that ongoing remediation. I mean, there's obviously like construction mitigations that are typical whenever you're building on a site, but the DTSC compliance piece, they actually are pretty good about self-enforcing that and put the burden back on the developer and or property owner or both to submit those documents up to them timely in order to remain in compliance with your remedial action plan and your covenant In this case, the port has required that the A's comply with all of those requirements, but because it will be recorded on our title in the form of restricted covenant, the port also is involved in reviewing those requirements and ensuring that they meet our needs for the long term, since at some point in the future, we would be receiving the property back.
Okay, could I just add, and if Dave, welcome or comment on this as well if need be, but is it possible, this is to anybody, is it possible if this project goes forward and there would obviously be a toxics remediation plan and set of requirements with DTSC having primary oversight, but can there be a working group or a check-in working group that includes city, county, port, DTSC, the A's who have the responsibility that meet regularly? Because what I don't want to happen is for the residents who live nearby or the people who are going to be living in the area or even those condos to rely solely on one state agency to make sure everything had gotten done right. I think we need to be, that agency will be overseeing the A's, but we need to oversee the agency to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And so I would like to suggest that we ask to have this informal working group or oversight group be created once that plan ends up being implemented. Does that make sense?
This is Pete Bowman from the Bureau of Planning, and just jump in real quick. So there are a number of other items that would be followed along that would be, sort of included in a construction management plan. I don't know that, the city would be involved in that. But I mean, for most of the oversight, that all goes to DTSC. I don't know that we would be creating sort of additional working groups, but there is a process through our construction management plan process that includes, anything where if there's concerns about, if dust is blowing out of the site or anything like that, there's numbers that they can call that need to be posted on site. So anything can be reported immediately. The site will have required air monitoring testing ongoing. So some of these things overlap, but DTSC really takes the lead on the toxics component. But like I said, some of it does overlap with the construction management plan and code enforcement, where they would need to get involved if something occurs at the site that's outside of what's supposed to be happening there. With regard to the process with DTSC, I could just kind of follow up a little bit with where they're at, if that's of interest. It is an ongoing process. In 2019, the A's entered into a voluntary cleanup agreement with DTSC, who's the lead regulatory body over the site. And last year, they did a risk assessment for ecological and human health risk assessment. That assessment was approved, and that's sort of the guiding document that goes towards the remedial action work plan that is supposed to be getting submitted to DTSC for review. That'll be coming, I believe, this month is what the schedule is. So that will go to them, and before they approve that will be something that they would be relying on our CEQA document for. And my understanding is through DTSC's process, they also do additional public notice once that final plan is approved and explaining what that is as well.
Thank you. Dave, did you have anything to comment on the toxics contamination remediation?
Well, I just wanted to echo what Pete said about entering the arrangement with DTSC. They have the statutory authority to regulate these matters, and we'll obviously comply with all of their laws and regulations to ensure things are done in a safe fashion. But at the same time, Councilmember Kalb, like if there needs to be additional communication and education, and so people understand what the standards are and how it works, I think we would be completely open to that.
Okay, I mean, we obviously none of us here can require DTSC to do what we may want them to do unless we went to court, which of course the A's did that already.
Yeah, we know that. We know that movie.
I know. Yes, you do. But what I'm suggesting is that there would need to be. I would like to see something in a development agreement that says we're going to put together a working group with DTSC's permission to monitor the implementation of the remediation plan. So as opposed to just, oh, DTSC is doing it, everything is fine, just, and they're in charge. That's not good enough. And so I'm going to want to see a creation of a group that, you know, it's an informal group. It doesn't have authority, but it has information that's shared, and it's kind of a way for us meaning the city and for everybody else, to monitor what DTSC is doing to keep them on their toes. And so I absolutely want to see that happen. I don't think DTSC would be against that. It's not going to take away their authority. And I want us to make sure we create that at the appropriate time. And I don't want to wait too long to do that. So that's just that comment. So I'm going to open it back up again to the rest of the council members. I know that people have more questions. Council President Boss, you had some questions and comments on this. Welcome.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Councilmember Kalb, for hosting the study session and for the presentations and the hard work from our staff as well as from the port team. I appreciate all of the information as we make some important decisions here about this project and our broader community. And as the council member of Chinatown, I wanted to ask specifically about transportation and traffic issues, but maybe just to step back for a minute. I also want to appreciate everyone who shared their public comments, including those of you who live and work in Chinatown. This project, while it is in West Oakland, will also impact Chinatown. And I do want to note how there's so much value in our Chinatown community in terms of the historic, cultural, and economic aspects that it brings to all of Oakland. And I think some of you know that there has been a lot of frustration because the Chinatown community, which I represent, often feels like it is neglected. And that has been consistent. That has happened with the EIR on this project. It has happened with our Downtown Oakland specific plan. And I think it's really important to make sure that our Chinatown residents, our businesses, are able to have a real voice and have their concerns addressed through this process. So I want to ask in particular about the traffic survey that the Oakland Chinatown Coalition is asking for. So through the chair to the A's, and I guess that would be Dave Cavall, will the A's complete a traffic survey or make the traffic survey that you've already done public in order to inform the mitigation measures that are needed related to Chinatown and the additional ask of a compatibility clause as we move forward? I know that the city is also doing a broader comprehensive traffic survey, but I think the ask on the table right now is how will the A's in particular complete that traffic survey or share the results of a survey I understand that has already been done in order to address Chinatown concerns?
Yeah, I mean, we would be happy to release any of the studies that we've done. You know, a lot of them are in conjunction with the EIR. The city as the lead agency has taken the lead working with Fair and Pierce on the transportation management plan, the demand plan, the different infrastructure improvements and how they'll help traffic patterns and what impact they'll have on really the entire region. So, you know, any additional information that needs to be provided for folks in Chinatown to feel that, you know, it's not going to negatively impact their businesses and livelihood, I think that's very important and we would support that.
Okay, that's good to hear. So we will certainly follow up to make sure that the follow through happens on that issue. And then I'll just briefly ask about one of the other issues that we heard about earlier from the Oakland Chinatown Coalition, which is incorporating a compatibility with Chinatown operations clause that will help ensure the A's are responsible for the parking mitigation, traffic management on event days, and other aspects that will continue to support the Chinatown community as this project and its potential impacts are felt That also includes, housing and jobs, of course. But for the specific issues related to Chinatown, is that something through the chair to both the Oakland staff and to the A's, is that something that you would support?
Yeah, I mean, I think from the A's perspective, we'd be open to that. I would defer to the city because I think we would have to organize how that's done and who are the stakeholders and the relevant people on the committee or how we'd want to do it. But I think we would be open to that.
Yeah, and I'm actually not, this is Molly, I'm not sure whether or not that request was shared with the A's. So that may be something that David is not familiar with. I'm not sure whether that was sent from Chinatown just to the city or also shared with the A's. But what the council president is referencing is a request that we received for something similar, really based off of the seaport compatibility measures, that there be a similar commitment or set of measures to ensuring that the project is compatible with Chinatown, really. Is that an accurate assessment or summary? I struggle a little bit with it, to be honest, because we want this project to be compatible to the maximum degree possible with all of the impacted neighborhoods, not just Chinatown. And so that's why we go through the process of the EIR to identify impacts and suggest ways to mitigate them to the greatest degree possible. So there was a lot sort of mixed up, I feel like, in the Chinatown ask, both of questions that we'll deal with specifically in the response to comments to the EIR, as well as non-CEQA things. So, I might ask Betsy to supplement me on this one, but I think that there are ways of getting at the specific concerns that were raised by Chinatown, which are valid. And I don't know whether the way is specifically, the right way is specifically what was requested in the terms of Chinatown compatibility measures.
I think that's right. I think the city is committed to having those communications and talking further with Chinatown to really understand with more specificity what those measures need to be and should be, and commits to working through that with Chinatown.
Well, certainly this is, there's already been extensive process and more needs to happen, certainly, especially leading up to the term sheet that we will be reviewing on the 20th and afterwards. I'll just wrap up by stating that, I think it's really important to have a number of goals here for me as I look at making a decision on the upcoming term sheet and going forward. And certainly I want to continue to have Oakland be the home for the A's. It's been 50 plus years, and so I'm hoping that will continue for many, many more years. And it has to be in the context of the fiscal responsibility. And I appreciate the slide that I saw from our staff in terms of laying out those particular issues to make sure this makes good financial sense for Oakland and our taxpayers. It also needs to, as we just discussed, ensure compatibility with the port to ensure our port continues to remain vibrant. We need to address the impacts on West Oakland, Chinatown, and other impacted communities. And of course, there needs to be a legally binding community benefits agreement, one that really takes into account a number of the issues that we have been hearing about through the community benefits process. Affordable housing, I think, is really important. So I appreciate the comments that already happened earlier. We need to see a lot more in terms of deeply affordable housing. The jobs policies are important, as well as the environmental health and other mechanisms that we've already discussed to make sure that this will be a project that brings not only economic opportunity, but also continues to lift up the conditions for Oakland. So I'll leave it there for now and appreciate having this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President Boss. I'm going to call on the rest of go back around to all the council members, but I do want to ask Molly, if you could put back up what I think was the final slide or one of the final two slides that basically, thank you, Madam Clerk, for releasing the share screen. The final slide had where you're looking for feedback. Okay, right. So this is, of course, we'll ask all the questions we want to ask, but specifically staff is looking for feedback on these things. And really the A's need to hear our feedback as well. So it's good that Mr. Cavall is here. Cavill. Dave, is it Cavill or Cavall?
It's Cavill, like Cavalier.
Okay,
yeah,
Cavill.
you got it right. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Kaplan, then Councilmember Reed, and then I believe Councilmember Fife might have another question. I'm not sure. And then we'll just make sure everybody else on the council gets all the questions asked, and then we'll close it up after that. Okay, Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I want to agree with my colleagues with the comments you've already made about the affordable housing, but I want to add one other point that hasn't really gotten attention today, which is, as you all probably know, there was a very extensive community benefits meeting process, but out of that process, an agreement was not signed. And one of the items that was really, really important to community that is housing related was that there would be tenant protection services. So we've talked about affordable housing construction. We've talked about a capital fund in relationship to affordable housing items. But I want to make sure that that issue, which is also one of the very important needs from the Community Benefits Coalition and all the folks who've been involved in that effort, is that there would need to also be a funding source that is a non-capital restricted funding source. So that would need to be a non-IFD funding source that could be used for things like legal support for tenants facing displacement. So I just wanted to make sure, both to my colleagues on the council and to the staff working on this, that piece gets included as well, and that is separate from the capital funding and from the developer's inclusionary obligation, which has been well expressed. And it's also been expressed elsewhere that there is a 15% affordability legal requirement on site from other laws. So in terms of the question of, ensuring compliance with various other laws, it's my understanding that that exists as well. In terms of jobs, I agree with much of what has been stated by the public comment, that there needs to be not only the commitment around the construction jobs, which I understand the A's have already expressed a commitment to, and certainly that's incredibly important and thankful for that, but also for the operations jobs and for local hire and job training and job access. Things like the set-aside fund for job resources should be included, and job access for people, the policy that we used to call ban the box in terms of not excluding applicants from a former record from jobs, and racial equity and local inclusion in those jobs. I wanted to make sure that's included. In terms of the Community Benefits Fund, yes, we absolutely have to have the Community Benefits Fund. One thing I think it's important for us to think about is that the item that would come on the 20th, while it is not, of course, the deal terms, it is an opportunity for us to give direction to staff as they work to complete the actual deal terms. And so I think being clear that we expect there to be a community fund and a community decision-making structure for that fund, that those would be elements that we're not expecting those to be worked out by the 20th, but that the document that comes on the 20th should have a section where we can explicitly name the things that are still to be done, so that even the parts that aren't completed, like the exact structure of the community fund and the community fund oversight board, We don't expect that to be resolved by the 20th, but there should be a section that explicitly names tasks to be done by the time of the final approvals, and the structure and function of that community fund should be one of those things that we make explicit that that is a task that we expect to be completed in time for the final deal points. And then, Mr. Chair, is it okay if I just share my other comments at this time, or I'll take that as
yes, that's fine.
Thank you so much. I think, we need to be aware of some of the history here. And when people say that there will be a lot of money invested in infrastructure, and therefore that will inherently benefit the community, that has not been true historically. The long-standing community in West Oakland has been repeatedly destroyed by large-scale, expensive infrastructure projects. West Oakland had a large, thriving, growing, successful Black community decades ago that was decimated and wiped out by major infrastructure projects, including the freeway, BART, the postal sorting center, a variety of projects that were put in by demolishing Black-owned homes and businesses. And so I think when we say that there will be a lot of investment in infrastructure, that doesn't automatically mean it will benefit the area community. And so it is reasonable that it matters to people what specifically the infrastructure is. And in terms of the specific request from Chinatown, the Oakland Equity Indicators report did identify that the greatest inequity in regard to pedestrian safety is in regard to Chinatown, which has been repeatedly cut up to be driven through, and freeways and the tunnel access point have been directed in ways that undermine the safety of Chinatown and direct cars to zoom through it that are not living there, nor shopping there, nor working there. And so the need for some specific response around the Chinatown traffic and parking plan, even beyond a parking and traffic plan in general, I think is really legitimate and needs to be taken seriously. In terms of the IFD, I agree with the analysis that the on-site IFD is much more defensible from a cost-benefit analysis than the off-site IFD. And I think it would be appropriate to consider a financing structure that would include both the city's share and the county's share to be requested to be contributed to an on-site IFD. I also want to acknowledge that we don't have the EIR before us today, and that while we're giving feedback about what financial structures we would be willing to consider should the project move forward, that many of the most significant public concerns are matters that overlap with either the EIR or the Seaport Compatibility Plan or both, and neither the EIR nor the Seaport Compatibility Plan are before us. So, I want to make sure to state that we are not prejudging those and that that work still needs to happen prior to any final determination. And I know staff knows that full well, but I wanted to make sure that's clear to the public as well. And then I did want to check, I think before the final action comes back to council, it's also supposed to go back to Planning Commission. I did want to check whether that's true. I did want to make sure that we'll set up a process to get feedback from the port before any final action. And I just did want to note that this project is on port land. This is a port agreement. It's based on a port proposal with a private party. It's not a city proposal. It's a proposal of a private party on port land with an agreement with the port, and that the major concerns about it also all relate to the port. And so, I do think it's important that that step in the process be effectively considered and incorporated. I also would note, I commented briefly earlier that I do think we should be looking at the possibility of the effective reuse of our 7th and Broadway site. It would be a great place for housing, for ground floor activation, for remedying that major hole in the pedestrian scape down both Broadway and Washington. as well as freeing up the under 880 parking that has been requested. I also did want to note something that I think many people may not note, which is many people have pointed out that there are many vacant spaces in Jack London Square, and have thought that that means that it's just that we haven't yet attracted enough business. And I would note that there have been many, many businesses that have tried to open in Jack London Square, that want to open in Jack London Square, and that have been rejected by the state. Not rejected for lack of demand, not rejected by the port, not rejected by the city, but rejected by a state agency known as the State Lands Commission that has prohibited a whole array of businesses from opening in vacant spaces in Jack London Square. And so as efforts are being made to pursue the state around allowing a variety of uses near the waterfront that are not currently allowed, and as people are saying, this will rebound to the positive to the city in growth of business and tax revenue. Well, it won't if those rules stay in place, banning businesses from moving into existing built buildings that are sitting there vacant. So I did want to note that to staff, both at the city and the port and the A's who are having these conversations about what state authorizations are needed, that I do think that we need to address that as well. And then I did just want to make a broader question about the question of acting in good faith. As many have asked whether we believe the A's really are serious about trying to build in Oakland, or what the tweets from Las Vegas really mean, and the various odd communication styles really mean. And I want to say that for me, and I think for many of us, we don't know for sure what is the sincerity of really trying to make it work here. I mean, I know if I was really trying to make a project work here, I wouldn't be tweeting from Las Vegas that same month. But we don't know whether that's true or not. And my commitment to the public and to my colleagues is to work in good faith to determine what does or doesn't make sense, or what is or isn't viable, and to act in good faith from our side to see what can be effective and how to deal with the various concerns that have been raised in the most effective way possible. And then lastly, as your resident transportation wonk, I did want to share that in terms of the transportation conflicts, it's not just specific to the ballpark, it's also the housing, which actually causes more transportation conflicts than the ballpark. The housing has a morning peak and an afternoon peak. The morning peak conflicts more with freight movements than anything a ballpark would do. So just as your local transportation wonk, I just thought I would share that, because the ballpark and the surrounding commercial to the ballpark is phase one and may have easier and more direct potential solutions to some of the potential transportation problems that could be implemented more upfront, and that we should work towards. And then lastly, I would suggest that in our direction going forward, in addition to these items here, lastly, I do want to mention, I support that the non-relocation term should be no shorter than the term of the IFD. So I think that's important as well. But I did want to add to our next steps to also continue to work together to pursue other funding sources. That includes the new federal infrastructure money, which we all certainly hope and lift up that should be coming, as well as other funds from state, regional, and other sources such as the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and elsewhere who allocate funding. Many people have pointed out that West Oakland has suffered for decades, and the suffering has largely been caused by regional and federal and state decision-making. It wasn't Oakland's decision to wipe out neighborhoods for the freeways, for the BART, and other projects. Those were federal and regional decisions. And so when we talk about a potential project of regional significance, we should continue to seek additional state, federal, regional, and other resources to help address how to do it effectively. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Kaplan. I'm going to call on Councilmember Reed and then Council President Boss.
Thank you, Councilmember Kalb. I do have some remarks, and then I have probably about 3 questions. Prior to serving on council, some of you have certainly heard me talk about this, that I really long supported and sat through many East Oakland community tables with hopes that the A's would remain at the Coliseum. And so I certainly join some of the public comments in disagreeing that the Coliseum site is not a viable site, as the A's have already invested in its viability with the county, and certainly we hear the interest of many others. Yet I have heard clearly from the A's and Major League Baseball that there's no desire to further invest at the Coliseum with what we had hoped would be a defined plan to uplift East Oakland and the city developing out that site with the vision shared through many of those community discussions. That said, we're here and want to work with you all to ensure that we have a transparent, economically prudent, and equitable development deal for Oakland and the A's. One that, as it's been shared by staff and the public, that doesn't let the A's off the hook and leave our taxpayers on the hook, including for community benefits. This development should advance strong community center benefits to those who've been most impacted, and it's been shared, especially our Black residents, long-standing residents of West Oakland and the surrounding community areas, Chinatown, Jack London. We should be ensuring that they have long-term career and job creation through and beyond the construction phase, with living wage pay equity to sustain Black and Brown families who are struggling to remain rooted in their neighborhoods, ensuring that we've got deeply affordable housing, that we do have tenant protections and affordable home ownership opportunities, including with any surrounding city property, without further displacement of our residents and businesses, and ensuring that we've got increased traffic, industrial operations, and pedestrian cyclist safety and environmental justice, with a focus on public health priorities and public health investments into the neighboring residents and the workforce. They deserve an increased quality of life with this development. They deserve housing and job stability and the ability to remain rooted and thriving in Oakland, as the A's also would like to be. I would like to just further share that I was surprised that during an April briefing with city staff on this project, and also disappointed with the A's approach to notify and negotiate terms via Twitter and social media on a $12 billion business community deal. I was in awe. It lacked professionalism and did not sit well with me sharing initial terms to negotiate with the city first publicly, and did not honor what I understood would be a more collaborative, transparent, where integrity has been questioned by community in this process, particularly towards the A's, who want to remain deeply rooted with us. And so moving forward, I would hope that if it's not been established already, that it certainly will be established as we come into further discussions on the 20th, and agreed upon standard on how the A's communicates with city staff moving forward with negotiations of terms in our relationship. Thank you, Molly, Betsy, team. This presentation has been helpful, working to help give us more clarity. I know that I asked for a public glossary term sheet for our community to have further clarity and understanding of many areas of discussion. A lot of these terms are new to me, and I know are new to our neighbors that we represent. To the closing ask, Council Chair Kalb, I want to acknowledge my support of staff's position on the MAPLA for jobs, on the single EIFD, on achieving our affordable housing policy and goals without a waiver, understanding even more the total proposed affordable housing units and our impact fees proposed, as that comes back to us on July 20th. We want to understand certainly more about how we're going to leverage funding through the county and state with long-term A's investment, private investment in community benefits, with the Port Social Justice Trust funding. I support all of that. I support the Community Advisory Oversight Committee, and recognizing, as Vice Mayor Kaplan shared, that we still need to review the EIR and Seaport compatibility reports and responses. I would just say to wrap up these remarks that this is a legacy development for generations to come, and we owe making the best deal to our residents here in the West Oakland and surrounding communities. We've talked just this week about East Oakland. There are certainly some exciting opportunities that are proposed, and there are some concerning elements, with the shared and compatible uses and community benefits to work through. And so I look forward to reviewing all the details, including the final financial plan with the A's commitment to remain rooted through a binding non-relocation agreement and community benefits to staff's recommended financing terms of 45 to 66 years as we consider the best interests of our taxpayers with the terms of this non-binding agreement discussion on the 20th, and it further supporting our goals as a city to regain strong fiscal stewardship through this deal. The three questions that I have, the first one relates to a slide that Molly, through the chair, Molly had put up a couple slides, but I think the last one was about the ports. It was a design illustration. It was a port design illustration, and it had some parcels colored. I know on the initial slide, parcels 10 through 17 were marked in green, and on the last slide, there were different parcels marked in different colors. And I just wanted to get an understanding of, Molly, you may have shared this, but through the chair, what was proposed for those locations, 10 through 17, and perhaps in that last slide, it just had parcels highlighted in phases 1 through 4 that were more in proximity to Schnitzer Steel. So I'm just trying to understand what are we looking to actually do at those sites, those parcel areas highlighted?
Sure. So I brought the slide back up that I think you're referencing.
Yes.
This was actually an exhibit from the port's 2019 approved exclusive negotiating term sheet agreement. So I think some of the parcels, may have changed slightly, but the general layout is the same. So these are the blocks. Can you see my cursor?
I can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know who can see what on Zoom. So these are the blocks where there would be no residential. So this is Schnitzer Steel. Again, the only part of the port that's actually adjacent to this site is Jack London Square, which is owned by the port. The other boundary, the real industrial neighbor actually is Schnitzer Steel, and then the port, and this is the beginning, I think, of UPRR's rail yard here. So those are kind of the industrial uses adjacent. With the seaport beyond, there would be no residential development on these blocks, and that's set forth both in the term sheet with the port as well as in the city's EIR.
Molly, can I ask through the chair?
Sure.
No residential, but what is being considered at those
I'm sorry.
parcels?
Yeah, so this portion of the site down here is within the public trust. So those would have to be, this area and this area would have to be trust consistent uses. And this is mostly parkland and also the potential performing arts center. This would really be commercial office, parking garages, and ground floor retail. I mean, those are the uses. Pete Volman can jump in if I'm forgetting anything, our planning staff who's on. But those would be the uses there. And then these blocks, which are in this kind of darker purple color, were the blocks that were proposed to be conveyed via sale versus ground lease between the port and the A's. So these would actually be sold to the A's or to a subsequent vertical developer, and they could have residential uses, including condos on them. They could also have office, depending on what the developer ultimately elects to do, but they would be allowable for residential uses, including condos. And then this lighter blue one here could be apartments, but not condos. And then, of course, we have the ballpark itself. And then this, it's hard to see that this is actually a parcel, but this is one of the hotel locations down here. again, that's within the state lands, and hotels being visitor serving uses are considered trust consistent.
And through the chair, back to Molly on this one. 2 questions. Are there current negotiations or interest that's coming in to negotiate on any of those parcels where you've talked about business offices, industrial spaces? And where on this that may not be highlighted are city-owned parcels that are potential options for affordable housing or other uses?
City-owned parcels that would show up here. I don't think there are any, but Betsy, or that actually show up in this close proximity to the site. This is port-owned property right here. But I don't think there's any city-owned property that would show up on this map unless I've forgotten Pete or Betsy, anything of note.
I think that's right. I'll defer to Pete. I think Vice Mayor Kaplan mentioned our city-owned property on 7th Street.
Yeah, that would be up here.
Up above and out of the picture. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then to the other part of the question about any negotiations or interest or discussions on any of those parcels, is that also something that you would be leading, or is that something between the A's?
That would be a question for Dave. Again, this isn't a city project. This is a developer project that the city is being asked to consider. So those interested parties, if there are discussions of that nature now, I think would be approaching the A's.
Through the chair, can the A's respond to that question?
Dave?
We lose Dave.
I don't know if we lost Dave here.
Okay, if we can make note of inquiring on that with the A's, that would be
Dave is in the attendee queue. If someone could re-promote him, Madam Clerk.
Oh, and to that end, while we're waiting for him to rejoin, Aaron Risman, our finance director, just reminded me that there is, of course, a city-owned parcel right on the site, which is our Oakland Fire Department Station number 2, which is located right here, and is anticipated to remain there as it's needed to serve both this project and the port and other
and I believe
uses in the neighborhood.
We lease that from the port. It's still port.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's not city owned, but it is a city facility. Yeah.
Through the chair, I have 2 more areas. I probably should say areas instead of questions if Dave has not joined.
Sure, go ahead. Dave, if you could hear us, if you could raise your hand in the attendee queue, there you go. And then we could have the clerk promote you to panelist. If Madam Clerk, if you could do that, that'd be great.
He's been promoted.
Oh,
Chair, continue. Do we need to extend the meeting for this type of meeting?
I don't believe we need to extend the committee meeting. I'll defer to the city attorney or clerk.
Through the chair, this is Bijal. No, you're okay. You don't need to.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for doing that. Dave, did you have a comment to Councilmember Reed's comment?
Yes, sorry about that. I got bounced off the panel. But yes, we have had conversations with other potential vertical developers on some of the parcels. But right now we're focused on getting the entitlements done and just understanding what the terms and conditions are with the city before anything like that would be announced or finalized. But there will be other partners associated with this endeavor. It won't just be the A's, but obviously we will be the lead developer, and we will also obviously handle everything with the ballpark and the team. So that is something that would come in time. And as that happens, we'll work with different both local and regional and maybe even national developers, depending on their expertise and their ability to work well with the city and all the parties.
Thank you, Dave. Through the chair, this one is, I believe, to city staff. It's related to a slide that talked about that spoke to the direct fiscal benefit to Oakland, primarily to the general fund. And on that slide, it listed the different fiscal benefits that will be returned back to us, specifically Measure C and Measure Z. And my question is, do these measure funds remain committed within this project area that are highlighted, or are those funds available through this general fund to be used citywide? Do they stay within that project area for use, or are they applied citywide?
They would be, to the extent they're applied citywide now, they still would be after formation of the IFD. So the reason these are called out separately is because they are earmarked funds and they would be continued to be used exactly in the way that they're used now, regardless of the formation of the IFD. And so they're not considered general fund revenues, and they're not included in the 10.4 million that could be contributed to the IFD. I actually am not, we have Margaret O'Brien and Aaron Roseman on as well. I'm not an expert on how these get used now. I think Measure C, as I understand, goes to visit Oakland, the Oakland Zoo, the Oakland Museum, and maybe a couple of others. And Measure Z is specifically used for public safety and violence prevention. So the uses of these would be unchanged by the introduction of the IFD. I don't know if that fully answers your question. We could also have Aaron or Margaret jump in if you have other questions about those.
That was helpful perspective. And then finally, the question that I have, and through the chair, Tamale, this may be another one for you. We mentioned what the A's proposed on community benefits, the $450 million over 45 years. How is that benefit to be realized if an agreement on a non-relocation was supported for less than 45 years, which I do not support, but I'm just understanding in what they proposed in that $450 million over 45 years, they also have put forth a 20-year non-relocation agreement. So I'm understanding and seeking clarity on how you actually realize that full benefit if they've not committed for that full term.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue there is that were the A's to leave, say, 20 years into their lease, there would, unless we had another professional sports team, or really specifically another professional baseball team that were to come in and want to use the facility would diminish greatly in value without a tenant. And so we would, lose all of that tax increment that we're counting on both. We would lose all the tax increment that we're counting on. So I think that's that's an issue for being able to underwrite the public investment, as well as for providing funds for community benefits.
Thank you very much. Thank you again, Chair Kalb, for giving us this opportunity to join and provide remarks and ask questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. Council President Bass.
I have one brief question, and then I wanted to respond to the slide asking for feedback from the council. So I heard Vice Mayor Kaplan ask this question, and I want to ask it too to make sure I'm clear. Through the chair to the staff, could you state again the role of the Planning Commission on this project as opposed to the council? The Planning Commission's role and their timeline?
Do you want to take that one if you're still around?
Yeah, sure. I'm still here. Yeah, people in Bureau of Planning staff. Yeah, so since this project's including a general plan amendment and rezoning, the way that project entitlements work, they all get packaged together. So the full consideration of this project, including the general plan amendment, rezoning, the plan unit development agreement, which always goes to city council as well as the certification of the EIR, all of that gets approved by the council. The planning commission in this situation becomes a recommending body to the city council. So once we publish the final AIR, the first step is going to the planning commission for consideration of that, for recommending whether to certify or not certify to the council. And included with that will be all of the development entitlements too. And when that exactly goes is dependent on getting in the additional application materials that we need for the PUD and the tentative track map, which are in right now, or that we're waiting to come in as a final submittal so that we can finish review of those. So all of those would be packaged together to the planning commission. Hopefully, if everything moves smoothly, we'll be able to do that in November before proceeding to council later in the year.
And Council President Boss, if it's helpful, this is the exact process that we used for the CWS lease and disposition development agreement that you heard yesterday.
Thank you for that. And before I share my feedback on the slide that's in front of us, I do want to touch base on Chinatown again, and I appreciate the Vice Mayor reminding us about the incredibly low score that Chinatown has around pedestrian safety. It might have been a 0 or a 1, I mean, incredibly low. I do feel like it's important as we're going through this process to really listen deeply to our community members, the neighborhoods who both see opportunity and also see concerns around this project. It is, as was already said, a legacy project for Oakland. This is a long-term commitment, and we want to make sure that we're being very thorough in our decision-making. We want to make sure that we're really listening to all of the communities who have a stake in this. And so I just want to say again, as the representative of Chinatown, that we are very lucky to have a living Chinatown. This isn't a tourist Chinatown. This is a living Chinatown with a rich history that includes, incredible civil rights movements, as well as redlining and disinvestment, and a feeling as downtown has developed around Chinatown of being literally choked. And I think what the community is saying is that we don't want this new project, including the traffic, to choke Chinatown, its residents, its businesses. So I just want to underscore that, because I'm not quite sure, based on what I'm hearing from the community, whether the community really feels heard by us, generally speaking, as the city, as well as by the A's. And certainly our equity indicators report showed that pedestrian safety is a huge concern. Air pollution has been a growing concern because of the freeway exchange, the tunnel to Alameda, the BRT and BART, et cetera. And at the same time, Chinatown is a place that really contributes to our economy. If, prior to the pandemic, Chinatown businesses were logging in higher sales than even downtown businesses of similar geographies. And so I think all of that needs to be understood to really recognize the importance of our Chinatown community. And then moving on to the feedback that staff has requested from the council. In terms of 1 or 2 IFDs, I appreciate all of the work that our staff and our consultants have done to help us understand these issues. I am supportive of the single on-site IFD. In terms of the non-relocation terms, I am very, very much in favor of thinking about the A's staying in Oakland another generation. So that's the minimum 45 years, which would be the term of the IFD. In terms of the community benefits approach, affordable housing is incredibly important. I think we've all weighed in on this, but I do want to underscore that for myself, I think the minimum should be 35% that I think the community benefits table has been talking about on-site at 60% AMI. We're so behind on affordable and deeply affordable housing. We have to take every opportunity to catch up and also support the resources for tenant protections and anti-displacement. The jobs policies are important. So looking at MAPLA at the port, looking at Centerpoint at the port in terms of local targeted and fair chance hiring is really important. We've already spoken to the environmental and the health mitigations, which are important. We didn't talk a lot about the community enforcement mechanism for the community benefits agreement. I've referenced a legally binding community benefits agreement, but I think that has to be fleshed out. And then in terms of the community fund, so the San Jose Google Community Fund that has been referenced is relatively new. I think that we really need to understand more about what that is and how it might translate here in Oakland, given that we're a very different city. And I think as we look at that as a potential model, we have to look at, what's the developer contribution? What is the governance? What would actually be funded? How are we getting to the community benefits themselves to identify what would be funded, and also who through the structure of a potential community fund? So I don't want to sign off on that as a framework right now, because I think there's a lot more we need to understand in terms of how it would apply to Oakland and the key things that we would need to hash out. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President Bass. We'll go next to, who's in the queue? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you for that. One question, and then I have comments on the closing sort of bullets. So I guess the question is for staff, and it's related to the infrastructure financing district and the sort of future tax revenues that are kind of targeted both for so with respect to the on-site IFD, but with respect to all the IFDs that are being considered, I know that the incremental taxes are intended to cover the incremental services, at a minimum, sort of the incremental services that will be required for the additional people, the additional traffic, if we're talking fire, we're talking about police services, we're talking about libraries, park maintenance, street sweeping, you name it. And so have we identified what the amount of the incremental sort of taxes or incremental revenues are that will be needed to just cover the services of the additional population and the additional activity? And where is that taken into account relative to sort of future revenues?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So this is this one slide is a distillation of the 15-ish page report from Century Urban that was an attachment to the staff report. So this $25.6 million of annual revenues are actually net of new expenses. So the new revenues are actually quite a bit higher than this. And to arrive at this 25.6 million in net new annual revenues, we're deducting out new annual expenses. I don't remember the exact number. I can get it for you, but it was 10 million, somewhere in the range of 10 to $11 million per year that we were expecting in new city expenses for kind of all the categories that you just listed: general administrative expenses, fire, police, all of those services that we provide as a city to all of those new, residents and workers and visitors that would be coming every year. So this is net of those projected expenses that we worked primarily with the Department of Finance on, but with some of the expenses like fire, we actually worked directly with the department in question to make sure that we were getting those right. And Griselda just texted me that the number is $10.3 million per year that we expect in new expenditures as a city. So this 25.6 is net of that.
Got you. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. And then when it comes to the final slide and the last bullets, I think my comments seem to align with sort of what I'm hearing from my colleagues, and then also the staff's recommendation around the one on-site IFD makes sense. It's a stretch relative to the second one, given for the reasons that were bulleted out. I think there were maybe like 10 or 12 different bullets on the slide that Molly presented. As far as the non-relocation terms, similarly, I would say a minimum would be the term of the IFD that exists. As far as community benefits approach, I do think that the staff's recommendation around affordable housing makes sense as documented in the report relative to the amount of on-site, and that sort of to meet that gap. I think it was to meet the gap of the total percentage of affordable housing, which I think was 30, if I got that right. It would be partially covered by the developer and then partially covered by the IFD, but not allowing a waiver for the developer of getting out of what would be expected of any developer who's developing within the city of Oakland. As far as jobs, I think it's reasonable to be covered under the ports agreements, so MAPLA, and the other sort of job requirements. And then as far as the community fund, I'm intrigued by the model of the multiple revenue sources all sort of coming into the community fund from the Port Social Justice Trust Fund, the sort of a set aside from the IFD, the condominium transfer fee, and also the transportation impact fee as sort of a framework. So I think that is directionally right in terms of, I would say, digging in maybe a little bit more just to kind of vet some of it. But I think it directionally makes sense to diversify the funding source, and be able to have the shared contributions of that. So those are, I guess, my thoughts on those bulleted items in closing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. And next, Councilmember Fife.
Thank you, Chair Kalb. I guess my questions first are for city staff. I'm not sure if it would be Molly or Betsy, but has there been any report on the direct fiscal impact and the direct fiscal benefit to the immediate areas impacted? I know there's 4 neighborhoods, correct? We said Chinatown, West Oakland, Jack London, and I think downtown was the other. Is that correct?
Old Oakland is the 4th. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a direct fiscal impact that because you showed on the slide preceding that there's a direct fiscal benefit, and in the 6-hour meeting with the county, I think it was stated that there are some impacts that just will not be able to be mitigated with a development project this large. So I just wonder if that can be identified what those impacts will be, and if there's a direct allocation in any of this, any of these reports around what does West Oakland and Chinatown actually receive as a result of those negative impacts that can't be mitigated. Because I know we're talking about a kind of community benefits and what kind of community benefits to approach, but I'm feeling like that's citywide, and I'm not clear if that's specific to District 3 and Chinatown. So could you help me understand that a little bit more?
Sure. So in terms of just the fiscal analysis, we looked at that at the city level, right? Because we're we're the body that collects taxes and spends the money. So the fiscal analysis is specific to the city, and then we did one that was specific to the county as well. But in terms of economic impacts or environmental impacts to the local community, we didn't do an economic impact analysis that's specific to the 4 neighborhoods. We do look at all of the impacts, which are concentrated really in the 4 neighborhoods, the environmental impacts and the EIR. And then in terms of what do they receive, that would really be the community benefits. I mean, specifically. So the community benefits are intended to be focused in those 4 impacted neighborhoods, specifically because they are anticipated to be the most, on the receiving end of some of the traffic congestion and other issues that may affect their residents disproportionately. So that community fund, the implementation of the offsite affordable housing, those things are all intended to be focused on those 4 impacted neighborhoods.
But we still haven't had a real commitment around what community benefits would be, right? We're talking about the $450 million potentially. But do the other agencies like the county and the state have to agree to participate in the financing district in order to realize those potential community benefits?
I think that the county's participation is really key to just having an economically viable project at all. So, including community benefits. Yeah, the $450 million set aside from the 2 IFDs is really the A's proposal. Staff's proposal is a lot less reliant on the IFDs as the source for community benefits, but, just writ large, we may or may not be able to come to a project at all without the county's participation.
And we won't have any idea about where they stand until September, correct?
That's correct. That's my understanding.
So we can put all of our wish lists out here and have the discussion completely dashed if the county says, yeah, we're going to pass.
Yeah, there's a lot of agencies beyond just the city of Oakland that are going to have to approve this project in order for it to move forward, not just the county. I mean, BCDC, state lands, the port, CPUC, DTSC, it's like, goes on. Now we need to get the glossary Councilmember Reed asked for. Yeah, there are a lot of cooks in this particular kitchen.
So then I guess I have to piggyback on what Councilmember Reed was saying. Then why this big social media push and this question is through the chair to Mr. Cavill, to put pressure on city council when it's dependent on so many different entities? Mr.
Yeah, I'm happy to address that. I mean, we've spent about 5 years working on a downtown location for the A's in Oakland, and many of these other bodies have weighed in, and we have not heard from the city council. So that's why it's important that we get some type of reassurance or mutual understanding with the city council that we have a shared vision on a project at the waterfront. And that's why we've been asking for an affirmative vote in July.
Can we get a list of the positions of all of those other entities that you've been in conversation with about where they stand on the project?
Yes. Many of them have actually voted, like the state and the governor's office, and things of that nature. So that's all as part of the public record. We'd be happy to provide all that. But I think the key item right now that we've been asking for is the city council, and that's really why we're looking for this timing. And like we said earlier, the original proposal we made to the city council does not include the county. So there are ways in using the offsite IFD to not include the county in the decision making at this time. I understand that you guys are looking for the county's help, which is fine, and we hope they actually participate. But there are other ways to reach the kind of the funding gaps.
And I think I hear from my council colleagues that there's very little interest in an offsite IFD. It doesn't yield the kind of returns that would interest any of my council colleagues in moving forward. So I think what I'm hearing from this conversation is people are more interested in the on-site IFD. And I was not a council member before January of this year. And so whatever is on the public record, I was probably not very much tuned into. So if you could provide that information about the bodies that have shown their support for this project to date and who else is needed to move forward. So this is robust and it will pencil, then I would greatly appreciate that. And I will say, Chair Kalb, regarding the questions in closing, I personally believe that my perspective as a city council member is less important than the voices of my constituents, which is why on July 17th, I'll be having a town hall. I have an informal poll on my Twitter page that people can fill out. But I'll also be doing some phone banking and door knocking around this issue in my district as well. So I can get more robust input from the people that will be directly impacted, for which it seems like there's not really much study on how they will be supported. I think Vice Mayor Kaplan makes an excellent point about how development has been very racialized. We see the impacts of that in East Oakland with a lack of investment and a lack of development. And we see the impacts of how that's uprooted historic Black communities in West Oakland. So development in and of itself has been very traumatic for certain populations. And we're hearing that that can be the same for our Chinatown neighbors as well. So my perspective on all of the things listed in this last slide are, I will ask those questions to my constituents so that I can provide a better informed answer about what they want to see moving forward. But at this point, I'm also, as Councilmember Reed stated, very, very concerned about how the relationships have played out through announcing information over Twitter. And I hope that moving forward, we can figure out more just cavalier or maybe better ways of engaging with each other. And so we don't have to go through these back and forths through social media, because I know a lot of fans, a lot of residents have been really hurt by some of the conversations and some of the antics that have taken place online. And I want to avoid that. People in Oakland are going through more than enough to have to deal with, just insult to injury. So that said, I will come back to the meeting on the 20th with more information from the members of my district.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fife. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Taylor, did you have another question, or was that your hand from before?
That was from before. I'll lower it.
Okay. All right. So I have a couple more questions, and I'll make some brief closing comments. And I certainly will include brief reactions to the requests for feedback from city staff. But one question to Dave for the A's. I recall that there was a document that you guys put together. I forgot what context and when it was finished. You called it an environmental justice and stewardship initiative. I'm wondering, are there things in there that will be in some agreement that you will commit to in some kind of legally binding way? Because I'm sure it's a lot of good things in there, but I've seen, all over in projects and cities and states and all sorts of documents that have nice plans and things, but unless there's some required commitment to do them, they often don't get done. And so I'm wondering, is that initiative, is the document of that initiative going to be in some kind of development agreement or some kind of legally binding format?
It's actually even better than that, council member. We wrote it into state law because AB 734 has the list of environmental justice measures we need to accomplish as part of the project. including the greenhouse gas neutrality and all the other aspects. So that's all in that bill. I can send you the language, but that's something we did back in 2018.
Yeah, no, I've seen the bill. I was under the impression that this environmental justice and stewardship initiative, in quotes, was something beyond that. Was that just my misunderstanding?
Well, I think it's important to remember that, we filed a lawsuit against ETSC to actually ensure that Schnitzer Steel, who is one of the largest polluters in the area, was following actually the laws, and we won that lawsuit. I think it's important to for folks to know that today at 3:30, almost 30 minutes ago, we actually filed a Clean Air Act complaint against Schnitzer Steel, the Athletics Investment Group, along the same lines to ensure that the air quality in that area where we're going to build this new ballpark, privately financed, is handled in a way that makes sense for the community and leads to better health outcomes. So I think we've actually showed, not in documents about what we're going to do, but what we actually have done, that we are going to be an important steward around environmental sustainability and justice in Oakland at large, but specifically in West Oakland. So that will continue. That's an important part of who we are as an organization. We feel very strongly about that. And, we hope that the outcomes will be positive for everyone involved.
Okay, my question, thank you for that. And that's helpful. It's still my understanding that there was some kind of plan or a set of things on a written document that was titled Environmental Justice and Stewardship Initiative, quote. Do you have such a document with that title?
That document became state legislation that passed in 2018. That's where it originated. Like, it was the list of things we were going to agree to as part of the project for the expedited judicial review that we're legally bound to, the greenhouse gas neutrality, the local offsets, how we're doing the local offsets, the negotiation with the California Air Resource Board, all those pieces, Councilmember, is what we have agreed to and what we feel is important for the project. So we're committed to that. Obviously there might be things in addition to that, like the lawsuit that we just filed today, the Clean Air Act, which we think is important for West Oakland and Oakland in general. But that's the basis of that agreement, or kind of set of standards that you were kind of referring to.
I understand. Okay, so I don't know if Veronica Cummings, either now or after today, before the 20th, if there's additional information that's your understanding that relates to the environmental justice and stewardship initiative, other elements of that go beyond state law. So I don't know, Veronica, if you have any comments on that now or after today, either way would be fine. But I do want to make sure that we're following through on those elements.
That would be something that we'll follow up on.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, so let me also, just a quick mention, there was people referenced the port's MAPLA jobs requirements that they have for projects. I do want to make sure that that whatever the city is involved in, city, port, or any combination, that local hire of one sort or another is an element of that. Could somebody answer that question for me? I don't know if Matt is still here, or Molly.
Port staff, with apologies, had to go on to other meetings.
Sure.
So your question was, is local hire an element of the MAPLA and Centerpoint?
Yes.
The port's policies. They do address local hire, but their local hire requirements are somewhat different than the city's. So we could get you some further analysis on that. I think the most basic level, their definition of local is a little broader than the city of Oakland.
Okay, it'd be good for the city council to have that the differences in a memorandum or whatever kind of report, so we're not kind of struggling to find that out last minute, but to see that in advance. That'd be helpful. I find it helpful. Let's see. I do have a couple more questions to make here. Let me just ask to Dave or let me just say this. And after I say this, I'll have Dave respond, and I'll get back to the final request for feedback that that staff is asking for us for council members today. But prior to really for a couple of years, prior to this spring, prior to April of this year, I felt that what was likely going to happen was the A's and the city administration would come to the council pretty much together saying, here's our plan, here's a term sheet, here's what we're going to put in the development agreement, here's a final EIR on the way. And they would kind of be hand in hand, dance partners, bringing something to the city council that the city council would then look at and say, well, we're going to have to tweak it a little bit. And then there'll be pressure from various stakeholders, our friends in labor and others, and that this kumbaya, not quite kumbaya, but a lot of people would agree in terms of the administration, the A's, organized labor, some stakeholders, not all, and probably a majority of the council would end up with minor tweaks at that point saying yes. That's what I thought was going to happen. And I thought that for almost 2 years prior to April. When though the A's decided in April, I forgot the exact date, to release their version of what I would call a draft term sheet. And when I realized that it's quite a ways different in many regards from what the city administration was looking to promote. And this is a city administration and a mayor that wants to have a Howard Terminal project. They want to have that. And yet they were still kind of like, well, wait a minute, we're still far apart on some things. At that point, at the end of April and throughout much of May, I felt much more pessimistic that this is going to happen. No one's giving up any deal, and we all have the process going forward, and we'll see what happens. But I was, hoping to go from the pessimistic way I was feeling at the end of April and throughout May and much of June to more optimism. And I'm not there yet, but I'm willing to get there. I just don't think we're there yet. And so I guess what I'm asking is, this proposal that included the financial heart of the proposal that the A's draft proposal the A's have made earlier this calendar year, and where the city's has been, I feel like there's still some gaps. I think everybody understands that, or most people see that. And the question is, what efforts will the A's continue to make to continue negotiating, continue compromising, continue, working at this together over the next couple of weeks and beyond, to get to something where the city and the A's are on the same page. And we on the council, rightfully so, because we're council members, we were elected officials, we get lobbied by all sorts of interests and stakeholders and residents and fans and everybody, and that's all fine. That's our job. But I would say to some of those stakeholders who are very much in favor of this project, you need to go lobby the A's. You need to go tell them to get back to the table and compromise some more if you want to get a deal. So that's the message I'm sending to the stakeholders. But the question to Dave right now is, are you back at the table? Are you here ready to come back to the table tomorrow with the city administration for the next 2 weeks and beyond to get to a deal that works for folks? Because we're not there yet. That's my question.
Councilmember, I think the key is to remember kind of how we got here. We spent all of 2020 during the pandemic negotiating with the city staff on the agreement. And we actually came to terms on a lot of things, but some of the main areas like who pays for on-sites and off-sites and how we handle things like affordable housing, we were at an impasse. And so we felt that because it was going sideways for so long, we had to take this directly to the city council and to the community to see if the proposal that we've made, which is an incredible financial proposal, in private capital, the most ever invested in Oakland, would be acceptable to the elected leaders of the city, the city council. And, right now we're happy to negotiate, but it has to be an economic negotiation that leads to a very close derivative of what we proposed in January to the city council or to the staff, and then we made public in April, because that's the limit at which this project works. That doesn't mean it's the final take it or leave it type of thing, but it has to be on the margins as opposed to totally having an organ transplant in terms of what the main deal is. And I think that is our concern, that we remain apart on some of these key areas. And are we going to be able to get to a point of agreement? We don't know. I can't really answer that question. I know that we'll work hard over the next couple of weeks to establish more communication. We've been talking all the time, but we need to do what we can to understand whether or not there is an agreement with the type of financial framework that we originally proposed and what the council feels is necessary and acceptable for the city of Oakland.
Oh, there we go. I understand that. I think what you're hearing from many council members today is that at a minimum, we seem to be generally supportive of the city administration's positions in the areas where there's disagreement, and that you and the city and everybody else have some work to do. You, I mean the A's, have some work to do, and whether that work happens the next 2 weeks or shortly after that, I don't know. But I mean, you're hearing feedback here. The purpose of this session.
Oh no,
today,
yeah, and I understand that, Councilmember, but the answer can't just be that the A's concede on all the points. We've put out there a proposal that we feel that obviously works for the private capital, that keeps the A's in Oakland, that provides the $450 million in community benefits. Yeah. And like I said, we can tweak it around the margins, but that is the basic proposal, the core piece that we need to get feedback. And we're getting some feedback today, obviously, thank you, on whether or not it works for all parties.
Yeah, well, okay, you're getting feedback. Whether the feedback is incorporated or you're willing to make those changes, we'll see shortly, hopefully. But I'm just kind of laying things out. But you heard all the comments today, so let me just share my to city staff my comments on what you asked us to have comments on. I'm looking at my notes here. Sorry for just 1 second. Okay, so on the 1 versus 2 IFDs, I think I share the thoughts that you've heard from other council members today about the one on-site project site IFD seems to be logical. What that money is used for is a question, and that's an important question. But having an IFD on site seems to be a acceptable thing. And when I saw the plan at the end of April with this second IFD, it was a head scratcher, and so that's just not going to happen. The relocation terms, I don't know what's 20 years seems very low. And you're building a ballpark. I mean, the ballpark's going to be around for quite a while. It's going to be, no one's going to demolish a ballpark in 21 years after it's built. That's not going to happen, especially one of these new, state-of-the-art ballparks that you're all promoting. So 20 years seems ridiculously low. So if it's 45 or whatever the number is, it should be up there in that general vicinity. Community benefits, I think you've already heard my reaction, as others on affordable housing, that like with any large project or small or large project, including very large projects, that we have impact fees or on-site inclusionary or some combination of those, and that there may be State Surplus Lands Act element that may or may not be a factor. There may be additional affordable housing beyond our requirement that we have in law or that exists in law that the city may contribute using IFD funds to go beyond the basic amount, and that's fine. But this, yeah. Anyway, I think you've heard it. I think it's pretty clear where the council is and the administration is in terms of their preference on the A's contribution to direct contribution to affordable housing. Jobs, I think we talked about that already. And then the community fund. I'm sorry, can you, Betsy or Molly, can you just summarize again for me the community fund that you referenced? And it's also in the staff report.
Sorry, I was just getting back to that slide. So the community fund, in short summary, was proposed in the staff report to have 4 sources. The Port's Social Justice Trust Fund, which comes from the MAPLA, which would be dedicated to workforce development, a set aside from the IFD, which would be dedicated to affordable housing, a condominium transfer fee, and payments from the developer in lieu of transportation impact fees, which would be also deposited into the fund. And then we had a little bit, so that's about 411 million currently projected over 66 years. And then we had a little bit of an idea about a potential framework for governance of the fund. But as Council President Boss noted, this needs a lot more vetting to make sure that it's the right framework for Oakland.
Okay, so I know 411 million or whatever thereabouts sounds like a lot of money, but if it's over 60 plus years, it's not really a lot of money. It's just not a lot of money. Yeah, I just want to point that out. I mean, that's great. Having money is better than not having money. Spend on good things, and so so I just want to point out the reality of how much money we are talking about. It's over 60 years. It's not a lot of money at all.
And just one note: the staff report does include, which I didn't include in this presentation, a kind of projection of how much would flow in over each decade, so you can get a sense of how much of that 411 million would come in the first 10 years, second 20 years, et cetera.
Okay. So first of all, I appreciate the staff's presentations. I appreciate the port being here. I appreciate Dave Cavill from being here from the A's, of course, and all the public comments we heard. I do want people, obviously, all the council members, of course, but stakeholders too, to read the staff report that's in today's packet with their attachments there as well. If you can read those, if you have time to read those, it's helpful for us on the council to get specific feedback about some of these elements, including the ones where the city asked for feedback, but just all the elements that are in the staff report, if people have additional questions, because we on the council could pass along those questions to the administration and try to get some of them answered leading up to the 20th, and we're happy to do that. And I think I heard that the EIR is hopefully going to go to the Planning Commission sometime in the fall. Is that right?
That is the hope. We're shooting for end of October to wrap the response to comments.
Okay. And of course, as you've heard me say privately, Molly and Betsy, that, I've read dozens and dozens of EIRs in my life. And when I see a draft EIR come out and then see all the many comments, and then the final EIR is merely a response to comments and defending what was in the draft to begin with, and not really have all that much more new mitigation or project changes or what have you, I have a frown on my face. A final EIR is supposed to learn from the comments. Not all comments have the oomph or details to learn, but some of them do. Some of them, a lot of comments do have details and expertise behind them, and valid things they're saying. And final EIRs are supposed to take those into account, add more mitigation, require modifications to elements of the project or what have you. And that's what I want to see. I don't want to see merely a response to comments, quote unquote. And if I see too many substantive, fact-based comments that are ignored to the point where mitigation we can do, we end up not doing, or there's not enough changes or what have you, I'm not going to say yes to the final EIR. I want to see real movement there using the expertise that I've seen in some of those comments. I'm just saying that publicly as you've heard me say privately. So let me see here. I'm not seeing any more hands up. We've had a long meeting today. Madam Clerk, I believe we do have to have public open forum. Is that correct?
Yes, we do have open forum listed on the agenda.
Okay, so prior to open forum, I just want to again thank everybody for this tremendous information sharing and feedback. I hope that found that's helpful. Obviously, individual council members can consult with city staff behind the scenes as much as they need to. And I again suggest to stakeholders out there, obviously, you're all welcome to lobby council members. That's what we're here for. But I suggest you lobby the A's as well, because we have a little more work to do on both sides. So without seeing any more hands, Madam Clerk, we could start open forum now. And let's give everybody.
Mr. Chair, are we getting a motion for these items on the agenda?
To the parliamentarian, do we need to receive and file these reports? Is that right?
One of them is an informational report.
So
yes, okay. It's been moved that we receive and file the report. I need a second. I'll second that. And we will again have additional staff reports leading up to the 20th. But for today, this is received and filed. Okay.
For the info report, I'm sorry, to the chair, we can receive and file that. And then for the study session part, we can do an accept after, I guess, I don't know if the parliamentarian wishes us to do it separately or we can put together.
I think you can do it all together. It's fine.
Okay.
Yes, the motion will be all together then.
Okay, so we have a mover, Councilmember Taylor, second by Chair Kalb, to accept and receive and file the informational report today. On roll for this motion, Councilmember 5.
Aye.
Councilmember Gallo.
Hey, folks, I'm going to step away.
He's excused.
I'm going to keep this running.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
I got to take care of something over here. I'm monitoring it here.
Motion passes with 3 ayes, 1 excuse. Gallo.
This is going to open forum.
That takes us to open forum. It is currently 4:17. What is the pleasure of the chair for the close of the queue?
Let's give each person 1 minute on open forum today.
Okay, and what time would you like to close the queue?
4:20.
Okay. So as indicated by the chair, please raise your hand if you wish to speak on an item. 1 second while I share the timer for us today. You will be given 1 minute as directed by the chair. 1 second, this timer is a little different than our PowerPoint timer. All right, we will begin calling names now, starting with Ernie Stock, then David Peters, Keisha Henderson, B. Blair. We'll have A. Luna Bocanegro, Miss Olabala, Dolores Tejada, Matt Sharp, A. Wright, and Evie Kwong. Starting with David Peters. 1 second. We'll ask that if you can mute yourselves, please, on the panelist side. Thank you. David Peters, you're up first. Please unmute yourself and you'll be given 1 minute as directed by the chair.
Thank you. That was quite exhaustive. So I appreciate everybody for going the council for diving in such depth. A lot of talk about this community fund, a lot of talk about looking at San Jose as a model. Oakland has a model. Oakland set up a framework for a community investment fund in connection with the Oakland Army base reused 15 years ago. It's been funded for $4 million 4 years ago, and the community cannot get their hands on that money from the city. Let's use Oakland's own current West Oakland Investment Fund as a model. Let's figure out how to get that fixed and get that money out in the community like it should be. We don't need to look somewhere else. Let's look here. And if we think if 411 is not very much money, the $4 million is nothing. So let's get that out where that needs to be. Really taken aback by what it sounds like the A's refusal to comply with city law around affordable housing. And, you know, there was $1 million went to 7th Street, Kirkham's development.
Thank you so much for your comment. I'm sorry, I was muted. Keisha Henderson, you are next. Sorry.
Hi. I just wanted to say it was good to hear both sides from the city standpoint and from the Oakland A's. Also, I think both sides have pretty good arguments, and there's things that are on both sides that I could agree to. However, I just hope that both sides can come to a great negotiation and figure out what we need in order to keep the A's here. Because to be honest, in Oakland, we're paying high homeowners taxes. Some people are paying high rent. And there's nothing here. There's nothing in Oakland for us to really do. There's nothing in Oakland for us to really enjoy. We don't really have that many city attractions like they say. I mean, Grand Lake, that's old. Lake Merritt, that's old. Oakland Zoo, like all of this stuff is just old to me and outdated. And it would be very exciting to have some new development. So I'm hoping that both sides can come to some type of agreement, because as of right now, it's nothing in Oakland for us to do, to be honest, for the type of high rent and homeowners taxes that we are all paying.
Thank you. The next speaker is B. Blair. Please unmute and you can begin.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. This is the first time I've really sat down with the process. I've heard a lot of words about it, and it sounds like you're working out those things. It sounds like there are some environmental issues, dirt issues, like with Candlestick Point, with Treasure Island. Are these health conditions, can they be helped and mitigated? I'm not so sure. Candlestick and Treasure Island is kind of a mess right now. And I would hate to see the same thing happen to that area, that we're trying to respect the current port system and how it works, but it's a bit unhealthy there. And that you don't want to work on housing so much. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think we really have to consider the health risks. And thank you for the work in trying to talk with Chinatown a bit more and work on that issue. I guess these are issues you're negotiating. Good luck in your negotiation process. And I'm for issues of health. I really like to hear.
Thank you very much. The next speaker in the queue is a Luna Bocanegro. Please unmute and you can begin.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Hi everyone. My name is Andrea Luna Bocanegra. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I just want to request one more time to please ask for a user impact report from the port. I think that is very important for us to request. If we want a true environmental impact report, we should also know how this project will affect the existing jobs, not from the port. Also include all the manufacturers and all the facilities and all the companies that would be affected if the productivity of this port is reduced. Please, I beg that you please look at that. There's over $135 billion that come in from that port. We got to balance it out and see if it's worth losing 325,000 jobs to potentially 8,000 jobs. And again, it's hypothetical. That the A's are saying that potentially 8,000 to 9,000 jobs. Again, there's no guarantee that those jobs are going to happen because it's hypothetical. Please.
I'm so sorry, your 2 minutes has ended, and Ms. Olabala has the floor. Please unmute, ma'am, and you can begin.
Yes, the community benefits program is supposed to be for poor impacted neighborhoods. Question is Chinatown a poor impacted neighborhood when you have just approved moving forward with a benefits business improvement district where they will assess fees? Chinatown has been given, at one point, almost 30 cameras were recommended for Chinatown. At one point, you were recommending lighting, you gave them $75,000. You just had a Chinatown parking and loading pilot program. You just allowed Chinatown to get extra police to deal with 7 hate crimes in Chinatown. So let's have some equity. And Chinatown is getting too much, and you're not giving anything to West Oakland, East Oakland that's comparable. The labor unions, constructed labor unions, are discriminating against Blacks, and you're not doing anything to make up.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Dolores Tejada will be next. You're unmuted. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Dolores Tejada, East Bay Housing Organizations. I haven't had a full chance to go through the entire staff report, but I was taken aback by Councilmember Kaplan's saying that the housing piece in the report is supposed to be built in the second phase. This is not an equitable process to have housing built in the second phase. As soon as ground breaks to build a new stadium, ground needs to break on building housing. Housing is much more needed than a stadium, and we need to prioritize affordable housing, especially for the area if this project were to be approved. So I'd really like council to make sure that that happens. We need housing to break ground at the same time. As soon as this project starts, housing should be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt is next.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to once again comment on this historic item. My name is Matt Schrapp. I am the CEO of the Harbor Trucking Association. We represent hundreds of companies involved in intermodal drayage on the West Coast, and as mentioned earlier, our members move close to 2/3 of cargo moved through the Port of Oakland. Thank you for holding this special meeting. Your insightful questions have helped bring many of the veiled benefit claims related to this project into the light. While we appreciate staff's comprehensive presentation, there again was very little serious recognition of project impacts on seaport operations and what potential mitigation measures are being considered if Howard Terminal and the surrounding areas are converted. With all due respect to Mr. Caval, his comments on how port operations will be impacted is a real false narrative here. This project does not create a harmonious coexistence with the Port of Oakland. In fact, it's far from it. We implore the council to continue to scrutinize the proposal and agree to entertain detailed mitigation efforts that will address any of the potential issues before agreeing to anything with the A's in spirit, non-binding or otherwise, especially since the ER has not been finalized.
Thank you for your comments. A Wright is next. Please unmute and you can begin.
Good afternoon, ILWU, Aaron Wright. Many of you have come to tour the port with me and have seen that, can you hear me? And seen that one day of economic activity is easily more than 44 home games that the A's could ever bring. Whether it's agriculture, manufacturing, or retail, Northern California relies on the Port of Oakland and its productivity. We can't, Dave Cavallo of the A's has said they will have a compatible operation with the port, but nothing is mentioned in the DEIR taking into account the traffic patterns. And we need, as maritime stakeholders, we need a chance to present as the A's and city staff and port commissioners have today. Remember, Libby Schaaf is 100% with the A's on this. She has said there's no deal other than Howard Terminal. Remember, the city staff and port commissioners work for her. They're her appointees. If she can cut fire and police and blame city council, how do we have $1 billion to fund the A's?
Thank you so much for your comments. A.V. Huang is next. Please unmute and you can begin.
Hi, thank you. I spoke earlier, but I really was encouraged to hear all the questions from the council members. And these are very serious issues. We really need to ask hard questions because Oakland and the residents will be living with this forever, okay? What one of the callers just said is that there is no housing going to be built either in East Oakland or anywhere else until they start digging into the stadium. Once you allow the A's to start digging for the stadium, you do not know what you're going to find out. How much hazardous, this is an industrial site, it's an industrial zone. You have to change all of those just for the A's. And once you start digging, you don't know what you're gonna be faced with. And again, I just recommend that more study is done so that it is best for the Oakland residents.
I'm so sorry to cut you off, but your minute has ended and Susan Ransom is next. Please unmute yourself and we'll start your time when you begin your comments.
Hey, y'all, you know who I am. I just want to interject one thing. Listening today was fabulous. Thank you for all the information. It was really informative. The one thing that still has not come up and is in the presentation I sent you is the turning basin watercraft. I mean, the big concern for us is that the watercraft gets in there like the Covey Cove. You got 15, 20 little sailboats sitting in there. A big ship rolls up during a game day. What do? The Coast Guard has already said, that the waterway cannot be mitigated. So that's what I'm looking for. And also Dave Cavall saying that we're fear mongering and, we have a short narrative. That is not getting along with the port. I invite you to come to the port and let me show you what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Phone number ending in 0803 is next. Please unmute and you can begin.
Oh, that's Mercedes Rodriguez. Hello?
Hi, yes, you can begin your comments.
Thank you. My name is Mercedes Rodriguez, and I am a homeowner at Bayport Village, which is right down the street from Howard Terminal. It takes me 7 minutes to walk there. When I talk about Howard Terminal, my homeowners are concerned about the traffic impact that we're going to have, the transportation of the trucks, the vendors, the noise that are going to be occurring from the stadium, which I didn't even realize about. And they are very concerned about that. As a person that's on this CBA steering committee, I'm also concerned about the benefits for West Oakland, the other three impacted areas. The A's, from what I understand, are not putting any money financially into the CBA. It's all based on the EDIF, and that is not acceptable. We need the A's to come up and pay for community benefits for the term of their lease, which is 66 years. I support helping the council to make a...
Thank you. Carla is next.
Hi, thank you. Carla Collins. It's unfortunate that this type of discussion between the city council members and the A's hadn't happened until now. We know that last year with COVID, conversations weren't as easy to have, but it's obvious that after hearing the comments that more of a collaboration needs to happen between the various parties, the city, the county, the A's, of course, and having representation from all these different subcommittees and agencies to weigh in on and to have that discussion together sounds like it'd be a really good idea at this point to move the conversation. So, what you mentioned, Councilwoman Fife, doesn't happen on Twitter, and having more real discussion to move things along would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is Aaron Oden. Please unmute and you can begin.
Yeah, let's go. The A's are fuck poverty. Fuck the A's.
And that's our last speaker.
Okay, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for cutting that person off. Appreciate that. Those kind of comments are not welcome anytime, anywhere. So those are all our open forum speakers. We had a long session tonight, this afternoon, and this session, of course, will be taped and at some point be put on the agenda for people to listen later on if they need to. This topic will be back on the agenda for the regular scheduled July 20th council meeting. I want to thank the clerk and all the clerk's staff who were here today to help us with this. Thank you so much for your as always great work. And this meeting is now adjourned.
Thanks, Chair Kalb. Great job.
Well, hey, everybody. Want to thank those remaining. Want to thank everybody for appearing, and looks like the meeting is over there. So I'm back, and yeah, it's over. I'm reading some of your comments here. Thanks, Cindy, for, yeah. You're very welcome. What can you say? I was disappointing. You're not missing anything. Yeah, look, there's a lot. The biggest problem is that, and this goes to staff, okay? For reasons that city council is obviously afraid to get at, the staff only focused on the community issues. They only focused on the issues that make headlines, but they didn't focus on the real issue, which is money. And money is the mother's milk of redevelopment. It's tax increment financing. If you don't understand that, you'll never understand these projects. And that's why I used the term incompetent. I wasn't being funny. I was being more than honest. I was being truthful. They don't know what or how to think about the dynamics and the monetary flows. In other words, why something flows to A. More specifically, what happens when you say, hey, I'm going to take that $1 of tax money that's normally split between the school district, City of Oakland, County of Alameda, BART, AC Transit, EB Mud, and I'm going to take it to the agency. By definition of mentioning tax increment financing, guess what? You got to negotiate with everybody. I'll talk about this more later. I got to go. Thank you. Subscribe to Zenny62 and bookmark oaklandnewsnow.com. That ends this broadcast.